want us to be healthier, wealthier, and strong. And I want you to take care of your health, and it doesn't take much, just a little bit of activity in the morning, something that's going to make you sweat. It might take like 15, 20 minutes, less time than it takes to watch your favorite TV show. So the way I see it is if you got time to watch TV, if you got time to, sit back and chill and kick it and do whatever you're doing, in leisure time, then you got time to do something for yourself, do something productive, to build something, whether you're talking about building your business, building your intellect, building your body, or just something that's going to put you in a better position in life. Because the thing about health, the reason health is so connected to economics is because number one, the healthcare industry loves to rip people off. They love to drive people into the poorhouse. If you've ever had medical debt, actually, medical debt, I believe, is at an all-time high. And because in America, one of the things you cannot afford to do in this society is to get really sick for a really long time. That will set you back financially and really destroy all the hard work you've put in. So if you've spent your whole life being a wealth builder, you spent your whole life busting your butt, working overtime to try your best to make as much money as possible because money's important and you value generational wealth and legacy and everything else. But then you get sick, and then next thing you know, all your money gets drained by the hospitals. The hospitals come along and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're going to charge you $100,000 for a surgery that you didn't think you were ever going to have to get." And that just kind of throws things off. So this is why things like insurance are extremely important. Aisha Verzi, I don't know if Aisha's in here or not, but Aisha, say something in the chat if you're here, Aisha. She does some stuff with insurance. And also brother Tony Jackson that we've worked with as well. He does some stuff. And if you go to drboyceoffers.com, drboyceoffers.com, you can actually call Aisha and she could talk to you about what she has going on and stuff like that. And I can just tell you that overall, as I get, I'm 53 now, and it's funny. It's like, I'm really appreciative and grateful that I started the habit of exercising early. I used to be captain of my track team in high school, and I used to run, run every day, and we would work out so hard that we would sometimes vomit after practice. It was really traumatic. And but the good thing is it got me in the habit of working out on a regular basis. And one thing I have found, and this is a little tip for anybody that's under the age of say 40, though, if you start getting in the habit of working out while you're young, it's going to make a big difference when you get older. Like anybody who's over 40, has anybody noticed like how sometimes when you have friends, you might have had a friend in high school that was like the hottest thing in the world, that looked real good in high school, looked real good in college, and then they got a little older, had some kids, and you don't even recognize them when you see them. And I'm not making fun of anybody because we all kind of get caught in life. Life can become a rut, and when you get caught in a rut, things change. Time goes by faster, and then also you just find yourself not having time to do the things to take care of yourself. And I can just tell you the big difference between my friends who are over, 45, 50 and above, who still look good versus the ones who don't is really, did you make a choice to start exercising every day? Um, I can tell you, I'm super proud of my wife because my wife wears the same size as she wore in college. And I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. When I think about every single ex I have in my life, I mean, I ain't like I got a million of them. I ain't Megan the Stallion or something. I ain't out here. I wasn't out here getting wild or nothing. But when I think about every single person I ever dated, I can't think of one single woman I ever dated who can wear the same, who wears the same dress size at 50 that she wore when she was 22. But my wife can say that, and but it takes a lot of work. Like I see this every single morning. She gets up at ungodly hours in the morning. She goes to the boot camp. They're rolling in the grass and lifting up. I mean, you talk about like that whole strong black woman stereotype, which by the way, I think that's kind of a mixed stereotype. I don't hate the stereotype. I think strength is good. And I respect the strength, but I don't like it just because I don't think women have to, just always be the strong one, right? I think that men should be strong too, you know. And really, at the risk of sounding a little sexist, I grew up in a space where my father was stronger than my mother. That if a burglar broke in the house and had a weapon, my father would be the one who would take out the burglar. It wouldn't be my mother saying, "Okay, you get under the bed, boy. I'm gonna go handle this. I'm gonna go handle this. I'm gonna go get this dude." My mother was not that person. My mother would have hid in the closet with the kids, and daddy would have took care of that. Man, my father was that type of guy. I mean, he really has actually killed people. He's not afraid of anything, and as a result, I kind of had that piece of him in me too. I'm just not. I'm not scared of death and stuff. That doesn't scare me. So anyway, I would just say that overall, that's just my well, that's my little thought on that in terms of health and wealth being related. If you don't take care of your health, it'll drain your wealth. I actually told my wife, I hope she doesn't mind me sharing this, but I just flat out told her, I said, as I make my estate plan, I said, look, if it gets to the point where something happens to me and I'm in the hospital and I got less than a 20% chance of survival, I need you to pull that plug, pull that damn plug. Do not have them draining up all this wealth that I built. My money is going to go to you and the kids in the Black Business School. That's it. And I do not want the Black Business School's wealth to get drained by Humana or some doctor or whatever, so they can keep a vegetable, plugged up to the wall. Like, no, if I ever hit that state, just know I have lived my life. I've done a lot of the things I want to do. My bucket list the bucket's full on my bucket list. Basically, like my bucket list has been fully bucketed, so I could literally go out tomorrow and not have any regrets. So I just told her, I said, look, just pull the damn plug. Don't worry about it. Get you another man. You're gonna have some money, and men like women that got money. Just live your life. Be happy. I want you to be happy, and because I love you, and I don't just love you, I care about you. And those are two different things. Sometimes people love somebody, and they think that jealousy is the same as love. And I think jealousy, where you stress someone out and make them miserable and become very possessive and nasty, I don't see that as love, to be honest with you. Now, I have a weird view of love, to be honest with you. I thought about jealousy. I hate jealousy. Jealousy is a negative, nasty emotion, just like hate. Those are two emotions that make you less attractive, and it makes you more toxic, and it makes you not fun to be around. Nobody wants to be around a jealous, nasty, hateful person, right? So I figured this out when I was literally exactly 28 years old. I started thinking about these things when I was in Rochester, New York, and I was sitting there in the snow and cold and all these surrounded by white people. I was just sitting in my apartment and thinking about things. And I remember thinking, I don't like jealousy because jealousy does not bring out the best in me. Being a hater does not make you a better person. And so in general, my perception of love is a little bit different. And so I did tell my wife, I said, you're not my soulmate, you are my soul. And then also, I said, that's what I said at my wedding. I also said that I don't just love you, I care about you. And caring about you means that I want you to be happy, even if it's not necessarily always in my best interest. Even if, so that's why I say when I die, don't be sitting around not dating nobody because you're trying to be loyal to me. I'm dead. I'm in the casket. You go live your best life. Find you a good man. Just make sure he treats you right. Because I'd be mad if a man disrespected you because I treasure you. He needs to treasure you too. That's all I ask. But anyway, let me just get out of my business with that one because I don't want to be talking all crazy today. But I do think that relationships and health connect to wealth. And that's one of the reasons why I might spin over in that direction. For those that are new who are confused and you're thinking that we're going to talk about 401ks and stock market tips all day, that's not what we're doing here. We talk about financial consciousness. And financial consciousness means being very conscious of wealth and what it looks like, being conscious of it in all of its different contexts, all of its different ways of manifesting itself. Because here's the deal. Everybody in here is already wealthy. Everybody in here is already a millionaire. Every single one of you was born a millionaire. You just may not have had a lot of money. See, some people are so poor that all they have is money. I think Prince or somebody said that, but that's a fundamentally true statement. Some people are so poor, all they have is money, and then there's some people who are millionaires and they just don't have any money, but they think that they're poor. And I don't want you to mistake yourself for a poor person because when you have love in your life and good relationships and you have youth and health and your mind is right and your body's right, those are all powerful forms of wealth, and I can prove that to you. I'm not just saying it to make you feel good. I can prove that to you. I can prove to you that your physical health is a multi-million-dollar asset. Imagine if I went into your body right now and I took away your health and I required you immediately to get a $200,000 surgery, and then you're going to spend the next 20 years in the hospital. Look at how much money that would come out of your pocket. Look at how much wealth you would lose, how much money you would lose if you were suddenly super sick and had to spend all your time in the hospital. So it goes back to like how I think Ben Franklin or somebody, at least he gets credited with that statement, like a penny saved is a penny earned. So literally, your health protects you from at least a several $100,000, if not multi-million-dollar financial liability. So that's a type of wealth. Your health is a form of wealth. You wouldn't sell your health to me for $10 million. Like if I said, I'll give you $10 million, but I'm gonna give you cancer. Most of you would not take that deal. But unfortunately, cancer has become so prominent and that, a lot of people are getting it. But those of you who don't have cancer, who are cancer free, you wouldn't take cancer for $10 million. I hope you wouldn't. Not if it was an incurable cancer that was going to require multiple surgeries, a reduction in your quality of life, and possible death. Or relationships. If I said, I'll give you $10 million for you to never speak to your children again, no good parent would ever accept that deal. If I said you can't talk to your mama no more for the rest of your life, yeah, but I'll give you $5 million for the trouble, most people wouldn't sell their relationships with people they love for money. So your relationships are connected to money in multiple ways. That's just one way, though. There's other ways relationships are connected to money. I've seen people with the right relationships get on the phone and literally make a, $500,000 deal, business deal, because they have a good relationship with somebody. So don't think that relationships and money are not connected. Do not, or I've seen people where they had a good relationship and they were making money together, like a music group or a couple running a great business, and then they start fighting. Next thing you know, because they're fighting, they're not doing business anymore. So the $1 million a year they were making before is now gone. So the loss of the relationship led to the loss of the wealth. Give me a yes. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you're following this logic. I need to know we're on the same page here. I need to know you understand that I'm not doing just touchy-feely stuff. I'm really talking to you about money. I'm talking about economics and wealth. It's just connected. You have to see wealth as part of an ecosystem. It's like a bicycle tire. You can't look at a tire by itself. A bicycle tire does nothing for you by itself. You can't ride a tire. But if you see a tire as part of a bike, and you say, "Oh, if I get another tire and then I get some spokes and handlebars, ooh, I can get somewhere on this thing. I can ride across the whole country." So wealth is in itself by itself not really that valuable. It's just a bunch of paper and whatever, right? But if you mix it in, you blend it in with this game called life, where you're really moving and shaking, trying to, trying to optimize what in economics we call this utility. When you try to optimize your utility, which is kind of overall happiness, overall well-being, and you see money as a tool, as a bike, or sorry, as a wheel on a bike that can build the life that you want to live, then money becomes very, very powerful. Money can build you up, it can destroy you, can do all these things. And so one of the things I wanted to talk about, and before I move on, actually, I want to remind everybody, don't forget that we are going to do the Black Investors Championships. It starts on August 19th. There is an entry fee to be in the competition of $69, but everybody who's in Money in the Morning can get in for free. We will waive the fee. I text out, I think I text out the link already. Maybe I didn't. I didn't text the link out yet. I'm going to text it out. I'll text it out today. I'll make sure Monty gives it to me today. And when you get this link, you're going to get a code. I think it's Black Investors, but don't quote me on that. I'll send you the code, and when you use that code, you can get in for free. It starts August 19th. The last day to sign up is August 10th. After August 10th, there's no more entries, and we're gonna have a leaderboard, and the person who wins after 6 weeks, who has the most money, is the first Black Investors champion. You will win the Black Investors Cup. It's a big, beautiful cup that's engraved, and you will get it shipped to your house. And also, I will bring you onto my podcast if that's something you want to do, and you can talk about what you did and also promote your business or whatever it is you want to do. And you also get lifetime access to the Black Business School, to any class you want to take forever. You get in the league of champions, like the Black Investors Cup. I believe that Black people should have our own awards. I think that I don't like Oscars and Grammys and all that other corny stuff. I think that stuff is stupid, because I feel like these are awards that you don't really get rewarded so much just for being talented. You get rewarded for fitting into someone else's culture. Like if they like you and find you acceptable and you're tolerable, then they might give you their award. But I don't think other people should be validating us. I think we should be validating ourselves, because it's very dangerous for a former slave to be validated by their former slave masters. I just think that that's kind of a touchy, very dangerous position to be in, because they're going to hang that validation over your head, and they're going to put sanctions on you. They're going to use economic warfare against you. Like I was listening to a story about Venezuela. Right now, Venezuela just had some elections, and apparently it's some old gangster stuff. I mean, apparently Maduro, the president, has allegedly done some things pretty underhanded and shady to maintain power. But throughout his term, the United States is constantly dropping sanctions on Venezuela. Just all these sanctions, and the sanctions are basically where they restrict their economics. They say, we're not going to import your oil. We're going to make it hard for you to do business. We're going to hurt you economically because we don't like what you're doing. We don't like how you run your government. We don't like how, maybe we don't agree with you on LGBT or whatever. The US has done this all around the world. That's where BRICS comes from. That's why they're creating BRICS. BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. But then a lot of countries are trying to join BRICS because they're tired of the United States, slinging around their big economic penis and hitting the people upside the head. And excuse my French. I know it's early in the morning. You don't want to hear about stuff like that. But seriously, that's what they're doing. The United States runs around and they use their economic power to oppress millions of people around the world. They have put sanctions on, I think, 70% of the countries on the planet, and they're just sick of it. So anyway, these economic sanctions are also used domestically. These economic sanctions are also used on African American people. These sanctions are used on you when you get out of line and you say something your boss don't like, or they see you on Instagram and you say something that's a little too black, a little too political. They're gonna come down and kick you in the butt. You're gonna get passed over for the promotion. You're gonna get laid off when they start doing the layoffs. You'll be laid off first. You're gonna be put in the bad pool. Your reviews will start to go down. This happens all the time. This happens all the time. And in fact, I openly talk about how my wife on her job started getting treated differently when she married me. Like when she married me, and I'm not real famous. I don't consider myself a famous person, but I do know I am I guess a little bit of a kind of publicly figure. I mean, like internet famous, which I don't know what that means exactly, but when you've got like a few million followers on different platforms, people know who you are. And so people Googled with her husband. The rumor spread like, oh, she married this guy who's doing this stuff, and so when they started Googling me, instantaneously, that created a stigma for her. And also she has another black man on her job. I don't know, maybe he's probably her work husband or something. I have no idea. I told you I don't do jealousy. But anyway, he's a great guy, and we have the same birthday, ironically. Isn't that crazy? We're both a couple crazy Geminis, and we're both scholars. And she respects him, she stands by him. And when he went through hell, when they put him through a bunch of nonsense on his job, she stood by him. And because she stood by the black man, the penalty started to spill over on her. They were like, okay, you're not one of us. We thought that because you were this cute little light-skinned black woman that you were going to basically kind of integrate into the system because they don't hire African Americans. The university she works for does not have one single African American on the entire faculty. They have hundreds of faculty members, not one single African American male. They do not hire African American male. I think she's the only African American female. They might have had two. And so because she stood by the black man, they punished her. And this is the real racial dynamic. Nobody talks about this, and people are scared to discuss it. They think it's maybe makes me radical to bring this up, but it's real. There is a difference, and this goes into the politics, right? The politics of signaling, like, hey, I'm safe, I'm safe. You don't have to put sanctions on me. I'm safe. I'm gonna support your agenda. Look at my husband. Look at my wife. Look at who I married. That's a signal that I'm safe. But you marry this, hardcore black man who's talking all this, this racial stuff. Oh, that's gonna get you in trouble. So, so the reason I'm always giving like allegiance to not just my wife, but to just strong, intelligent women everywhere is because it's hard to stand by what appears to be the losing team. It's hard to sort of stand by somebody when they're not part of the in crowd, they're not one of the cool kids. And I'm not one of the cool kids. I'm not mainstream. I'm not some guy that's accepted by America. Maybe 50 years from now they'll understand where I'm coming from. But I'm kind of seen in this certain space. And Constance Carter, who's another awesome woman, I brought her in here yesterday. She said that. She said that people ask me, they'll say, "Oh, Boyce. Is he an asshole?" And she'll be like, "No, no, no, Boyce is a nice guy." And I think I am too. I'm like, "Yeah, Boyce is a nice guy." And she said that people just will think that because I will say things like, you can't tell me who to vote for. Why are you making me vote for the same people over and over again? I have a right to do whatever I want to do. Or I'll say, we need to build wealth. Nobody's helping us build wealth. Everybody's leaving us behind. And people think that that is just so crazy for a black person to truly advocate for black people, or to advocate for himself or herself or their family or the community. I mean, I just really think that we have to analyze this and think about, like, what does this say about our society? I'm not a radical kind of guy, really. I'm just a dad who loves his wife, who works hard every day, who has a real PhD. I didn't cut corners. I got my doctorate from the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. And that's it. And I just get up and do my job every day for the people I care about. And there's nothing radical about that. I think the only thing that makes that radical is that there are some who are just very comfortable with seeing black people in a subordinated position. I think there are some who are just comfortable, they maybe be more comfortable with me if I showed up as a rapper with a liquor bottle in one hand and a joint in the other one, making jokes and being goofy and everything else and being ignorant. That maybe that makes people more comfortable. I have no idea. But I will say this. One thing that's interesting too is yesterday I did a podcast episode and I was talking about did anybody see how many of you give me a yes or no if you saw the clips from the Kamala Harris event in Atlanta where she brought in Megan the Stallion. Did anybody see that? Megan the Stallion was performing and it was really interesting. She was on stage and she wasn't dressed like she would normally dress at a concert. She was kind of wearing the blue and it was a nice suit that she had on, but she was like twerking. Like that's her thing. That's her trademark. She's got it. There's probably in a contract somewhere. If you appear anywhere in public, you must twerk at some point. It has to, it's required. So she's up there twerking and everything else. And there was a lot of controversy about that. I think a lot of people felt like it wasn't necessarily the best look. And not just for one party or the other, but more so in terms of the relationship between politicians, and the black community. That there are so many other representations of black women that could have been selected, other than a young lady who you know is known for presenting an image that's a little bit stereotypical. We got enough twerking out there, and I asked some hard questions. I kind of said, well, if when you go see Taylor Swift and all the white people, are you going to have Taylor Swift up on stage twerking? Is that what Taylor's going to do? When you go see Adele, and Adele is endorsing you, is Adele going to twerk? Is she going to bend it over and body yada yada? Like, is Adele going to do that? Like what white woman? I'm serious. I'm curious. I'm really trying to figure out which very popular white woman can you find that is as famous as Megan the Stallion. That's right up there at the top of the pile of hip hop. As famous as Lotto, as famous as Sexy Red, as famous as Cardi B, that is going to be doing that. That's as famous as him. Now, Cheryl mentions Miley Cyrus. I don't consider Miley to be in the same category, to be honest with you. And I'd be willing to pay $1,000 to anybody who finds Miley Cyrus at a Kamala Harris political event on stage twerking. I'd like just show me one clip. Just send me one clip. If you send me one clip of that, then I will send you the $1,000 to you. Send me one clip, but put your cash at with the clip, and I'll send you $1,000. Okay, because I don't think because I think that there's kind of a different standard when it comes to the black community. I think that there's a different kind of expectation, and I understand why politicians like rappers. I really do. I understand it because politicians want to be popular. They want to get votes. That's the bottom line. And I've mentioned to you all the economic relationship between politicians and their backers. Politicians have two types of backers. They have the people that give the money, and they have the people that give the votes. And one dominates the other. The people with the money are far more important than the people who give the votes, because you need the money to get the votes. You can have the votes, but the votes won't necessarily get you the money. You can't, because you can't get the votes without the money. The money is how you get the votes. The money is used for marketing. That's what most of that political money is used for, is to buy votes. Now, see, let's see. Someone mentioned Keisha and Iggy Azalea. See, I don't consider those to be on the same level as Megan in terms of popularity as Megan and Cardi and stuff like that. So again, I think that there are definitely white women out there that twerk, right? Because we set trends and everybody copies that. But the thing is, I don't see anybody as famous as a Cardi B or a Megan or a Sexy Red who is also showing up at political rallies doing this, right? So it's I think I just think it's different. I really do. But here's the thing. So with politicians, you raise the money, you serve the people that give you the money drives everything, and then the money is used to go buy the votes. And then what you might do is you might hold rallies and do a lot of marketing, and you might get rappers on stage to endorse you, which will get a lot of people to vote for you because their favorite rapper endorsed you. No conversation really so much about policies. I think there was one discussion at one point. Megan did make a point about if you vote Democrat, then you get to love your body, which is connected to the right to choose, which you can decide how you feel about that. It's up to you. But what was interesting to me is I thought about this and I said, I understand why a politician would talk to a rapper as opposed to wanting to appear with like me. Like, why would you want to have an appearance with me? I'm not gonna fill up a stadium like Megan Thee Stallion. No, no scholars are not interesting and popular. Right? I can't twerk. Like, if I tried, it would look silly, right? So I get that part in terms of the popularity part. But what's interesting to me is that the relationship between the politician and the rapper is one that is a little dysfunctional because the horse is not dragging the cart. The cart is pulling the horse. The dog is not wagging the tail is wagging the dog. And let me explain. The way it really should go, the way it could go, here's how the relationship could be very beneficial. Let's say that rappers, said, okay, we're going to go to the community, find out what the community needs, and use our influence to tell these politicians we need you to do this, we need you to do this, we need this. If you do this for me, then I'll twerk for you, I'll rap for you, I'll shout you out on the next album. I'll do all of that for you, but I'll only do that if you deliver these things, right? Now, to know what to deliver, I doubt that a 28-year-old rapper is going to really know the deep-seated policy needs for the Black community. They don't understand mass incarceration, the war on drugs, the economic despair, that Black families are last when it comes to wealth. They don't understand the need for access to capital. They don't understand what it really looks like to clean up a community. They don't know these things. Why? Because they're good at rapping. It's hard to be experts on multiple things, and I respect that. Really, Megan can twerk her butt off and she can rap her butt off. So it probably took a lot of time for her to learn how to do those things. She probably didn't have time to sit in political science class and get a doctorate in political science in her spare time. So here's what the rapper could do. They could go and talk to people that know what they're doing and say, okay, I got this influence, I got this power. I have 30 million Instagram followers, and this politician's trying to use that to get elected. I'm going to I need you to give me policies that I can take to the table that will allow me to negotiate on our behalf. That would be perfectly fine. I think that would actually be okay. And it's been done before. It's been done before. Let me explain where it's been done before. When Charlemagne the God was going to interview Joe Biden, Charlemagne I respect him. I know he's complex, but I respect him because the times I've met him, he's been a smart man. He asked for a copy of my book, What If George Bush Were a Black Man? And I didn't think he was going to read it. Damon Wayans was there the same day, and he took it. He didn't read it. I assume he didn't read it. But Charlemagne took the book. Next time I saw him, he'd actually read the whole book, and I was super impressed. Okay, so this is a smart guy. And so when Charlemagne went to interview with Joe Biden, he sent me a text, and he said, "What questions should I ask him?" And I was like, oh, this is great. Because here's the deal. A Joe Biden would never talk to someone like me. I would run circles around him. I would scare him. I'm literally his worst nightmare. People like me are the worst nightmare. We are the threat. The intelligent Black people are the threat. So I said, okay, I get it. You're doing a Trojan horse. That's smart. So I said, oh, ask him this, ask him this, ask him this, and ask him this. And that's what he did. Charlemagne went to Biden and sat down with him. And if you recall, that was the interview where Charlemagne asked so many questions that he damn near made that man's head explode. He got pissed. He was livid. He's like, who the hell, what the hell's going on? And that's when he blew up and said, "Well, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't Black." And you remember Charlemagne's asking him all these questions. Well, what about this and what about that? And then you hear the guy in the background. I'm sorry, Mr. Charlemagne, but he's got the president has a very busy schedule. He's got how many times do you see that where the president is doing an interview and somebody in the background has to interrupt the interview and say, "I'm sorry, we just realized that he has to go." No, he ain't got to go. You trying to save him. You are in panic mode right now. You're like, oh my God. The Black community is waking up and asking hard questions. We can't answer hard questions. So you're scared. They were nervous. And then that's when Biden just cracked and said, well, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't Black. We said, gotcha. Gotcha, bitch. I remember thinking, yes, touchdown. This is what it looks like to work together. This is what it looks like to work together. And I've seen other people do it very, very well. Ice Cube did it better than anybody. Ice Cube, he before he was legendary to me as an artist because he's just been a great artist. He's made movies. He's got the big three. I love all of that, but there's nothing I've ever respected from him more than the way he handled his political intervention. The thing Ice Cube did when he made his contract with Black America is he went to all of the experts he could find in the Black community and got them to write policy, like, which is exactly what our Black PhDs and lawyers and everybody else needs to be doing. Y'all need to be writing some damn policies and then using the celebrities to deliver the message to the politicians, because the politicians won't talk to any Black people other than the entertainers and the athletes. So if you are an entertainer or if you are an athlete and you really have that access and you really care about Black people, then you will let people play their position. You will go talk to those people. If you want to understand, don't sit there and pretend to be an economic expert, TI. Go talk to an economic expert. Don't sit there and and talk about what's going on with Black families. Go talk to somebody there are people who study this for a living. There are activists who are in the field doing the work. But they can't get the ear of the politicians because the politicians only listen to people who made albums or played in the NBA. I'm not 6'8", 240 pounds, and I cannot rap, and I will not ever be seen twerking. So I'm not a person that they're ever going to want to sit down and have a conversation with, but you are. And we can teach you things. We can explain things to you. So with Cube, when Cube and I talk, what respect, but maybe respect him so much is he was just listen. He was sitting, he sat and he talked to me. I was going to Tariq Nasheed's event during the pandemic. And the whole time, for 30 straight minutes, me and Ice Cube were on the phone, and he was talking for a long time and explaining why he was doing it and what he believed. And all I did was listen. Before you correct, you must connect. So I was listening to understand why he was doing it. Because I said, look, I'm not here to hijack your platform. I'm not here to tell you what to say. I want to understand who you are and what you believe and why you're doing this. And once I understood that, I said, okay, here's some things I think you can do. Here's some strategies you can apply. And so he went on CNN and did a really great interview. I forgot with the Chris Cuomo or whatever. And I was so proud of him. He really represented himself very well. And so to me, that was a crowning moment for the Black community. And what was so frustrating about it is that a lot of Black people missed it because we're not used to that. We're not used to artists or entertainers showing up in an intelligent way and truly advocating for the Black community. We are sometimes like that abused prostitute who says, why in the hell are you fighting for me? Why are you advocating for me? Why you treat me like a lady? I ain't no lady. I'm just a hoe. That's seriously, that our self-esteem is so low that people got angry when he literally walked in the name of Black people and said, I'm doing this for Black people. I'm not doing this Democrat, Republican, none of that. This is for Black people, and I want Black people to get the best deal. And we got angry about that. We got mad because somebody confronted our pimp. A real, seriously, a real man walked up and said, I love this woman. I'm gonna protect her. And what you're doing to her ain't right. And we literally were like the prostitute who attacked the man on behalf of the pimp. That's what we do. That's what we are. And that did not make any sense to me whatsoever. I thought that was absolutely tragic. And it really was a reflection of just how much work we have to do and how much further we have to go in terms of really understanding how to play this game at the highest levels. Some other celebrities who I think have done it right. I did work with Russell Simmons on the mass incarceration campaign. Russell understood very clearly what the power of celebrity looked like. So he used his connections. No, very few people are more connected in entertainment than Russell, at least definitely at that time, 2013. When we talked, he understood he was talking to a scholar, and he said, I want to basically do a Trojan horse. He didn't say it like that, but that's what was going through my head, where we're going to use the power of celebrity to bring quality ideas to the table that need to be heard, and we're going to make them listen. We're going to use our power to make them listen. That's the kind of transaction that entertainers need to have with the politicians. But when you say, look, I'm going to show up and I'm going to rap for you, I'm going to twerk for you, I'm going to tweet for you, and I'm going to do all these things for you, and you're giving me and my community nothing in return, then you have wasted an opportunity and you have significantly undermined your purpose. There's no benefit that the community will receive when a rapper from the Migos just gets up there and says, everybody vote for this person. That's inappropriate behavior. It's all written about in Powernomics. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about that. Inappropriate behavior is literally where you are representing a community that is in deep need, that is impoverished, that has a valuable asset. They have a valuable asset. Think about this. Imagine if your family is struggling. Imagine if your family, your mama's starving, your daddy is homeless, your sister and brother are broke, and they got one asset. They got one that they find a big gold bar in the backyard, and the gold bar is worth $100,000 and somebody down the street wants to get access to what is in your backyard. They want to go in your backyard and drill for gold, and you give away the rights just because you want to be nice or because you want that person to be your friend. You just sold out your whole family. You literally did. I mean, this happens around the world, by the way. This happens. Economic trickery is common all throughout the world. Economic exploitation happens everywhere. Why is it? Think about this. I'm part Nigerian, and so I love the Nigerian people because I'm one of them. I'm about 33% Nigerian. I take great pride in that. That's a tremendous culture. I was stunned to go to Nigeria and see that Nigeria has more oil than damn near every country on the planet. I think their oil reserves, they're definitely right up there with Saudi Arabia. And they have an unbelievable amount of poverty. I remember thinking, how in the hell can you have all this oil and have so many poor people? If I go to Dubai, I don't see that. If I go to the United Arab Emirates, I don't see that. I don't see this in Saudi Arabia, but I can see this in Nigeria. Well, this comes back to how the game is played differently in different spaces and how you need to really play this game in the right way. So when I talk about hip hop artists meeting with politicians, I don't have anything against that as a principle. What I don't like about it is when you're giving something away and asking for nothing in return. At that point, even your adversaries don't respect you. Your adversaries are like, damn, wow, I didn't know it was going to be that easy. And also, if you notice, it's interesting, right? The politicians love the rappers until the rappers start asking hard questions. See, they love Megan Thee Stallion. But then, if you remember, I forgot who it was. I want to say it might have been Kamala and some other people. Well, Ice Cube needs to keep his mouth shut. He needs to stop talking about. He needs to rap and stop talking about politics. Oh! You want them talking about politics when they're repeating what you told them to say, but you don't like them talking about politics when they're really advocating for the people that they represent. That's what you're really saying. You're saying, I want you talking, but you better only talk when I tell you what you're allowed to say. And that is incredibly inappropriate behavior. If you are a person who is concerned about the oppression of Black people, then you cannot support these ideas and also be concerned with the oppression of Black people because you're contributing directly to it. I can tell I got data to support this. You can't show me where all this voting that we do has ever made a big difference in terms of quality of life for African American. It just hasn't. You were dead last in wealth in 1955. You're dead last today. That's nothing's changed. Your families are actually worse off than they were in 1955. You have far less marriage. Your children are unsafe. Little girls get molested by their mama's boyfriends. Your sons are running out in the streets, getting shot up every single day. Chicago, they had 109 shootings in Chicago in one weekend, July 4th weekend. The same weekend they had the NASCAR race. And I met up with well, actually I didn't get to meet him, but I went down to the NASCAR race, and LeVar Scott was there that week. LeVar is the Black NASCAR driver that we support in the Black Business School. And in that weekend, 109 people were shot in Chicago, and there was no conversation about it, no talk about it. And I think that what happens is that there are people that just accept the idea that Black people are always just going to be at the bottom. They accept the idea that Black people will always suffer. They accept the idea that Black problems will never be fixed. And I just refuse to accept that because the solutions to these problems are very straightforward and very, very simple. They are. And to be quite frank with you, I would say that the real solution to solving Black problems is you need to stop listening to white people. That's it. And I don't know how that sounds. I know maybe that will sound weird to people or rude, but seriously, just stop listening. Stop listening to white people. And really stop listening to Black people who represent white people. Start listening to yourself. That's it. You are a father. You are the head of that household. Listen to yourself. You are a mother. Mothers are the first teachers. Listen to yourself. You are the black leader in your community that you're waiting for. That leader is inside of you. It certainly ain't no rapper on stage twerking next to a politician. What the ain't no leadership in that. Ain't nothing. Ain't not, and I hate saying it. I'm not here to beat up on poor Megan the Stallion because I read her bio. She's young enough to be my daughter. I feel sorry for her because she got shot in the foot by her boyfriend. And that to me is not surprising because that is what happens when you are part of a lifestyle that promotes this sort of irresponsible sexuality and just running the streets and connecting with like I'm the type of I'm old school Southern black man. I'm the type of daddy who would have said, why would you date a son of a bitch like that anyway? This guy, what you like him because he can rap, but he's a loser. He's a bum. Look at him. Look at the way he's carrying himself. This is not a man that's going to be a good father to your children. Oh, but you think he's cool because he made an album and okay, yeah, he's got a little bit of money. Remember, I'm an expert on money. I know how money can deceive you. And so you think because he flashed $100,000 on Instagram that that's a great man for you to be with. Well, let me just tell you a little bit about men. And this is what our families are missing. We don't have these honest discussions. We don't have these fathers sitting there telling their daughters, like, look, babe, don't let this stuff fool you. Some of these guys will swoo you out your panties, get you pregnant, and then have you carrying around an STD and a little baby, an abandoned baby, and trying to figure it all out. You know, like get you a solid man. The solid men are the men who don't get celebrated in America. The solid men are the men. That's the man who is in the library right now. You might think he's a lame because he's in the library, but I don't see a lame. I see a future millionaire. My mother used to say, you know, my mother used to say when I was little, my mother used to say, she said they call them nerds when they're 10, but they call them millionaires when they're 30. And I remember just holding on to that because and that made me less afraid of people calling me a nerd because I wanted to do good things with my life. I didn't care about that. But what I realized is that I had to be a courageous nerd. I had to be a bold nerd because I had to stand up to all of the cool guys who would try to bully or intimidate me because I wanted to sit down with a book instead of run to the club. They wanted to make fun of me because I wanted to love my woman instead of run around being a big hoe. They wanted to make me feel bad because I wanted to plan for my future and grind all night instead of going out and getting into whatever ridiculous shit you're getting into that's going to get you locked up, killed, or turn you into a drug addict. I had to stand up to those guys. And believe me, I told you, I'm the son of Larry Watkins. This man has killed people. I ain't scared of none of y'all. So I stood up in their face. I said, look, I don't care. We can fight it out if you want to, but you're a punk. You're a loser. You're a bum. You're going to ruin somebody's life. Your children are going to be ashamed of you because you're not planning for your future. Because for a man to be successful in America, especially a black man, he's got to be prepared. He must have a soldier mentality because you are at war, you dumbass. They wanted to kill you before you were born. They were trying to abort. They wanted your mama to abort you. That's how much they hate you. And then they put you in the school system and they didn't teach you nothing because you sat around. Somebody was crazy enough to think that these white folks are really going to educate a black boy to be a black man. They're not going to do that. They want him wearing panties. They want him to be a wimp. They want him to be lost. They want him to be high on dope. They want him to be confused. They want him to be a victim. They're not going to raise a man to be a man. That's why I tell you, seriously, and it sounds radical. People get mad. I do not care. Our black children should not be getting educated by people who don't have their best interests at heart. And the public school system shows you that every single day of the week. So I had to fight. I had to fight people. I did. I had to learn to love myself because I was sometimes I was by myself. I was alone. I didn't, boys, why don't you drink? You try to make fun of me because I'm like, I was like, F you, man. Why are you making fun of me because I don't drink? You know how many alcoholics I got in my family? Do you know what alcohol does to men? Do you know how many men there are in prison because of stupid stuff they did at the club, drinking liquor and all? Do you know how many people get sucked in and suckered by the thug culture that gets promoted in hip hop? Do you know how many guys that are 40 years old in prison who are like, man, I got tricked. They made me think that it was cool to do stupid things with my life. Now I'm 42 years old and I figured it out, but now it's kind of hard to play catch up. And I'm tired of black men playing catch up. I just am. It's sad to me. You can't win a race playing catch up. If you're in the Tour de France, that bike race, and it's hundreds of miles, and everybody's riding 70 miles an hour or whatever they're riding in those bike races, you can't like sleep for half of the race and then think you got a chance to win. You're not going to win. You have to get an early start. You have to get a head start. So if you want to use a term like head start, to me, head start means giving our boys and our girls a head start on this challenge that occurs in life called being black in America. Being black ain't easy. Being black means you got some obstacles. Racism is very real. The competition really has shown up. The defense is really going to be defending. They're not going to give you nothing. They're not going to make it easy for you. So you've got to be prepared. So the best messages I got in my life were people from my grandmother who told me that you have to be twice as good to get half as much. So when I come in with that mindset, then I got my head on the swivel. I'm prepared. I'm not going around making reckless mistakes and reckless errors because I know that the margin of error is thinner because I'm a black male. I wrote a whole book about that. My book that I gave to Charlemagne, What If George Bush Were a Black Man? I think it's on Amazon somewhere if you want to get it. That's all I wrote about. I wrote statistically. I was on the faculty of Syracuse at the time, and I said, I want you to pay attention to how the margin of error for the black male in America is so much smaller than everyone else. A black male can make the exact same mistake as a white boy on a college campus, but the white boy gets off and gets to move on with his life. The black male the black male ends up spending, the next 30 years in prison and gets vilified by society. That's the difference in your experience. And just knowing these things and accepting that reality to me is better than believing in the false reality of this beautiful post-racial integration nonsense that they feed us in school. This whole idea that as long as I integrate with my allies, everything's gonna be all right. I just got to make sure I go and work for the nicest white man I can find, and that I always vote Democrat in every election, and that I do what they tell me to do. Everything's gonna be okay. And then when they kick you in your head and pimp you and leave you in the gutter, you're always in shock. And then you get to run and say, "Gosh, I'm such a victim because being black is so hard and it's so bad being black." But I'm sitting there thinking, what made you think that you could trust these other people in the first place? What made you think that they had your best interest at heart? What made you think that they were going to treat you fairly? So I really kind of think that sometimes we don't understand the game that we're in. I think we lose the game because we don't even know that it's a competition. We lose the battle because we don't even know that war's been declared on us. And I get it and I understand it, but I'm just going to tell you that when you point to most problems that the average black person might talk about or face, most of these problems are directly solvable if you simply stop listening to what white people tell you to think. For example, CNN might tell you that the biggest, worst thing that ever happened to black people ever was the George Floyd killing. That this whole situation is something we need to put it on murals and compare him to Martin Luther King, and that this is the biggest thing happening in the black community. And I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm not in any way disparaging George or his family. But what I'm saying is, I don't consider George Floyd to be any more important than any little girl that got shot by a stray bullet on the south side of Chicago. I don't consider the George Floyd killing to be more significant than the 109 people who got shot in Chicago on July 4th weekend, and none of y'all were talking about it. I don't consider George Floyd's situation to be any more meaningful than the thousands and thousands and thousands of black men and women right now who are being raped in prison right now as we speak, and no one even knows. Nobody hears their screams. Nobody's hearing that man crying in his cell every night because he's in this unbelievably horrible situation. I think all those things matter. And so I don't let other people tell me where my attention needs to be. You got to trust your instincts. So let me sum this up. My wife and I are traveling today, and she just called me. That's why I had to turn my phone off. So because we're going on that trip to Egypt. Um, I'm gonna summarize it like this. If you go back to the central point that we talk about when we talk about economics as it relates to also health, wealth, and relationships, here's what black people need. This is what will give you a quality life, whether a Democrat is in office or a Republican. Number one, you must address your mental health. Half our people run around here, half blind, deaf, dumb, and crazy, doing crazy stuff. Trauma responses everywhere. Trauma is massive. Trauma kills you. Trauma destroys your relationships. Trauma destroys your economics. A lot of you were traumatized. You have to heal from that. If you want to be a well-adjusted, healthy, safe black person, you have to heal from your trauma. Part of your trauma is also corporate trauma. Madam President talks a lot about corporate trauma. The trauma you experience just getting up every day going to work for a racist. That's what affects most of you. Most of you are not going to get shot by a cop this week. Most of you are not going to get shot by a cop this week, but most of you are going to go have to work for somebody who hates your guts and treats you like shit and makes you feel terrible every single day. So that's number one. Number two, you got to think about your physical health. The food is killing you. All the food is giving us cancer. The medical system is designed to rob you, and it's designed to get you sick enough so they can give you just enough expensive medication to leave you broke and make you sicker and have you die a slow death. They just want you to die slowly so they can drain all your money out of you as you're dying. So physical health is extremely important for Black people. We have to take charge of that. We have to think about these things, be health conscious, whatever that means for you. Again, I talked about little things like 20 minutes of exercise in the morning, eating more vegetables, and staying away from drugs and alcohol. These little things like that, I think, are extremely important. And I feel so sorry for young people who are influenced by rappers who hate Black people so much that they promote drug abuse to young children. That those people are worse than child molesters in my mind, because what you're doing is you're destroying some young man's future. You're taking away some new unborn baby. Some unborn baby is not going to have a daddy because you convinced him to be a drug addict at the age of 17. That's real. My daddy was a heroin addict, and heroin probably took my father away from me. To made him half of the man, one third of the man that I think he could have been and should have been. What else? What else do Black people need? And this is something we can solve ourselves. We need to have better relationships with each other. You got to stop talking crazy about Black women as a collective and figure things out. You have to stop talking crazy about Black men and blame them for all your problems. You have to value things like family, whatever that means. I mean, really, I mean, call me crazy, but I used to grow up really thinking that that getting married meant you were going to be together for good, or at least try really hard. And I'm not making fun of anybody that's divorced. I know it's complicated. Life is complicated. You can't control whether somebody wants to be with you. But I just think it's so fascinating that society has convinced us that family is just something that you do until it's not convenient anymore, or until it gets too hard. And so rather than actually sitting down with a therapist, because they have therapists that can help you get along with your cousin. They have therapists that can help you figure out your problems with your wife. They have people they have professionals that can help you, books, videos, all kinds of stuff you can do. But rather than doing the work, there are people who do weird things like I saw this celebrity one time, Tia Mowry, I think that's who it was, who described her divorce from her husband as a graduation. She said it was like a graduation because I got to find myself and me and myself and I was happier and me and I'm not judging, and people do what they want, but I was like, dang, did you even why are we talking about the kids? Like, how did the kids feel? Did you ask them how they felt when their daddy was put out the house? And then when I heard her father, the kid's father, her ex-husband, he was crying on the show. He said, I cried myself to sleep every night because I lost my family. And I was sitting there, I felt his trauma. I said, that's interesting that we can't even empathize with the trauma that a man might feel if he loses his family. We can empathize with the trauma a mother feels if she loses her child, but we act like, but society's taught us to just blame the man, and then they kind of let you live your life unaccountable. And again, I don't want to get into that accountability conversation. I know that that's complex, and I do believe accountability starts at home, though. But I think at the end of the day, when you're talking about something like family, I think it's very important to, at the very least, understand how important and sacred family is. That's the first thing. Every culture understands this. We've lost some of this, to be honest with you. Um, but then two, understanding what family means as a vehicle for the building and the preservation of wealth. Most wealth is family wealth. It's very hard to build wealth without a family. That's like trying to win a football game when you don't even have a football team. That's what it is. One player, Deion Sanders, was a great player, one of the greatest I ever saw. Deion Sanders could never win a game by himself. He needed the other players on the Dallas Cowboys to win. So if they couldn't get on the same page, then they don't win that Super Bowl or two that they won. I don't know how many Super Bowls he won with the Cowboys. I think it was at least one. There's no Super Bowl if the whole team can't work together. So if you want to win a Super Bowl in life, you've got to find some way to be able to humble yourself to commit to the group that you've assigned yourself to, whatever that means. Again, I'm not telling anybody what that means, but I personally, if you want to, my personal advice, I hope it's okay. Is it okay if I go a little bit Uncle Boyce and give you my advice on how I try to approach it? And I don't have it all figured out. It's hard. I'm telling you, especially Black folks, we crazy, right? So, and I'm crazy, so it's very hard. But I'm gonna tell you my little 2 cents. When I talked to you earlier about how I made an intentional effort to get rid of emotions like jealousy and hate, because I find them to be very unhealthy and very toxic. That is also what helps me to to get along with the group that's around me. When I look at my wife and my children, I remind myself every day that I'm not the most important person in this group. That my ego, my wants, feelings, desires, I try to make them secondary as much as I can. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have time where I just think about Boyce and I take care of Boyce. Self-care is very important, especially in the world I live in, because I have a big circle of people that are constantly pulling and asking for things from me. So sometimes I shut the door and say, Boyce is going to do what Boyce wants to do. So that space is there. But most of the time, I always try to remember I'm a part of something bigger than myself. So that means that as the leader of the household, my actions have weight, my words have weight, my movements have weight. I have the power to improve someone's life or to destroy it. That's the power of a father. Fathers are noble, meaningful, relevant figures if they present themselves in that way. And I'm gonna tell you, my wife calls me the juggernaut because she knows that I know I'm a king and she knows I'm a king. I'm not scared to call myself a king, but that does not make me better than you. Leadership is service. So as the king, I'm going to serve to the highest level. That's what being the king means. As I'm going to go out into the battlefield first, right? So I would encourage you that to really understand family. I think that we've lost it. I think also family is something that can be studied. How you build these relationships with other people. I'm not talking about just spouses and all that. I'm talking about just friendships and business partnerships. And when you build the family, when you build your group and you have your clique, it's really a science and a very critical science to know how to make sure that you're always on the same page so you don't ruin what you have going on. I can't tell you how many times that I have been involved with projects. I was in LA a lot with a guy that was famous, but he was kind of an asshole. And he thought that being famous meant that he could be an asshole. And every project he got involved with would fall apart. Money would get lost. Everything he got involved with would lose money. And he didn't understand why no one would want to work with him. And I was thinking to myself, it's because you're such a prick that when you go into a situation and your ego is out front, no one wants to work with you. That was, so anyway, so don't be that prick. That's it. Just don't be an asshole. Learn, being a good person, I think, goes a long way. And so anyway, the last thing I'll say is that if you talk about what Black people need, this is another thing we can deliver without the endorsement or the support or the help of a single white person, and that's just the wealth thing. I really think that we need a revolution of entrepreneurship unlike anything the world has ever seen. I think that we need a community where every Black child knows how to start a business before the age of 12. They're even introduced to the concept of ownership and being the boss at the age of 4, 5, 6. Every child in our community needs to want to acquire real estate as aggressively as the Jewish community does, as aggressively as any other, as the billionaires and millionaires do. I believe that we need a community where everybody is owning shares of stock, buying as much stock as we possibly can and owning as much as we possibly can, and knowing that ownership is the key to power. If the more you own and the more you control, the more power you're going to have. So we have to do this, and this is something that we can do without anybody's permission. This is something we can do. Financial literacy. I've never met a white man who told me that I could not read a book about economics. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't buy a share of stock. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. So these are things that we can fix, that we can control, and these are my policies, right? And so if I was trying to get elected, if I'm trying to run for president, which I am not, if I was running for president, that would be my platform. Very simple. Let's focus on our health, our wealth, and our relationships, and let's implement these policies household by household, a chicken in every pot kind of thing, one by one, step by step. Use what we have, build on what we've got, and I guarantee you, we can build an empire off of that. We really can build an empire off of that. And I'm not even going to ask for a vote because I don't want you to vote for me. I want you to vote for yourself. You are the leader. I am not the leader. I am simply one of the advisors. So let's go get this done. To hell with these stupid politicians. They can go fight their little battles. Guess what? In the next election, I can guarantee the result. Here's the result. You know what the result's going to be? The winner will either be a Democrat or it's going to be a Republican. That's the result. I guarantee that it will either be Kamala or some Democrat, or it will be Trump. And then also, I guarantee this, that after they are in office for 4 years, the same thing is going to happen. There are going to be black people who are going to be upset because they lied to them. Nothing's going to really change your community. A whole lot of black people are still going to get shot in Philadelphia and Chicago and other places around the country. Black kids are still not going to get educated in public school systems. Black people are still going to be complaining in the next election about the very same things we're complaining about now. We're going to be complaining about our black jobs and some other things, and nothing's really going to change. That's the prediction I have, that every election is going to be just like the last one, and I guarantee you that in the 2028 election, mark my word, there will be some other life or death situation that emerges that is designed to get you to operate on the fear frequency so that you will comply without asking questions, that is designed to just scare you into doing what they tell you to do. So go play that game if you want to. Go participate. It's fine. But after you get done with that, I want you to really sit back and think about your life and just what a quality life really looks like. And from what most black people tell me, a lot of your stress comes from things that relate to your economics. So economics is the one thing. That's the one thing. If we nail this thing, we got it. And everybody ain't got to do it. I'm talking about you. If you nail that one thing, if you and your kids nail that one thing, if you and your grandkids nail that one thing, it don't matter if everybody else doesn't listen. Your family will be solid. Your family will be good. Your family will be in good shape. And I feel sorry for people who don't understand this. They can do what they want, but I want you to win. All right. So anyway, I'm out. Thank you guys for listening. It was great talking to you. If you want to join the Black Investors Cup Championship, somebody asked how do you join? I will text out the link later. I'm going to text it out today, and I'm going to give you a code. Again, the entry fee will be $69, but you don't have to pay the fee if you are part of Money in the Morning. So if you want to get the code sent to you via text, make sure you get on the text list. The text list is you could get on the text list by texting the word morning to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. If you live in another country and you want to participate, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Also, tomorrow night, Thursday night, 8:30, Constance Carter, who was here yesterday, she's a real estate expert. She is going to do a real estate mastermind event that is free. It's from the Black Business School. Constance is going to lead the charge. You saw her yesterday. You see how dynamic she is. She knows her stuff in real estate, 30 years of experience. She's a mom. Her children are investing. Her son has made hundreds of thousands of dollars by now in the stock market, I believe. I think he's made over $100,000 or something. So she's an absolute superstar, and I'm really proud that she's part of the Black Business School. So that event will be tomorrow night, Thursday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I will also text that link out later on today. So make sure you check your text. I got to go. We're headed off to Egypt as a group. We're doing a group trip to Egypt. That trip is full, so I can't invite anyone else. I'd like to, but we are going to do another group trip at some point, probably South Africa. So we'll talk about that at the convention, which will be October 25th through the 27th. In Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago. So if you want to learn about the All Black National Convention, please visit allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So great to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, in case you're new. And the goal is every morning, every single morning, 7 days a week, we discuss the art of economic elevation and just what that looks like, what it means to elevate your finances, what it means to become the absolute best you can be from a financial standpoint. And also, if you want to get text notifications when we start, and I send them out a couple of times a week, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a reminder, like a kind of a wake-up call to kind of get you started so that you'll know that we are about to do the thing. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I am actually in Amsterdam. I'm at the end of was about a 10-day European tour. Had to do a daddy-daughter business trip, and it was amazing. And let me just tell you, so many cities uh, in in Europe are so beautiful. Let's see, I'm trying to remember all the cities we went to. We went to a bunch of them. Let's see, we had Dubrovnik, which is part of Croatia. And a lot of people think about the war when they think about Croatia. A lot of terrible things happened there, but actually, it's a really beautiful place, and it's really recovered from the war, and it's one of the most beautiful places you've ever seen. In fact, they actually shot Game of Thrones there. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you'll remember King's Landing. That's where Dubrovnik was. It was King's Landing, and then we also went to Brussels, which has this square. I've never seen anything that beautiful in my life. There's like this town square that's 1,000 years old. And I mean, it's amazing. I can't explain how beautiful it is. You just got to go see it. I think you're not gonna regret it. Luxembourg, saw Luxembourg. That's a beautiful city. What's another one? Gosh, I think Basel, where they have Art Basel. That was really cool. And now it's Amsterdam, and now we head back home. And then I got to take another trip next week. We're going to Egypt, a group trip with the Black Business School. We're taking a trip to Egypt, thanks to Jay Cameron. I would invite you guys to go, but unfortunately, immediately all the tickets sold out. And so, if you want to join us on the next trip, though, it's going to be South Africa, and I'll announce that first here because I'd rather travel with people that know me well and that I know you well, and we're connected. So you guys will get first dibs if you want to join us in South Africa. We're probably going to make that available at the All Black National Convention, which is going to happen October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, Illinois, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago. So give me a quick yes if you guys can hear me okay. I am traveling, so I want to make sure that my Wi-Fi is okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. How you doing, James Keller? I see you. Jamila Cook, Travis, Stephen, Pilar, Mia, Claudia, John Peacock. Good to see you. Jackie Myers, Sharon, Josephine Rainwater, Juanita, Rochelle. I see you in here. Sheila. Good to see you. Della Montez, Clarence, Rebecca Lee. So great. It's always great to see all of you. And I want to apologize for the other day. I think there was a day where I could not actually formally cancel class. I didn't get to send out the text. And I just want to say I'm sorry if you came in and I wasn't here. That's not the way I should be doing things, and it is completely my fault, my responsibility, and I apologize for that. But if you want to keep joining us, just so you know, we do this every single day, 7 days a week, because I believe that for us to be a serious community, we got to be serious people, right? And I think that's a great place to begin. I think in order for us to really be taken seriously by the world, we first have to take ourselves seriously. And when I study a lot. I pay attention to everything. When I study, people that are seriously good at what they do, world champions, people who are the best at anything, communities that are succeeding. One thing I know is that, that people that are really good at things, they're very serious. So I think, so my belief, a very fundamental, simple idea is that if we're going to be taken seriously when it comes to our wealth, we're going to have to get serious. We're going to have to make sacrifices. We're going to have to be committed. Tell me if you agree. I hope that you agree with this. We're going to have to really talk about this in a serious way to say, okay, what are some serious things we can do to make sure that we're seriously ready and seriously empowered for the next generation? As I was studying in Europe and I was going through and I was kind of paying attention to European history. I'm gonna do the same thing when I go to Egypt next week. So just know, and sometimes people, when I go to European countries, people say, oh, you only want to hang around white people. I'm like, no, 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 I'm going to Africa next. And so Egypt is a part of Africa. And then there's Ghana and there's other places. But I went to China and I will go to South America. I want to go everywhere. I went to Antarctica. Well, not Antarctica. It was actually Reykjavik, Iceland, which, by the way, is a beautiful place too. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I want to go everywhere. I want to learn from everybody. I like to learn the history of things. I like to learn why did this happen? What happened? How did this come to be? And so here's one of the things that I was noticing, and I'll start here, and then I'm going to go into the point that I wanted to make today for our financial consciousness training. I was curious about the Irish potato famine. And it's interesting. I haven't thought about Ireland for a long time. If you want to know what I think about it, what comes to mind, number one, I found out in my DNA test that I'm like 20% Irish or something, which is weird. It tells me, but you know why that is, right? Some slave master snuck in the barn and took something that didn't belong to him. I'm gonna suspect that was the case. My great great grandfather's name was Boyce, and his slave master gave him that name. So that's the history there. So anyway, with Ireland, I remember in college. I had a scholarship to go to Ireland, and I did not take it. I got my dream job actually that summer working for General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me a ton of money. They put me in a really expensive apartment and gave me a ton of money, and it was the worst, most horrible job I ever had. I had a racist boss who ignored me and didn't teach me anything, and this black mentor I had nothing in common with, and I was so uninspired. And I remember just being so bored and walking around the factory trying to find stuff to do because I hated that job so much. And that was when I decided that I wasn't going to spend my life on the corporate plantation. Just the idea of doing that job for the next 30 or 40 years was very depressing. And so I had my black job, and it was a good black job. I made good black money on that black job, but I did not want that job. I instead of just the black job, I decided maybe I want something that's black owned, or at the very least, I wanted a better job. That's why I became a professor. So anyway, with going back to Ireland here, another thought that came to Ireland, which was really just a random thought. In case you don't know, that's what we do. We talk about money and we do streams of consciousness, but I promise you, everything comes back to money. I remember in college, and I took this class. College is full of like, this it's this great place where you learn a lot, but they also spend a lot of time teaching you a bunch of random things that don't actually help your life. So when I was 19, I had to take a class about old Irish peasants or something, and it was Irish peasants in the 19th century. I don't know what the hell I would have in common with them, except for the fact that I got that Irish blood in there somewhere, which ain't really supposed to be there. And I remember learning about this drink called Boney Clabber. And Boney Clabber is, check this out. This is crazy. It's gonna freak you out. It's where you take milk and you put it on the front porch until it spoils, and it curdles when it spoils, and then you mix it with cow's blood, and people drink that. Like people would drink that stuff. Spoiled milk and cow's blood. That's the nastiest thing in the world. That's the only thing I remember from that class. That's the nastiest thing I remember from that class. And I remember sitting in this class, and it was a big old gigantic room, like auditorium style, 300 people. And the teacher is some old man who bored me to death. And he was talking about all this Irish stuff. I've been hardly paying attention to it, but I had learned enough to get a good grade in the class. And then I raised my hand and asked a question. He says something. He says, well, here's what happened and blah, 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 blah. And he says, but the caveat is, and I raised my hand and he said, yes. And I said, what is a caveat? And he goes, it's a disclaimer. And then he starts talking. He goes, so blah, 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 blah. And I raised my hand again and he goes, yes. And I said, what's a disclaimer? Because I didn't know what a caveat was. I did not know what a disclaimer was. I was just being honest. But those are the assholish things that I've done in my life that have gotten me into a lot of trouble. So if you ever want to know why I get in trouble sometimes, it's because I ask those annoying questions. So anyway, so speaking of Ireland, let's circle back to that. So here's what happened with Ireland, right? So they had this potato famine, and if you want to know what happened in the potato famine, and I want to link this back to Black families and the lesson we can learn about economics here. So what happened in the potato famine was that the Irish had a big part of their economy and a big part of their diet based on potato production. Potatoes apparently are nutritious; they have high nutritional value, and you can grow a lot of potatoes in a small plot of land. So the Irish love potatoes. Well, something happened where the potatoes got poisoned or something, or they caught it some sort of infection, and a bunch of potatoes got sick and died. And the British, who were kind of the colonizers of Ireland to some extent, they kind of were to the Irish what white people are to us. They would kind of come in and take what they want and do what they want. And so they came in and they took the good potatoes and left the Irish with the bad potatoes. And this led to the Irish potato famine. And 1 million people died from starvation because there were no potatoes. There's nothing, no food to feed anybody. And 1 million people left to go to other countries like the US, Canada, stuff like that. I think that's why you have so many big Irish communities in the United States. Like in Chicago every year, they literally have so many Irish people there that they literally pour something into the lake, into the river to make it green, right? St. Patrick's Day is a big deal in Chicago and other cities around the country. So anyway, I thought about this and I was just talking to my daughter about it, and I said, this is really an interesting, sad reality about life. And the reality that I'm picking up from this is that don't nobody really care about you that much in this world. I'm not saying nobody does, but how brutal do you have to be? How brutal did the British have to be to say, we're going to take all the good potatoes and we're going to let you starve. We're going to come to your community and we're going to take all the good stuff. I'm going to leave you with the bad and just wish you the best. And this led to the Irish actually getting really pissed off at the British, which they should have. I'd be mad too. You know, walked up in my house, took all the good food out, and let me and my family starve. Oh, we're never gonna be friends. I'm not voting for you in the next election. That's for damn sure. And so that this led to the Irish fight for independence, and they still have issues with the British to this day, as they should. So I started thinking about the Black community. And I started thinking about how many times they came into our space. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Let me know if you're following this. How many times people have come into our space and cherry picked what they wanted and left us with the shit? How many times they come up in the projects and say, we don't want him or her, but oh, Tyrone, he's 6'8", 240 pounds and can dunk a basketball. We'll take him. We'll take this one. And, you know, or come in and saw us when we were inventing hip hop in the South Bronx in the 1970s and said, "Ooh, we can make money from this. We're going to come in. We're going to take your music and take your culture, but we're going to leave everything else behind. We're going to let you starve while we go and we feed ourselves off of something that we directly extracted from your community." Look at how many times they came into our community, took our wealth, took our talent, took our culture, took our children, took all of our resources, took even our land, right? And left us with nothing, just left us there to just starve and whatever, fall apart. And so really when I thought about this and I thought about the Irish potato famine, I said, man, that's cold. They came in and they didn't give a damn. They took their stuff and just left them with nothing. I started thinking about all these Jackie Robinson moments that we've had in our community where you had a prosperous enterprise, a growing prosperous enterprise that would have become a multi-billion-dollar asset called the Negro Leagues, where you had the most talented, most extraordinary athletes in the world, in this league, kicking ass, taking names, getting fans, filling up stadiums, doing their thing. Thousands of businesses built off of this. Thousands of people are eating off of this, just like the Irish eating the potatoes. They were getting their potatoes from the economic growth that was coming from this sports league. And they came in and they took what they wanted. They took their Jackie Robinson, they took a couple other players, and then the Negro Leagues were just kind of left to die. So they came in, they took the good, like the British did with the Irish. They came in and they took the good potatoes and said, we got to eat first, and then left us with whatever was left us with the crap. And if you don't understand the analogy, I hope you get my analogy. I know I'm a little weird, but these are things that form in my brain when I'm looking at, because here's the thing, oppression is universal. Pimping is an international phenomenon. Exploitation happens in multiple languages across multiple societies all throughout the world, all throughout history. And so there are universal lessons that can be picked up by studying the history of other cultures in addition to our own. You ain't unique. You ain't the first group of people to get colonized. You're not the first group of people to get screwed. You're not the first group of people to have somebody mistreat you or hate you or take your stuff. What I think has to be understood and what we got to learn, and going back to what I was saying in the very beginning, is that maybe this also means you got to get serious. Maybe this means you also have to be able to defend yourself. Maybe this means that you have to kind of look at the pattern here and say, okay, what's going on here? What is it that made us so vulnerable that somebody could come in here and just take our stuff like that? What happened with what was the thinking in the ownership of the Negro Leagues that made them not negotiate a better deal? Like, why didn't they say to the Yankees or the Dodgers and say, you know, you can get a piece of this, but you can't own this. But we'll do a trade. You come play in our stadium, we'll come play in yours. You bring we'll ship a player or two over to you, but you ship a player or two over to us. Whatever. You own this, we own that. What led you to think that it made sense to say, we're going to take our most valuable assets, we're going to take all of our good potatoes, and we're going to give you all the good potatoes, and we're going to keep the rotten ones? That don't even make no sense. That makes absolutely no economic sense. And that is why you were left to starve. Because the Major League Baseball, they eating good. They eating good. They got multi-billion-dollar franchises, and you can't own none of them. You got black people like Magic Johnson. I think Magic was able to own 5% of a team or something. They're like, we'll give you some crumbs. We'll give you the piece that we don't really want that much, and we'll give you a little bit just for the sake of diversity. We'll give you a little DEI here and there or something. Right? And now they don't even want to give you the DEI. And you trying to live off the crumbs, and they living off the feast. I think that there's something to learn there in terms of knowing who your friends are and who really doesn't care about you that much, and knowing what your responsibility is to defend what you have. You have a responsibility for that. And one of the biggest most problematic false ideas that we've been implanted in our heads because we get colonized from birth. When we start going to public school, that's when the colonization process takes place. And then media, they soften you up. It's like an airstrike that happens before you bring in the ground troops. You soften up the target with the airstrike. So the airstrike is the airwaves. What they put on the airwaves and the radio, get everybody twerking, get everybody listening to music that's telling you to send your son to prison at an early age, that's getting all the kids hooked on drugs, getting them out here thugging out and everything else. And then the public school system where they're learning how wonderful white people are and how ridiculously sad and pathetic black people are. That's the airstrike. That's getting you prepped up. That's softening you up, softening up the target so that when they want to take you to the big Diddy party that's going to happen to you in your life where you're going to get screwed for the rest of your life, you're ready for that. You've been softened up. You understand? So the lack of ability and the lack of discernment, the lack of consciousness. This is for economic consciousness, financial consciousness is what we cover every morning. The lack of consciousness shows itself in the sense that you're not stopping and saying, "Hold on, wait, what are you doing? What's in that drink right there? What are you trying to feed me? What's in this? What ingredients are in this thing that you're trying to feed me right now in this education you're trying to give me? What's in this? What is on this TV screen that you try? What's in this music? What poison did you put in the music to make us think that make our kids want to grow up and become thugs and killers and gangsters and drug addicts and everything else? No, we're not doing that. Do you understand? That requires strategy. It requires consciousness. It requires preparation. It also requires courage. And in some cases, we are lacking all of these things. We lack all of these things because in many cases, unfortunately, whenever somebody comes along and says, "Why are we letting them do this to us?" First thing you'll have another black person getting mad at that person, saying you're dangerous. Wait, that's a dangerous person. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. Even when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I don't know how smart I am. I don't know how smart I compare to other people, but I know that when it comes to economics, I'm one of the most highly trained people on this planet. And I remember when I would say certain things and say, well, this don't make no sense. Why would we let them do that to us? You'd be amazed how many black professors were scared to even be my friend. They were scared to be my friend because they knew that the colonizers were going to kick them in the ass if they did. If they got seen hanging with me, if they saw that they were associated with me, they knew they would get in trouble for that. And so I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't need a lot of friends. I'm not that don't I, I leaned on the Nat Turner spirit, whatever. If I got to do this by myself, I'm going to do it. I'm not following a stupid crowd. I'm not following strategies that fail. I'm not following an approach that has clearly showed that it's not going to get us what we want because slavery is not fun. It's not fun to have somebody else control your life. It's not fun to have somebody else beating you up all the time. It's not fun to be at the bottom. It's not fun to be in last place. I don't want to be in last place. I want to be a winner. I like winning. I like succeeding. I like being the best. I like doing my best. Even if I'm not the best, I want to do my best. And I don't think, I'm gonna tell you this, my little simple theory is that in many cases, we are not really doing our best. I really think that we're sort of afraid to shine. We're afraid to push. We're afraid to grow. We're afraid to stand up. We're afraid to be what we were meant to be. And so this colonization oppression that kind of occurs kind of stunts our growth. And just to tell you where my ideas have gotten on this, I literally remember whenever I would hear somebody complaining about how the public schools aren't going to teach Black history in the right way, my first reaction is, why do we think why do we need white people to teach us our history? Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I have this. How many of y'all got a cell phone? Anybody else got a phone? Or am I the only one? It's this new technology. You probably haven't heard of it. Let me tell you about it. You haven't heard of this, so it's very cutting edge. It's called an iPhone. The iPhone. I don't know. So a few of y'all may have heard of it, but I've got this thing called an iPhone. And did you know that with my iPhone, I can look up anything that I want on this other amazing invention called the internet. Holy crap. Oh my God. And I know this is freaking y'all out. This is new stuff, man. This is the new stuff. And so if I use this thing called the internet on my iPhone, I can look up anything that a teacher could teach in a classroom. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? And I don't even need a white man's permission to do that. I don't got to ask massa to let me do nothing. So go tells your friends, tells your family, tells your children that we can teach ourselves now. We don't need to go to this building with some crusty lady from the suburbs who don't even know who the hell I am, who don't understand me, my struggle, my family, my children, or nothing, teaching them a bunch of very biased false facts about who I am. I don't need to abuse my children by exposing them to that nonsense. I'm not saying your kids shouldn't go to school. I'm not telling you to go take your kids out of school. I'm not that extreme. But at the end of the day, we can educate ourselves. And not only can we do that, we should be doing that. We should do that. Do you understand? We should do that. Not because again, I'm not saying take your kid out of school. Don't think some of y'all are doing homeschooling, and I applaud you. I think that that's a great solution. But don't think I'm telling you like, oh, you're a sellout for sending your kid to school. I'm not here to judge any of that. So let's just do we understand each other, please? Because I don't want people to take what I'm saying and make it into an extremist argument. This is not extremism. This is not extremism. This is called common sense. Common sense says that when they are giving you Kool-Aid that's filled with pee and rat poison, you should probably think a little more carefully about what you allow your children to drink. And that's what they're giving them the Kool-Aid and it's got some pee in it. It does. It's got this thing called white supremacy, this idea that somehow everything wonderful that's ever happened in the world was done by a white man, and black people, the only thing you've ever done is you were freed from slavery, which you didn't even do because there was this bearded white guy named Abraham Lincoln who did it for you. That's the best that ever happened to you. So you celebrate Juneteenth every year like it's the greatest thing you've ever accomplished because the best thing you ever accomplished was letting white people free you and get you out of jail. And so now to this day, we still carry the same mentality. We carry the same mindset that says, yeah, we can make progress, but we need their help. We need them to do this for us. We need them to open doors for us. And that bred that whole industry of these anti-racism speakers that pretty much go to big white universities and they don't really talk to a lot of black people. They talk mostly to white people and explain to white people how to treat black people better because you are defined as this relentlessly oppressed minority group who has no fate or no ability to control their own fate. And what I want you to understand is that is very, very dangerous. It does not mean that good white folks who truly want to heal and truly want to do the right thing can't play a role. There's nothing against that. Some of you are white in this room, and I applaud you for having the courage to hear from a loud, angry black man every morning. I respect that immensely. You're your family too, if you got the right energy. But what I am saying is that you have to also ask yourself, can we do this if they never help us? If no one ever comes in and saves us, if we're the Irish, if we are where the Irish were, we're with British oppression under British rule, where the British were coming in, taking their resources, taking their women, taking their food, and kicking their asses. If we are the Irish and the British are just being the British, what if the British never help us at all? What if they never change their behavior? What if they never shift? What are you going to do? At that point, it's all on you, Jack. It's all on you. Do you understand? Like this whole time, every experience I have, because I think a lot, it can be transformative. You never know what day I might come in here and have a whole different set of ideas because of something I experienced. And let me just tell you a little something. Every city I went to this week, when I went to Dubrovnik in Croatia, when I went to Luxembourg, Basel, Brussels, and Amsterdam, in every single city, every single country, every single province, all I would hear are stories about how they had to defend their freedom. Every single place. Every place there will be a history of they fought this war to stop these invaders. They built this wall to go and stop these other people from there. See, this is what you need to understand is that bullying and pimping are universal. The bullying is something that's happened internationally for thousands of years. If you don't have a plan for you and your family, if you don't play defense, then somebody else is going to play offense. Do you get what I'm saying? If you can't protect what you got, some asshole's gonna come along and try to take it. And this false idea where we're raised to be victims and we're raised to sit there defenseless and without a plan, without a strategy, without a sacrifice, and just hope that our oppressors decide to be nicer to us, that is by design. That is by design. Elon Musk is an interesting guy, right? I don't love him or hate him. I think he's smart, but he's also a racist. And the reason Elon is a racist is because he grew up in apartheid. That's why he says those stupid things on his Twitter. Again, I don't hate him because I don't take it personally because I don't care what white people think about me. That's not how I evaluate my self-worth. One thing that they used to do during apartheid was, did you know, how many of y'all knew this? That, and I'm not an expert on apartheid. So those of you who know more about it than I do, forgive me if I say something wrong. But I remember reading how during apartheid that if you had a son of military age, and I guess that's like between 18 and 40 or something, 35 or whatever, if you had a son of military age, they needed to know where your son was at all times. If they came to your house or somebody in the village told them that your son disappeared and just left town for a while, you could go to jail for that. They will come get you. They might kill somebody in your family or lock up your mama because your son is not, nobody knows where your son is at. Do you know why they did that? Does anybody know why? Can you guess why? Because because they did not want young, angry black men to go get military training that would allow them to fight back. Did y'all know that? They wanted passive men. They wanted feminine men. They wanted weak men. They wanted the wusses. Because you can control a wuss. You can control a weak little pathetic man who don't fight back or a man who doesn't have the skill to fight back. But you can't really, it's hard to oppress a warrior. Because warriors are different. Warriors have strategy. Warriors have tactics. Warriors ain't scared to die. They're ready to die. They're ready to go down for what they believe in. So it's hard to oppress a warrior. It's easy to oppress a punk. So do you think that it's a coincidence that we suddenly have this rise in the feminization of black men all throughout this society? Has anybody been to Atlanta and see how many, and no disrespect, this is not anti nobody. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but you go to Atlanta, you can't help but notice how many brothers want to walk around in mini skirts with high heels and wigs on. You think this is an accident? You think this somebody was, you think this kind of was part of the plan? What do y'all think? So here's the deal. It's one thing if the bully can beat you up. Sure, but beating you up is hard to do if you fight back. It's easier for the bully to soften you up so that you are scared to fight in the first place. And the reality is that a lot of our people are scared to fight. And then if they're not scared to fight, they don't know how to fight because you never had conversations like this. You never sat down with your father or your mother and had them explain to you that preparation is the key to success. They never told you that the way to prevent a problem is to prevent a problem. They never told you that the way to overcome the attack is to get ready for the attack. They never taught you that in Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War, that battles are won before they even begin. They never taught you that. You just get spilled and flooded with a culture from the BETs of the world, who are white-owned companies that pretend to be in blackface. They spill a culture of instant gratification, very sloppy living, very irresponsible choices, so that you simply are just sloshing through life, being a victim of problems that sometimes you created yourself. Like, so when you're that guy that's 36 years old and you can't figure out how to pay your child support because you got 7 babies mamas, well, You made those babies, and nobody ever talked to you about sexual discipline and the importance of that as a form of economic preservation. Nobody talked to you about that. Or you sitting in a bad situation because you chose not to get an education because you out thugging and following the crowd and getting into street life and all this other stuff because that was marketed to you. They packaged that up and marketed that to you. And then now you 30 something years old trying to play catch up because you spent your 20s in the streets. That was all by design. They marketed that to you. So what I'm here to say on this is that when you're talking about the accumulation of black wealth, that is something that requires discipline and planning. When you talk about the preservation of that wealth, that also requires discipline and planning. Uh, it requires a mindset where you understand that your economics is a form of self-defense. See, money is used to enslave people all throughout the world. Economic warfare is very, very real, not just in the United States, but it happens all over the globe. And so my question that I would ask you is, have I at least convinced you to consider that your choices in terms of how economically intelligent and economically prepared you and your children are is a really important part of your self-defense strategy? Have I convinced you that this is connected, that a lot of the victimization occurs because we're not thinking in terms of preparation and strategy? Do you understand? And actually, I'm going to talk to you about my conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier in a second. But before I do that, I want to mention to you all really quickly that there is something that we're doing now that I've offered you called the Freedom Challenge, where literally, you guys know in Money in the Morning, I've probably done about 200 lectures so far just this year alone. And by the time we're done, it'll be up in the thousands. And so what we did was one of my team members put something together where if you text the word freedom to 87948, you'll get one of those lectures sent to you every single morning. So if you like the Money in the Morning vibe and this is great for you, then if you text freedom to 87948, you will get one of those Money in the Morning lectures that maybe something I did in January or February that'll be sent to you because these ideas are universal. And I'd like for you to also, if you just so you can have it all for free, if you would just please share this with your family, share this with your loved ones, because I really believe deeply that economic intelligence is one of the keys to our freedom. It's not going to solve every problem, but having resources, having money makes a big difference in your life. It makes a big difference in the options that you have. So just text freedom to 87948 and we can send that to you. And also just a reminder later on today, and I'm not going to keep talking for too long, but later on today, I am going to do a Q&A for those of you that are interested in stock options and learning how to buy and sell stock options to make money. It's really more so for beginners. So if you'd like to join that, then feel free to join our options class. It's drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Prime members, you can come in. You guys should have gotten a link in your text messages this morning. That's going to happen today at noon Eastern. All right. So let me finish up on a conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier. So Dr. Frazier, in case you don't know, he runs the Power Networking Conference every year. He is by far, in my view, the greatest networking guru in the United States. And the reason that what Dr. Frazier does is so important is because not only is Dr. Frazier the OG, I think he's approaching 80, but he looks like he's 50 or 40, and he is one of the sharpest men I know, one of the greatest men I know, and I counsel with him on a regular basis, just like I do with Dr. Claude Anderson. And the reason that his job is so important is because he does one of the most important things that that Black people should consider as it pertains to wealth accumulation. He talks about bringing us together. He talks about collaboration over competition. He talks about connecting, networking, working as a group economics, economics as a team sport, which is the powernomics principle. And the reason I have so much appreciation for what Dr. Frazier does is because when I was in grad school working on my doctorate in finance, I remember all of these economic models that pretty much showed that when you bring people together, you are actually creating wealth. There are legitimate, real economic models that basically show when you bring people together, you're creating wealth because when you bring people together, what you're doing is you're creating trade. Do you understand? So when you talk about places like right now I'm in Amsterdam, and Amsterdam had a company, I think it was called the Dutch East Indies Company or Dutch East India something company, and this was the first corporation ever created. It was worth today in today's dollars, it would be worth about $10 trillion. Apple's worth about 2 trillion. This company would be worth about $10 trillion. And one of the things I noticed when I studied, see, when you see something that's winning, you see something that's successful, you study it. So I studied this company, and I believe it's the Dutch East India Company. Forgive me if I got the name wrong. I got to go look that up again. But anyway, one of the things I noticed that was really interesting is the way this company came into fruition, came to existence, is basically you had a bunch of scattered companies all trading spices. Again, trade. Trade was a form of wealth. Trade brought people together. There's a big river where people would gather on the river. And that's why rivers were an important part of any country's economy. So they were all doing all this trade individually. And they said something that's very logical, very natural, that even an animal can understand. They said, instead of all of us scrambling and doing our own thing, competing with each other, crabs in a barrel taking each other out, why don't we come together and do all this as one group? And why don't we engage in group economics? And that's what they did. So they formed a company that became arguably the most valuable company in the history of the world, one of the most valuable. They again, I got to double check to see if the valuations are correct. But from what I have seen, this company was worth 5 times more than Apple in terms of its power and its impact. And so what Dr. Frazier does, and this is why y'all need to study this man. He's an American treasure. He's more important to me than Donald Trump. He's more important to me than a Joe Biden can ever be. He's more important than pretty much any non-black person I've ever studied in my life. Definitely for the purposes of what we're trying to do. The reason you should pay attention to this man is because he's giving you the keys to the kingdom by helping you understand the very same philosophy that led to the creation of the most valuable company in the history of the world, or one of the most valuable. He's explaining that if you embrace the right ideas that lead to collaboration with family, collaboration with friends, collaboration with other people that have similar interests, you can accomplish a whole lot more than you can by competing with that Negro across the street or competing with that lady that's on the other black person on your job. Collaboration is far superior to competition. And so when you take this and you blend this with other things that we talk about, like in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. The reason we created the Black Financial Therapy Department is, I said, we have so much undiagnosed, untreated trauma in our community, so many generational curses, so much fear, so much anger, so much hostility that it keeps us from being able to collaborate. Because in order to collaborate, you need trust. In order to collaborate, you need to calm your ass down and resolve disputes in a peaceful way. In order to collaborate, you can't get into this whole gangster mentality that's being promoted to us, where we're constantly trying to beat each other out. I mentioned to you all the difficulty that I had trying to partner with Kanye West, because everything he did was about trying to dominate me, and I just don't respond well to that. That was a very difficult conversation. So collaboration, that's one of the keys. That's one of the things. So here's the thing. I told Dr. Frazier, and we didn't just talk about that. We talked about one other thing, and I'm gonna bring this up in a minute. Is I said, so to me, the point of education is not just so you can go to school, get a bunch of degrees, and get a good job. To me, the point of education in the middle of the type of oppression that we are faced with, in the middle of the type of economic bullying that we experience, in the middle of the challenges that we experience, I said the goal of education is to prepare you to have the skill set that you need to accomplish a specific goal. If you can't figure out what is at the end of that tunnel, if you're going into education blindly just saying, I'm going to go study a bunch of books because somebody told me to, then you're missing the point. What you're supposed to do is actually do what they call in mathematics. They call this dynamic optimization. You start at the end. You say, why? Why am I doing this? What is this going to help me do? And then you work your way backward to figure out what you need to do. So to me, here's what I'm thinking. I said, okay, so we started talking about family. And one thing Dr. Frazier brought up, and this is the conversation we had last night while I was in Amsterdam. He was on the phone with me. I said, he said, and then we both agreed. He said that when you look at wealth across different communities, he said East Indians have the highest wealth in America. And I could have sworn he said that their marriage rate is like 95% or higher. And then when you go down to Asian communities, which are right up there too, they have a very high marriage rate. And then he talks about white people, other communities. He said, then when you get to the very bottom of the economic list, pay attention now. Let me know if you're following me now. I hope you're following me. He said, when you get to the bottom of the wealth race, you got black people. Well, the marriage rate has been declining for 40, 50 years. The ability to keep a family together has cost you $10 trillion in economic value. And I said, yeah, I get what you're saying. I just sat there and listened. I didn't say a single word when he was talking because I said, you know what? I'm smart enough to know that when the teacher's teaching, you shut up and listen. And I listened. I listened to every word. And I hung on every word. And I think I was so quiet. I think he thought I wasn't paying attention, or maybe I was getting bored. And I said, no, I'm not bored. I'm meditating on every word that's coming out of your mouth because I got 1,000 things that I'm thinking about, but I want to let you finish all this because I really want to hear all this. Then I'm going to tell you how you were correct on every single point. I mean, I want you to process this. Did y'all know the lowest median net worth in America is that of a single black mother with children? Did y'all know that? She has the lowest median net worth in America. And right there with her is the single black father that's got a whole bunch of babies, mamas, and is giving all his money to the child support court. When your families break up, when your families fall apart, that is an economic win for those who are extracting and plucking resources from the black community. It's a win for them because now all five of y'all are out there scrambling. All five of y'all are paying rent to a different landlord. All five of y'all are working for a different master. All five of y'all are out here buying consumer products with your extra money. And there's no coordinated collaborative effort to accumulate wealth that is going to be collected and preserved within the family unit. There's nothing, there's no plan for that. There's no conversation around that. That's a foreign idea. It's a very foreign idea to say, how do we build wealth for our family? It's a common idea to say, how am I building wealth for the landlord? Or how am I building wealth for the store down the street? How am I building wealth for my boss? I love my boss. So here's what I said to Dr. Fraser. I'm gonna go back to this point. As I said, okay, first off, I think black people should be educating black people. I don't apologize for that. I don't care how evil it sounds to some people. Some people, that's a foreign concept. They can accept the idea that white people would educate us, but they can't understand why we'd want to educate each other. That's just what a Negro teaching Negroes, like, that's not appropriate. Why? But it's appropriate for you to teach me. Is that what you're saying? That's cool. That's the standard. But when I say no, I want to teach my kids. I want to teach my people. I want people like I want my people teaching me. Well, that's radical. You're dangerous. You're talking What's dangerous about that? I get it because I'm blowing up your spot right now. I'm undermining your economic interest because you're so accustomed to, in a very entitled way, taking everything from me. You're accustomed to taking all my money. You're accustomed to taking all of our votes. You're accustomed to taking our children. You're accustomed to taking our resources. You're accustomed to taking our land. You're accustomed to taking all of our time. I get that. So sorry. That's just not happening now. Because here's the thing: what you got to understand about wealth, all wealth really is it's an accumulation process. All wealth really is gathering a bunch of stuff and piling it up in one place. That's all it is. That's what it means to be a rich person or a rich family or a rich entity or a rich corporation. Is basically you got a whole bunch of shit and you just piled it all up and it's all yours. You went and you found it and you pulled it all together and then you protected it. That's what you did. That's how you got wealthy. That's when someone's rich, that's what they did. They figured out where's the money at. Oh, it's over here and it's over here and it's over here. And they went just like you go pick cherries or strawberries in the field. They picked up the wealth, except they're picking up dollar bills or whatever. And then they got them all together. And then when people tried to come and take it, they defended it. They said, no, you can't have this. This is mine. So what I'm asking you is, what accumulation have you done for your family? Where have you, where in your training, anywhere in your educational process at all, at any point, were you ever trained on this very basic idea of looking at the family unit as something that must be protected and preserved, seeing the family unit as not just this thing that you just do because you got nothing better to do, or this thing that you create because you found some girl that was cute and you decide to have sex with her. What about thinking about the family unit as an economic vehicle and realizing that this is absolutely essential. This must be protected because this thing will protect you, because the family unit, when it's well organized and structured and everybody has the right skill set and everyone's collaborating and working toward a common objective, can be a massive economic engine that then leads to the defense of both your family and to your community as a collective. Because all a community is a collection of families. Why is this not part of our educational process? I'll make it more concrete. Let me make it more concrete for you so we can actually have some direct ideas to walk away with. If I was building a school right now, and maybe one day I'll figure out how to get enough money to build a complete school. We got the Black Business School. That's very real. There's 156,000 students in the school, but my ambitions are bigger. I'd like to have training centers all around the world. If I had this school, here's what I would teach. I would have experts teach these things. I would teach the children things like conflict resolution, so that you're not trying to go fight and disassociate with every Black person who pisses you off. I would teach them how to manage relationships at an early age so they can build the right relationships with the right people and repair those relationships when necessary. I would teach them the value and the importance of the family unit, and why you should be willing to sacrifice to preserve that family unit, instead of thinking that if I break up with this girl, I can go and sleep with some other women, or I can go be a city girl now because I ain't got no husband no more. I would teach kids how to be a husband. Your boys don't know how to be husbands. That's why women who are ready to get married have a hard time on the dating scene, because y'all know what it is. These guys, 29 years old, looking for ass on the third date, and that's all they want because they don't see the value of what lies on the other side of the orgasm. That, again, instant gratification culture. That's that BET nonsense that they're getting taught on TV every single day, and they're not realizing how lonely they're going to be when they're 70 years old and don't nobody give a damn about you. When you done had a stroke and you sit up in the hospital and you need somebody to wipe your ass, you know, a wife would have been a handy thing to have, but they're not thinking about that. They're thinking they're going to be 29 years old forever. I've seen this happen. A lot of men die alone because of that, because nobody prepares them for the long term. They're not thinking strategically. I would teach young girls. I would have women teach young girls how to be wives, how to appreciate men. We don't appreciate men in our society. We got a lot of good men who get made fun of, get attacked, get disrespected, get beat up on, get abused, and nobody talks about that. I think that is atrocious. You know, I tell you, I work really hard. I do my absolute best to be the best man that I can be, because I was raised by a man who taught me that these things were important. And one of the things I can appreciate about my wife is that her and my mother-in-law go out of their way to let me know how much they appreciate me. And that's a wonderful thing. That's a great feeling. That makes me want to be a better man. I would have young girls learn these things. Let's just be honest with you. Honest for a minute. If you grew up in a house where you never saw two people love each other and work together to build a strong family, how do you even know what to do? You don't know what to do. And I want you to think about this, right? We spend years and years and years getting training to learn how to work for massa. We will spend 4 or 5 years learning how to do a skill so we can get a degree, so we can go get a job working for a white man. We'll dedicate years in training for that. But we give no time to train on how to do the thing that's most important, the most important task of your life, which is the nurture and reproduction of children, the protection of a family. That's far more important than your job at Ford. But you'll go to school 4 years to go work at Ford, but you won't spend 10 minutes learning how to be a good spouse or learning how to be a good parent. So education, I think, should be reshaped. I really think we should literally start education by saying, what are the most important things? What are the top 5 priorities for any African-American person between, say, the ages of 30 and 50? Let's start there. Okay, so and then once we figure out what those top 5 priorities are, we're going to train the kids and get them ready for this. And there are some cultures that already do this. That's why they have things like the debutante balls and all that stuff. You're teaching the ladies and the men how to interact with each other, because they understand the importance of reproduction. Because when you don't have these things, when you don't have the training, then what you get is what you see all throughout society. You just see sloppiness. Some dude just making a bunch of babies everywhere because he's being led by his penis. Girls laying down with guys that have absolutely no future whatsoever, but still think that somehow he's a great man to be with because he looks like my favorite rapper. And it just creates a big mess. And then in the mess, you can never build wealth in the middle of mess. You can't build wealth in the middle of chaos. You can't build wealth in the middle of war. You can't. To tell you how it ended with the Dutch East India Company, when I studied how they became so powerful, I said, well, what happened to them? How did they fall apart? And I was so interested in it. I wrote notes. I said, oh man, I got to tell everybody this. Oh, here's a few things that caused them to decline. They were the most powerful company in the world. This is the downfall. The biggest was they were constantly fighting. They were constantly fighting. They had wars that with France and England, because when you get rich, you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have people that are gonna fight you. So they were fighting these wars, and that bankrupt them. And then they were fighting with each other. They were fighting internally. A lot of your families are like that. A lot of your families always fighting. Everybody's fighting all the time. You can't build nothing in the middle of fighting and chaos. And so this is why, as a family, I think that when you're building your family wealth or you're doing whatever you want to do, I think that having a process for mediation is very important. Having family meetings is very important. Getting a therapist to help you work through your conflicts is very important. Even if you're talking about three friends that you started a great business with, I think having somebody that can help you mediate disputes will go a very long way. Also, there was a mismanagement issue, mismanagement of the resources. When they became wealthy, they got sloppy and greedy, and people were stealing and doing corrupt things. And then next thing you know, everything declined. So I think about this. That made me think about the fact that, did you all know that 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation? 70% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in two generations. And that's because sometimes success can make you complacent and make you get comfortable, make you think the money's never going to run out. And next thing you know, you're broke. Just ask a lot of these professional athletes who do these ESPN 30 for 30s, where they talk about how much they had and then they eventually lost it all. And this is a common story that you see. So not only does climbing to the top require a certain type of collaborative effort, a certain type of planning and strategy, but protecting your position once you're at the top is also important. So things like estate planning and having a generational wealth plan, things like that, really important for every family. And I want you to think for a second about how many times you see people that die that didn't even have a will. People that died that didn't have life insurance. People that died didn't even have any plan for who was going to get what. And these are real stories, and these are things to think about as you're talking about building your wealth and protecting it. Okay. All right. I'm going to go, guys. I hope this discussion was beneficial to you. I hope that this helps you in terms of how to process these things. And again, if I say anything that's offensive, I apologize, but really I don't, because I just say what I have to say. And I hope we can disagree and still be loved. So let me remind you, number one, if you want to do the Freedom Challenge and get the training sent to you every day for 30 straight days, it's 30 days to wealth and power. It's totally free. Just text the word freedom to the number 87948. Text freedom to 87948, and you'll start getting the text messages tomorrow. Number two, we're going to do the stock options Q&A at noon Eastern today. That's in an hour. So if you still like to join, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. You can join the Prime program. It's a great program in terms of generating income from selling stock options. That's how I make my money. And then number three, I wanted to announce something that we're developing. We decided to create something called the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a stock market investing competition that we want to do in the Black Business School. And we're going to basically set it up where you guys can compete with each other and invest. And whoever does well and makes the most money, we will give them lifetime access to the Black Business School, to any class they want to take. So the Black Investors Cup, we're going to announce that soon. And that's going to be kind of a cool big thing that we want to do, because I kind of like competition and stuff that makes investing fun. So that's something we came up with. So anyway, I'll let you guys know how that goes, and I'll brief you on all of that. And also, don't forget, the All Black National Convention happens October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which actually is in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So if you'd like to come to the convention and join us and hang out with us, it's usually about 600 or 700 people. So enough people to have a big, a decent crowd, but not so big that it becomes impersonal. We're not interested in something that has thousands of people. I'd rather have 500 or 600 of the right people with the right mindset. And we bring together the best experts in the community for one purpose, and that is to solve problems in our community with our people first. And that's it. That's all that matters. That's the Black agenda. As far as I'm concerned, the Black agenda is the only agenda, because it requires that much effort, that much focus, that much concentration in order for us to do this. Now, let's see, Gigi, I did not see your question. Let's see. Gigi says, "Can you please talk about how to purchase bonds for monthly income?" You know what, Gigi? That's more so for a stock market class. So you can bring that into class at noon, or you can bring that into Stock Market Tuesdays, and we could talk about that. I didn't. This class is more so to talk about financial consciousness and economic elevation from a broad perspective. The specifics of any type of investing is not something that we really do in this particular gathering. I like to keep things focused, okay? But there is plenty of information. If you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, theblackbusinessschool.com, you can log in. There's plenty of classes on how to pretty much do anything that you'd like to do. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. I was hearing about is real estate, and how a lot of people are using real estate for retirement as part of their retirement plan, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of benefits to real estate. But one of the things that they mentioned that I'm actually going to drill into is that real estate investing is not very liquid. That's one of the things that people don't think about. It ties your money up for a long time sometimes, and it's very difficult to pull your money out instantaneously. So what I look for in an investment is not just profitability, but I look for liquidity. The liquidity, all liquidity is the simple financial theory definition of liquidity is very basic. It is the ease with which an asset can be converted into cash. If I need to turn that thing into cash and I need to do it in 20 minutes, can I do it? If I need to do it in a week, can I do it? If I have a bill coming up and I have a cash flow need, can I do it? Because one thing that people don't know about wealth is that if you look at the reasons businesses fail and the reasons, bankruptcies occur, it's not typically just because of things like profitability. Most businesses don't fail due to a lack of profitability. Most businesses actually fail due to a lack of liquidity, a lack of cash flow. What does that mean? That means that you've got an invoice that you have to pay by Friday, and you're sitting on $1 million worth of assets, but you can't convert it into cash fast enough. Maybe you don't have the banker on the phone when you could borrow against it or whatever. So what I want to do is kind of lay out options income as something that I think is worthy of exploration. I think it's not just something that can benefit you. I think it's something that can benefit your kids. I believe in the intergenerational transfer of economic knowledge. I believe that we should be on the cutting edge of economic thinking. I believe that once we do that as a community, when we commit to that, I believe that we're going to be better than everyone else. I believe we're literally going to dominate the rest of the world. There won't be any other community better at wealth creation than we are. And I know that this is possible. We've got our Michael Jordans on the basketball court, we got our Tiger Woods on the golf course, we got our football players and all that. Well, and we got our Jay-Z's in hip hop. Well, maybe my goal is to make sure your kids are the Jay-Z, Michael Jordan of finance, right? That's what I want us to be. And who knows? I've been called the Michael Jordan or the Malcolm X of finance, so I'll accept that. I'll take that honor. I appreciate those who said that, but really, I'm not even talking about me. I'm really talking about you. What I have and what I am doesn't matter if it doesn't transfer to you and transfer to your kids, because there are more of you than there are of me. There are more of them than there are of us. So remember that it's really each one teach one. Scaling up means multiplying. It means mass producing that which you want to see in the world. So that's the goal. That's why I do Money in the Morning. We meet every single morning at 7 a.m. And I wanted to do this every single day because I wanted to help you form healthy financial habits, but form the habit myself of constantly transferring perspective and knowledge that can benefit you. So without further ado, let me go ahead and just lay this out. And again, those of you who've seen some of this before, then this is a great refresher. I every time I go through and I think about stock options and ways to use them, I come up with new perspectives. One thing I want to mention for sure is never get to the point where you think you know everything. Never get to the point where you think you have it all mastered and have it all figured out, because nobody has it all figured out. Nobody gets to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I know it. I know everything. I know it all. If anybody ever says that they know everything or that they've already have it mastered and figured out, then don't learn from that person, because that's not a person who's growing. That's a person who's grown to their peak potential. I don't want to ever be at my peak, because I don't think that my peak is something that I get to decide where that's going to happen. I think that that's God's decision. That's the universe. That's not my choice, right? So really, truth be told, as I teach stock options and talk about it, I'm studying it, thinking about it all the time, analyzing different things, testing out new theories, running by, looking at different possibilities. And I kid you not, every single year I come up with a new insight. So what I'm going to talk about today is how to make money without working. And this is the power of selling stock options. Again, those of you who are new, you'll understand it by the time we're done. Those of you who already know this, this is a great refresher for you. And so let me just lay this out for you. So one question I'm going to ask, and this is and also just so you know, I'm going to give this same talk today at the Power Networking Conference. So I figured, hey, you know what? If I'm going to talk to a room full of, let's say 40, 50, 80 people, whatever number there is, in Money in the Morning, we have 1,000 people that come in. Why not talk to 1,000 people in addition to the people that are in the room? So you don't have to be in the room because you guys are part of the Money in the Morning family. You guys get a chance to see what I'm going to talk about tonight. All right. So basically, this is the goal. This is why we're here. One of the things I've noticed is that there are many ways to make money. There are many ways to generate income and generate streams of income. We've talked about that a lot. And the best types of streams are passive, consistent streams of income, streams that don't require you to do any work. Well, one thing that people don't explore enough is that you can generate lots of money off of your stock that you own, similar to having an apple tree in your backyard. A person who has a healthy apple tree in their backyard doesn't go hungry because they can always go outside and get an apple. So another goal is to level up our lives. The more economically intelligent we are, and the more that we know, the better our lives are going to be. So it's not just about having a strong bank account; it's about having a wealthy life. That's the goal. Also, when it comes to investing, I've noticed as we do our surveys, we do numerous studies. The Black Business School isn't just a school; we are a think tank. We have the best experts in a lot of different areas. We work with attorneys, we work with psychologists. We have the first ever Black financial therapy department. We're incredibly innovative in terms of solving one problem, and the one question we're solving is the racial wealth gap. How do we reverse the racial wealth gap? How do we remove the negative gap and turn it into a positive gap where we're running away from everybody else? So one thing that we found is that when our therapists and our psychologists are studying the mindsets of people in our community, we find that risk is really a big deal. And a lot of the risk comes from trauma, just the ways we've dealt with trauma. Trauma is something that's heavy in our community. It doesn't get talked about enough because people don't really understand how deep it is. It's not just in your head. It also is in your bloodstream. It is in your spirit and energy. It's in your relationships. It's going to definitely show up in your finances. So I said, okay, how do we look for ways to invest that are affordable and also impactful and safe, right? So how do we actually change our lives, not just pretend to change our lives, do things that everyone can afford that wants to do it, and also ways that are actually safe. So these are some of the methods that we've laid out and put together. And then lastly, leaving a generational legacy is extremely important because most of the racism and the other problems that we talk about, they link back to economics. Most of the areas where we don't feel free come down to the fact that somebody else is controlling our lives, or we have to get up and go to work for somebody we don't like, or somebody who doesn't like us. Or we have to do things that we don't want to do. So the best way to prepare for freedom is to prepare for freedom. The best way to give your kids freedom is to prepare in advance. Leaving generational legacies is critical. It's not just an added bonus. It's not just something you do if you're doing a good job. It's something you do as a requirement. It's almost like when Chris Rock, used to talk about his friends that would say, "I ain't never been to jail," and he was like, "You're not supposed to go to jail," or "I take care of my kids." You're supposed to take care of your kids. You're taking things that should be that are really par for the course, and we're acting like we hit a birdie or an eagle. We're acting like we should get extra cookies for doing the very basics. So leaving a generational legacy, making sure that the person after you is not behind you or is not at the same place you are. That should be just a general principle that all of us apply no matter what. So here's some lies that I was told as a kid, and let me know in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if you were told any of these same lies. One, everybody has to get a job. Did anybody else grow up with that lie, that myth from hell that has destroyed so many millions of lives? Anybody else grow up with that? That everybody, if you don't work, you don't eat. Yeah, I used to hear that all the time. Everybody has to get a job. Well, a lot of us don't know that there are families where they don't even talk about jobs. They talk about acquiring assets. They talk about raising capital. They talk about hiring people. They don't talk about getting a job. So everybody does not have to get a job, but that's a myth that we're told. If you don't work, you don't eat. That's another one I heard all the time when I was 11 years old and I wanted to have money in my pocket. I was told, "You better get a job, boy, better get a job." And that also you have to have money in order to make money. And a lot of you were maybe told that you have to be very wealthy in order to have income or to increase your income. And a lot of these myths are untrue. You don't need money in order to make money. Everyone has capital. Capital is deeper than just money. Money is a type of capital, but there are other types of capital that you have. If you went to school for a while, you have intellectual capital. By being a human being that can work, that's healthy. You have human capital. You had your free time is a source and a form of capital. Your relationships are a form of capital. If you're young and healthy versus old and tired, like that young person has a type of capital they can use. So capital is deeper than just money. So don't think you have to have money to make money. What you need is you need capital to make money. You need capital, not money, capital. All right. So what do you want to avoid? Here are a few things that I think we can eliminate, and this is consider me to be like a financial doctor, and I'm diagnosing the patient and offering a medication that hopefully can help you. I see a lot of pain in generational curses. Let me know if you just sometimes get sad when you think about things that happened to you that shouldn't have happened. I get sad. I know that feeling. Let me know if you have ever looked at a situation and said, this could be so much better if so and so just did what they were supposed to do, or if this person had not done this horrible thing to me, or why would somebody who loves me treat me like this? A lot of us go through that. There's a lot of pain and generational curses, and I want that pain to go away. And it's tough, but I start with saying, okay, well, what about me as the head of a household? I have a lot of power. I can if I want to distribute pain to the children, I could. If I want to distribute something that uplifts them, I can. And the key is consciousness. Every single morning we meet for financial consciousness training. So consciousness is just awareness. It's understanding what you're doing and the impact of what you're doing. In economics, they refer to these partly as ripple effects. Ripple effects is basically how the way I treat my kids is going to affect how they treat other people, which is going to affect how they treat their kids. So that there's a big ripple effect in terms of what we do with each other and how that affects other people. So I know that, for example, when I talk to you, let's say there are 1,000 of you listening now. I don't think of that as 1,000 people. I see 40,000 people. And the reason I see 40,000 people is because I know for a fact that if I throw the stone hard enough, if I leave enough of an impact, if I push as hard as I can to share really powerful ideas, I know you're not going to keep it to yourself. You're going to internalize. You're going to carry. You're going to share it with somebody else. You're going to share it with your kids. A lot of you are already doing that. I met a black man the other day who told me that his 17-year-old son. He said, "My son's been listening to you since he was 2." And I said, "Oh, your son is going to be an economic genius because I didn't even meet my first college professor until I was 19, actually 19 years old. That's when I met my first college professor, black, white, or otherwise. So the fact that your son got exposed to college level ideas at the age of 2 means that he's gonna be a high flyer when it comes to economics. We also want to get rid of the trauma of financial insecurity. There's a lot of pain in being financially insecure. You feel scared, you feel nervous, worried about the future. All that worry is very common. A lot of our families feel that, and I think we want to avoid that. Also, there's a lot of stress of working for other people. I think that that's something that we should try to eliminate if we can. And remember, it's not a matter of saying quit your job. It's not a matter of saying that no one should ever work for anyone ever, or that having a job makes you a sucker. I would never say that. I would never disrespect a hardworking person, no matter what they do. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between working for people because you want to versus working for people because you have to. And I've said that in class before, and I want to reiterate that it's really about options. I just want you to have options. And so even when I start talking about stock options, I want you to just know that you already know what options are. You know what it means to have options and not have options. You know what it means to be free to do what you want versus not do to do what somebody else is telling you to do. You know what that feels like. So stock options are just an extension of that. So if you want a quick overview of who I am, that's me at my second birthday party. I don't remember a thing, but I heard it was a blast, and that's my grandma Felicia holding me. My grandma Felicia. Oh man, I always get emotional when I see that lady because she died in 2012. But you know how it is. Grandmas don't never leave your soul. They just sit there inside your spirit. And so anyway, my grandma. She taught me financial literacy when I was 5 years old. She got me savings bonds and all that. And yeah, so she's a big part of my life every single day. And our Panther in the Black Business School, that's the Panther's name is Felicia, and the Panther has been infused with my grandma's spirit. So whenever I put that Panther on the screen somewhere, that's me knowing that my grandma's with me everywhere we go and every step of the way. All right, so. My mother was 17 when I was born. She was a single mom, like a lot of us have single mothers. I was a product of a lot of generational economic curses. I doubt most of you were poorer than we were. We had like nothing. It's hard to go below nothing. I was a former slave. I used to have a six-figure dream job when I was at Syracuse University. I made $115,000 a year, and I was living the dream. I was a 30-year-old black man that making six figures. I mean, come on now, that's a great life. But then I found out that my dream job was not really a dream. I failed most of my classes when I was a kid in school. I didn't start doing well until I got to college. So that's why I tell you, don't give up on your sons, because some of you got really smart sons who just have behavioral challenges, who just need to be put in spaces where they are loved and inspired. If they're put in spaces where they're loved and inspired, you're gonna watch that little kid just bloom like a flower. He's gonna just fly like an eagle. He'll stop on that low vibrational behavior, and you'll start to see him set goals, have dreams, work hard, all these things. So find that space that's going to really love him and inspire him and give him something that he wants. And I guarantee you're going to see a change of behavior. Also, I struggled in school because I didn't see the purpose of it, and I did not feel loved going into that building every day. I was a single father at the age of 18. I discovered this thing in high school. I used to work at this job at Taco Bell, and I discovered this thing in high school called sex, and I liked it. And I also found out that there's another part of sex that's called pregnancy. And so here I was, 18 years old, having a baby, freshman year of college, scared, just scared to death. And my parents, and it's crazy, like how all happened at a Taco Bell. So stay away from tacos. Tacos will get you pregnant. And so, anyway, I called my parents right before my daughter was born, and I was like, "Yeah, I got a baby coming," and they were like, "Oh, okay." And and it's funny how much your life can change during an episode of the Cosby Show. So that was my story, in terms of the early stage, and also I learned about racism at an early age. I grew up in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, where Muhammad Ali was born, and the same racism that led him to leave Kentucky when he was 20 was the exact same racism that made me want to leave when I was 18. I didn't want to come back for a very long time. And to this day, I've become very obsessed with Black wealth, Black family, and the Black community. I really believe that wealth is the solution to a lot of our problems. I think that it transcends everything else. I think that transcends whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you're gay or straight, whether you're a feminist or not feminist, male or female. I think that wealth, if we work on the wealth issue and then work on the family issue, then we can fix the community issue. And I don't believe in big, gigantic, supersized leaders getting us there. I believe that it's going to be family by family, brick by brick. I believe you are your own greatest leader, and that's something that I believe in to my core. And so things like personal power, commitment, Black love, and responsibility, I think can go a very long way in helping us to achieve our goals. All right, so who did I choose to become over time? Just in case you're new, very quick run through of the credentials, so you know that I do know this topic very well. In college, I was a Wall Street Journal outstanding graduating senior. I had a triple major in finance, economics, and business management. And then I went on and got a master's in mathematical statistics. I completed the degree requirements for a master's in math and a master's in statistics, and I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky. I got a PhD in finance from the Ohio State University, where I was the only African American on the planet to get that degree in the year 2002. And also, I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University in China. I taught in Europe. I taught all around the world. Also, I wrote a bunch of books like The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's my most recent book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote that when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. I've been on a lot of media outlets, too many to count. We have a lot of students in the Black Business School. My goal when I left Syracuse was to create a Black-owned institution that could do things that HBCUs have trouble doing, that would also be financially independent, that would be on the cutting edge in terms of being a premier think tank for issues that relate to Black wealth and Black economics. And we've done that. We have 156,000 students in the Black Business School now. We're growing every single year, and we're able to service lots of people because we've learned to develop a business model that scales quite directly. All right. Also, in just as an add-on, we got like over 500 million views on YouTube and other social media. We're probably approaching 1 billion now. I'm not sure. I don't count anymore. All right. So my biggest investment ever, some of you saw this, was my lovely wife, Alicia. And I remember when I met her, I saw her across a crowded room, literally. And that night in my journal, I wrote, "Today I met the most beautiful woman in the world." And what was so crazy was when I met my wife, she gave me this big, beautiful smile. Like a smile goes a long way, ladies. Like you smile at a man, that lets him know, like, okay, I can feel safe, you know. So she gave me this big, beautiful smile, and we started talking. And I said, she said, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Louisville, Kentucky." She said, "Oh, I grew up in Louisville," and so she's lived there from like age 5 to age 10. And then I said, "Where?" I said, "I bet you're from Gary." And she said, "How did you know?" And I said, and I just honestly, I just guessed because most of the black kids at Indiana University were from Gary, Indiana. But so I got lucky. But then I said, "What is your name?" And she said, "Felicia Taylor." And I said, "Wow, my grandmother's name is," sorry. She said her name is Alicia Taylor. I'm sorry. And I said, "My grandmother's name is Felicia Taylor." So her name literally rhymed with my grandmother's. And what's crazy too is that if you were to see my mother and my wife standing next to each other, you would swear that my mother was her mother. Even my wife's mother says, "Boyce's mother looks more like you than I do." So I felt like it was really meant to be, and I did propose to her in front of everybody, and it was embarrassing. It was kind of weird, but I'm glad I did it because I believe that Black women should be honored and loved, and I think Black love is essential to us developing as a community. So I felt as a man that it was very important for me to display what love looks like for the men that are still trying to figure that out, and to say that I think that loving a woman and doing your best for her is the most masculine thing you could ever do. So here's the other side bonus that I did not expect. My wife is a damn good therapist. She's a full professor of social work. Very few people, only 1% of the population become PhDs. And out of that 1%, maybe 10% of them become full professors. So she's literally in the top 10% of the top 1% of our society. She entered her PhD program with 5 other Black students. She's the only one that made it. They literally, the racism was very real. They literally forced the other 4 out. And she just did not give up. She did not quit. So to this day, she's a person that runs marathons, she writes books, and she helped me to create that Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. It's the first one ever. So we were able to form this really awesome team where we literally in our house created an academic department where I said, I'd like to take the most cutting edge concepts as it relates to therapy and the subconscious mind and mental health challenges and figure out how that blends into what we're doing with our wealth and our economics. Like right now, in fact, she's literally studying to recertify herself in trauma. She already has a certification. You got to renew the certification. And what we're finding it very deeply, and this is very important for us to understand, is that trauma is such a factor in what we do with our wealth. It's amazing. So what we're doing in the Black Business School is not just, we're not trying to be as good as Harvard. When it comes to Black wealth, we're better than Harvard. We're not trying to be as good as an HBCU. When it comes to Black wealth, we are better than an HBCU. You can go check textbooks. You can check any university in America. You will not find a Black financial therapy department where they literally work with the best therapists they can find to drill into the psychological barriers that keep Black wealth from growing. So this to me was when I married my soulmate. In fact, she's not just my soulmate; she is my soul. When I married my soulmate, that was something I think was meant to happen because now we're able to really develop all these amazing insights into what's going on with Black wealth and Black economics. So, just a side note there. So that was a great investment. And so over time, another little benefit was that she helped me not be so fat anymore. There's me on the left, and I was trying to lose weight, but I didn't know how to really take action. You know what you're supposed to do, but you just don't do it. And so what she did was she actually helped me keep my promises to myself, and she got me running. We ran a marathon together, stuff like that. And next thing you know, I was slim, trim, and sugar free. And a lot of y'all saw that transition. And so I can tell you, pick somebody that's going to help you level up. That really made a difference. And also another thing about this to remember too is that investing is a lot more than just what you do with money. By investing time and love and everything else into the marriage, it benefited me in a lot of ways, right? So health is wealth. If you don't believe that health is wealth, then just ask any old sick person, would they rather have their wealth or have their health back? And I guarantee you they would rather have their health. So anyway, so that's been that journey right there. And also it's a great note, I would say, in terms of really getting in spaces where you're going to be challenged to take action, getting into spaces where you're going to be encouraged to be your best self, getting in spaces where you're going to be encouraged to make the investment, to make the move, to learn the skill, to grow. That's what's going to make you the person that you know you can be. So one thing I'd like to ask you your permission on, give me a yes in the chat. If I rock it out, and I help you level up your learning. Is it okay if I spend 10 minutes making an offer for you to join one of our special programs in the Black Business School? If you can give me a quick yes in the chat. I don't like to just sort of pop stuff in there. I am going to invite you to be a part of a program that's been very successful that everyone loves. But I'd like to ask for permission so you guys don't think, oh, he's just trying to, dupe us or anything like that. So just give me a quick yes if that's okay. All right. Okay, so I see the yeses. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that permission. Okay, so let's hop into this and let's learn something. All right, so here's the thing. When it comes to investing, basically you're either the casino or you're the gambler, right? You're either the gambler or you are the house, right? And generally speaking, this is a big part of how financial markets work, particularly stock options. Either you're the casino or you're the house, and who always wins between the casino and between the gambler and the house? Who always wins? The house always wins. The house always wins. And one thing that I can tell you is that there are millions of people that are buying stock options. They call these out of the money call options. And all the research that I remember reading in graduate school pretty much said the same thing. It said that a consistent investment in out of the money call options is usually going to lead to a financial loss. So and now here's the thing. As these people are losing money, when one side is losing money, somebody's making money. When one side is giving away their income, somebody else is getting rich. Just like when you pay your rent consistently, your pockets are depleting, but the landlord's pockets are growing. When you are spending money on your car note every month, your wealth is going down while their wealth is going up, of the people who own the car dealership. So my thought was, when I saw everyone become interested in stock options and everything else, was not, how do I do what everybody else is doing? A lot of investing is built on contrarian behavior. My thought was, well, how do I do the opposite of what everybody else is doing? I don't want to be the buyer of these options. I want to figure out who's selling these things and getting all this money. So today, what I'm going to show you is a few little basic ideas. Why selling stock options pretty much saved my real estate portfolio. Also, I'm going to show you why selling stock options is much easier than running a business. I'm a big advocate for business, especially Black-owned business, but this is much easier, actually, and it's a better way to make money. Also, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. So for many years, I've always been a big advocate for real estate, which I still am. I've always been a big advocate for owning a business, which I still am. I've been a big advocate for owning stock, which I still am. Stock options really sweeten everything. They sweeten, if they're either a great addition or even a great substitute, depending on what position you want to take. So let's talk about what a stock option is. Some of you know what it is, some of you don't. If you already know this, don't worry. Remember, going over the basics can never hurt you, and it also makes you sharper, because every time I go over the basics, I learn something new. All right. So what is a stock option? An option is basically this. It is the right to do something, but not the obligation. So if I give you the option of getting in your car and driving to the grocery store, that doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means you could if you wanted to. And if I took away that option, then you might be upset about that, because maybe you want to go to the grocery store, or at least you want to have the ability to go if you get hungry. So an option is just the right to do something, but you don't have to do it. Okay. So I have, for example, with stock options, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. Hollywood buys options all the time. If somebody has a great script and they're not sure if they want to buy it, then they'll say, well, we don't want your script, but we will buy an option on your script. Okay. So that means we might buy it, but we may not. We're gonna give you money just so you can hold a place for us in case we decide we want to come in and buy this. The thing about options, another fundamental rule of options, is that every option has a buyer and it has a seller. Just like every child has a mommy and a daddy, right? You have to have both in order for something to happen. When they tell you that real estate prices went up, that means that there were transactions between a buyer and a seller at a certain price. And they would say, okay, that price was lower than what it used to be. They call that the equilibrium price in economics. So every option has to have a buyer and has to have a seller. Also, the market is massive. There are about 40 million options contracts traded per day. And I consider it to be almost like a type of seasoning for your stock portfolio. It's almost like when you eat food that's really bland and really basic and boring and not very good, and you put maybe a little salt or a little pepper or a little seasoning on it, and it tastes so much better. Options are like the financial seasoning for your portfolio. So basically, the research shows that those who buy options don't typically profit on average. They might profit every now and then, just like if I go to Vegas sure, I might walk away a winner, but most people that go to Vegas don't win. Okay. So basically options don't typically make money. And also when people buy them, one person that's buying the option is looking for risk. They might call this risk seeking behavior, where you say, I'm gonna buy this thing and hope that it goes up in value. That's speculation. That's a type of investing, but it can be very risky depending on the situation. The other person is looking to get rid of risk. The person who sells you the option is saying, look, I just want to get guaranteed income. I want money in my pocket just in case something bad happens. So if I am a writer of a Hollywood script and I sell an option on my script, that's great for me because I receive income to hold your spot. This is guaranteed income. I get to keep this money no matter what. And then if you decide to buy because the value of it goes up for whatever reason, then that's even better for me. But at the very least, if you don't show up, if you don't come back, then I'm still going to have that initial whatever amount of money is that you gave me, just to know that I didn't totally like lose everything. Do you understand? Whereas if I don't sell the option, then I'm just kind of hoping that good things happen. So if you so basically, what I want is I don't want you necessarily taking more risk all the time. I want you to be able to sell the risk. During the California gold rush, there were millions of people who went out to speculate and try to find gold. 99% of those people never found anything. 99% of those people just lost a bunch of money. The people who made the money during the California gold rush were not typically the speculators for the gold. It was the people who sold picks and shovels to the people that wanted to speculate on the gold. It was the people who sold lunch to the gold miners. Because no matter whether you find gold or don't find gold, you got to eat lunch. You understand? You have to eat. Levi's jeans, a whole major corporation, was built basically selling these rugged blue jeans that you could wear while you were mining for gold. They're like, look, we don't want to mine with you, but we'll give you some pants you can wear that will be durable while you're out there doing your best. So so this is a side of the market people don't talk about because it's not as exciting, but it's great money. It's great income. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. Every now and then I might just for fun, but for the most part, that's not really where I make my money. I make my money by selling them. So so moving on. So when you sell an option, what are you selling exactly? Let's look at an example so you can kind of see it in real life. All right. So let's say that the price of a stock is $82 or sorry, $80. And it's a stock that I own. I own this stock. It's $80 a share. The price could go up, it could go down, nobody knows. Now, I could just sit there and hold it and hope that it goes up, right? And if it goes up, great. If it doesn't, then I lose, right? Or I could do this. So let's say that someone believes the price is going to rise above $82 that week, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. Well, what they can do is they can buy an option from me. They could give me money placing a bet basically. The bet the price 82 is what they call the strike price. So they would give me money, and if the stock goes above 82, then you get to buy my stock for $82. And the reason you can buy it for 82 is because we made an agreement before the fact that if this thing goes up past $82, you're going to buy my stock for 82. I don't mind. I'm happy for you because I get to sell my stock for 82 and before it was only worth 80, so I made money and you make money. Good for you. But then on top of that, I got this amount of money that you paid me in advance before the game began that I was going to keep whether you won the game or not. So it's like when you go to Vegas and you give them a bunch of money and they put your money on black and they say thank you for your bet and then you win, they're happy for you. But remember, they made money whether you won or not, right? So let's keep going here. So if it doesn't go above 82, you get to keep that premium. That's what it means to sell a stock option. You're basically selling someone the right to purchase your stock at a price that you two agree on. Now, so basically, they're the gambler, you're the house. They're giving you money like a casino, hoping that the stock will go up, and you're accepting the money and saying, "Hey, good luck to you. If it goes up, then I'll sell it to you for that price." Now, here's the deal. In this particular transaction, in my view, the house always wins. If the price goes up, you get to keep the money. If the price goes down, you get to keep the money. And if the only difference is if it goes up, then you both make money in addition to the money that you already made. But if it goes down, he loses everything. You still have the money that he paid you. Okay. So so here's an example of when my wife and I made a dig into real estate. This is how we found out that we don't enjoy real estate very much. Real estate's a great investment. We bought this house in Atlanta, Smyrna, Georgia, to be precise. and we loved the house. It was a beautiful house, and we bought it because we had these big dreams of doing an Airbnb type situation. And it didn't take us long to find out that that there was like a 2 year waiting list to be able to Airbnb on this property. And even then, I don't even know how I would have gone through the process of being able to profitably manage it and deal with all that because I'm very busy and I don't like to do that type of stuff. And then, so what we did was we took a long-term tenant. We found somebody to rent the place from us, and it's a nice lady, and we were, and it was, it's not, it's cool, it's someone that's, they're basically paying the mortgage on the house, right? Um, so then we had something happen. This happened. I got a picture sent to me where I think that because I'd forgotten to pay the water bill or the electricity bill or one of the bills, the whole bathroom had molded up. And it was going to cost maybe $6,000 or $7,000 to redo the whole bathroom. Somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 is what I paid to redo the whole bathroom. And I remember that was kind of the first incident of many that just let me know that being a landlord wasn't really for me because I don't enjoy evicting people. I don't enjoy chasing people down to make sure that they pay the rent. I don't even enjoy dealing with the property managers because the property management companies are okay, but they take a bunch of money and they don't do as much as you think that they're going to do. And also the profitability just isn't uh what you think it might be. I'm not saying don't do it. Some of you are deep in real estate, and if you are, then I think there are many benefits to it. I'm not here to dispute that. But what I am saying is that I found that I had an epiphany. I realized that selling stock options is a much easier way of making money than real estate. I could put the same amount of money into some stock and generate the income from the options and do that without doing any work, without keeping up with any tenants, without worrying about whether or not somebody paid their rent that month. The stock market's always going to pay them rent. I could get on my phone right now and in 30 seconds generate several $1,000s in income by selling options on stocks that I already own. I could do that while I'm talking to you. I could multitask and do that in 30 seconds on my phone right now. That's very different from dealing with a tenant and a property manager and wait until the end of the month and all these other things. And then all the paperwork that's required to even purchase property or to relinquish property when you're done. So my annual ROI on real estate, I'm going to guess maybe it's about 10% per year, not including all the busted toilets and everything else. My annual ROI, if I take the income divided by the cost of the capital base, the amount of money I had to invest, I'm going to guess around 60%. That's a pretty conservative estimate. That's very easy to generate significant amounts of income if you own enough stock from doing that. Though some of you are already doing that. If you're already doing that, say something in the chat, like mention it. Just, that way people know I'm not making this stuff up. Say something in the chat. Tell your story. Talk about it because I know your stories. I've talked to a lot of you, and this to me I think is a pretty awesome way to elevate and level up your family situation because in my view, when I've looked at the real estate deals I've seen and been exposed to and had brought to me, I have people bring deals to me all the time. It just is a much better ROI and it's a much easier ROI. Okay. So here's the other thing. When you talk about starting businesses, I believe deeply in starting Black-owned businesses. To me, a Black-owned business is a business owned by a Black person. That's what it has to be. It doesn't have anything to do with who's buying your product or where the businesses are. So if you own shares of Disney, then the shares that you own, to me, is a Black-owned business because you're a shareholder and you own some percentage of Disney. That's a Black-owned business in the sense that the owner of those shares is a Black person. You control those shares. You get to decide what happens with those resources. But in general, when you talk about Black-owned businesses, there is a lot of opportunity there, a lot of possibility there, and a lot of necessity there. I do believe deeply in that. One thing I do also believe, though, is that when you talk about the freedom of owning a business, you're not a slave anymore, and also money's great. I've made money. A lot of us have made money. The problem when you start a business, though, is two things. One, the Black-owned businesses have about an 80% failure rate. So if you take all your life savings and you pour it into that business and you're hoping for the best, you have, in many cases, a 50 to 80% chance that the business isn't going to succeed, that all that money is going to kind of disappear and it's going to kind of fall to pieces. And also, I found that running a business had me working nonstop. I enjoyed it when I was about 32. I did not enjoy it when I was 52. I did not even really enjoy it when I was 42. And I definitely didn't enjoy working on things if I was just doing it for the money. Working just for the money is just not very fulfilling. It depends on how you're built, but I wasn't as inspired working for just money as I was inspired to do things that I'm really passionate about, things I really care about. Okay. So all this nonstop work led to another epiphany that passive income is just better than active income. And it got me to really rethink what that even looks like, what that really means, and also this culture of working until we die that we kind of have in our society. I know people that are attorneys that make $400 or $500 an hour, and they have an endless supply of clients. And that's a dream, right? Think about this. You got an endless supply of people willing to pay you $500 per hour for your time. But then real life starts lifing. The real world starts hitting you where you start realizing that if I'm working all the time, my health is deteriorating because I can't even go to the gym. I'm eating cheeseburgers in between meetings. Um, my spouse is tired of me because I'm never available. I can't invest in a relationship if I'm investing all my time into my business. My kids don't know me. My quality of life has declined significantly because I've overinvested in this business or this job that I have. So working is really a hard way to make money long term. It's not that it's not valuable. Hard work is very important. It also it's much easier when you're younger, right? But as you get older, when you get in your 30s, your 40s, and your 50s, you don't want to do that as much anymore. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I'm tired of working all the time. So passive income is, in my view, much more enjoyable than active income. I think that working should be something you do to work your way to the point where you don't have to work anymore, where your money can literally work for you. So I own and then here's the third area that I was thinking about is I own a lot of stock in companies. I own hundreds of shares in hundreds of companies or thousands of shares in hundreds of different companies. A lot of my students do as well. Stock ownership is really valuable and beneficial. Stock ownership is the number one key to wealth building. I do believe that. However, the thing about the stock market is that you have to wait until the price of your asset goes up. And sometimes the stock market doesn't do what you want it to do. It doesn't do what you expect it to do. This year has been a great year, but if you remember, 2022 was not such a great year. And when the market goes down, you kind of get slammed. You have to watch your wealth drop as these assets drop in value, and that can be a little bit tough to stomach. And so when that happens, when you can't get your stream of income from your stock, you have to find another stream of cash flow to maybe fund other investments or to help you pay bills while you wait for your stock to go up. So the stock market has been really good for us. For the last 15 years, the market has been insane. This isn't even a recent graph, but typically, if you look at the stock market over any, say, 15-year horizon, you're going to see green, 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 up, up, up. This is why I don't understand why there are people who avoid the stock market because that's where most of the money's at. But then you have those tough years like 2022, where you've got a big decline in market prices and market valuations, and you're just sort of waiting for things to turn around. Well, the options are great because it led to that, at least this third epiphany, that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. And effectively, when you have stock and you're looking for that income driver, you don't have to actually sell your stock in order to generate income. One of the biggest questions I get all the time is when should I sell my stock? And really the best answer is you should never sell it if you don't have to. You sell it because you have to. You sell it because you found a better investment. You sell it because you have to diversify, but you don't sell it just because like, okay, my time here with this stock is done. I'm gonna go and just do something. I'm gonna go spend my money now. No, you really shouldn't ever have to sell it. And one thing people don't know is that you can actually generate income from your stock without selling them. And so you don't have to wait for the price to go up in order to do this either. If you look at a year like 2022, where markets were down, there were people selling options, still generating consistent income because what they were doing was they were selling casino tickets to people who thought the market was going to go up. So people would show up and say, I think the stock is going to go up. Here, let me give you money so I can buy this option from you. They would collect the money, and then the market didn't go up, and then they were able to collect this money every single week, every single month, etc. So here's the thing. When you talk about investing, one other thing is you don't have to be greedy to invest. You can let others take the risk. So selling stock options is, in my view, a very conservative approach to investing in the sense that you're not you're not trying to necessarily get these gigantic scores all the time. You're creating a space where with this particular portfolio, you can get consistent income that allows you to pay your bills and to be financially secure and to do things you want to do. I've seen people quit their jobs. I've seen people replace their bills, all kinds of stuff. Okay. Now, so here's my process. I sell my stock options every single Monday. First thing I do is I find assets that can generate income. Not every stock is good for selling options on. There's some variables you can look at that can help you find which ones are best for selling options on. I measure the ROI on each of the stocks that I'm looking at. At that point, I check the risk levels of the assets to make sure there are no red flags with the investment. And then after that, I sell the options and get the income put into my bank account that I could then send over to my wife to pay the credit card bill. And because y'all husbands know that's what we do. We make a bunch of money and we give it to our wives. And then you collect the weekly income and you can use some of it for spending, some of it for saving, put some of it for retirement, some of it to acquire more stock, whatever it is you want to do. Now, and all this is done from my phone. Like literally, I will lay in the bed, I roll over and turn away from my beautiful wife, and I say, "Hey, babe, I gotta get my money. I gotta get my paycheck really quick." And I go and I sell my options on Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. when the market opens, and by 9:40 I'm done. Okay, and this is a pretty cool way to make income. And so this year, or actually this is last year, we sometimes you have stocks that do really well. When you're participating in the market, you can be there when great things happen. This was a pharmaceutical company. I don't have the name of the company in front of me, but it was a company that a lot of our students were excited about because the stock price literally went up $210 from I think it was trading at $70 or $80 and it went up to $290 or something overnight because basically a big announcement came in with the company, but it was one that we had spotted before the fact and we sold options on it. And then I kept a few shares and didn't sell options and it made a lot of money really fast. One couple in the group actually made I want to I could have sworn they told me they made about $500,000 from this or something, and that's because they saw this and they went ahead and invested, and it really made a life-changing difference for them. And so sometimes just being there when the right opportunity emerges makes a big difference. And so let me ask you this: so now that we've talked about stock options and what it can do, I mentioned earlier that if I nailed it, you'd let me kind of pitch a special offer to you to join our program. Give me a yes if it's okay if I go ahead and pitch this to you and let you know how to join our Prime group to decide if you want to sell stock options. How did I do? I mean, do you feel like this is something that makes a difference for you? Is it something that you feel that is worth exploring? Do you feel like it's something that is worthy of consideration? And I know some of you are already doing this, and so if you're enjoying the experience, if it's been beneficial to you, then please feel free to add a yes as well. And the reason I want to do it this way is because I really, really think this is something worth looking into for you. And so let me not spend too much of your time and tell you about the Prime program. Now, Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. Okay, that's what Prime stands for. And it's a powerful coaching program in the Black Business School where we generate safe passive income. We do stock market research, things like that, in order to generate income. And so there's various ways to generate income in the market. Different assets generate different possibilities. With the students, I talk to them about exactly what I'm doing, what I'm invested in. We have different tiers. We have the main class, then we have VIP sessions with small groups, and then a few students do one-on-ones with me. And I literally just open up my portfolio and say, look, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm investing. So it's not investing advice. It's really me explaining what I see, and you can ask me about what you're doing and what you're working on, what you're thinking. Okay. And so, so also you can understand time horizons for investment, risk management, some things called the Dr. Boyce method, a particular method of either stock selection or options investment that I share with the students. And also we talk about leverage. Leverage is a very powerful tool for investing that doesn't get discussed enough, but it's something that we cover in class. Now, here's a real life example of what kind of money a person could make literally on their phone right now. Like this is an options move that you can make right now. If you have the capital base to do this, you can make this money right now. So this is different from starting a business where you might make money 5 years from now, or you might make money 3 months from now. This is something you could do today. Okay. So let's look at a stock like Coinbase. Coinbase, the current price is $221.43. At the time of this, at the time I put these slides together. So let's say that you sell an option and you basically someone pays you money in order to make a bet with you, and you don't ever meet this person. You don't see these people. They're on. You just put your order in and it goes through. You don't know who you're making this deal with. So the strike price. Let's say there's a strike price of 235. Now, what is a strike price? Strike price is basically the price at which you're agreeing to sell your stock if it goes past that price. So they're paying you money for the right to buy your stock if it hits 235. You can pick different strike prices based on what you'd like to do. Okay. So the price is 221. You don't know if it's going to go up or go down, but you can generate income right now by selling an option on the strike price. And this would be a call. And let's say that I own 100 shares of Coinbase. Okay, 100 shares of Coinbase will cost me $22,143. On Robinhood Gold, I can get 50% leverage on this. That means they'll put up half the money for certain stocks. With this stock, they'll put up the $11,000 of that investment. They charge you interest on the money that they loan you, so you don't have to put up all of it on your own. A lot of people are not sure about debt and leverage, but let me just tell you, leverage is how a lot of people get wealthy. Elon Musk became the richest man on earth by using leverage. So leverage, if it's used carefully, can be extremely beneficial, but if it's not used responsibly, it could be bad. So you really want to be careful. All investing always involves risk. So so that's your position. So your question would be, how much money can I make from this? So right now, or at least based on what I saw in the market, if I sold a 1 month call option, meaning that the stock has 1 month to get to 235, if within this month, if it goes past 235, or at the end of the month, if it's past 235, they're going to buy my stock from me for $235. I would get $11.65 per share for that option. Okay, they're going to pay me $11.65, and the number of shares I have determines how much money they put into my bank account. In this example, I have 100 shares. So that means that I'm going to receive $11.65 times 100, $1,165. That's how much money they're going to put into my account. That's money I could pull out right now, send it to my wife, pay a bill with it, whatever it is I want to do, pay the rent, car note, whatever. That's real money. Okay, so if the stock, now let's say the stock rises above 235, well, then I get paid again. I get paid even more because they're going to come buy my stock for 235. Now, mind you, my stock is only worth 221 now. So that means that we both won. It's almost like taking a business partner. They've paid money for a piece of the upside to my investment. So at the end of the month, if the stock goes up to 235, then in addition to the 1165 that I already got, I keep that money no matter what. That's my money, period. I don't ever have to give that back. I also made 235 minus 221.43 times 100 shares. And that gives me a total of $2,522. Or if you look at that in terms of ROI, that is 2,500, or that's 22.7% in 1 month. That's a really massive ROI for 1 month. I dare you to go find a real estate deal that pays you 22% in a month. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Now, let's look at another example. Let's compare it to real estate. This is why I'm so much more of a fan of options than I am of just direct real estate investing. I don't hate real estate. I have a lot of friends in real estate. I respect it. I think real property is extremely important and valuable as a part of your portfolio. But in terms of income generation, I think this method is better. So the median price of a home right now is $420,800, right? So let's say that instead of buying a home for $420,000, I just buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase stock. So in this example, instead of owning just 100 shares, I have 2,000 shares. How much would those 2,000 shares cost? That total value would be $442,860, a little bit more than the price of not an extraordinary house, not a massive multi-family property, not an apartment building, just a regular, simple, measly, regular little house. So I want you to imagine how much rent you could receive. In fact, put that in your head. Put that in your head. If you owned a house that had the average cost of a house in America, 442,860, how much money per month do you think that you would make in income if you rented that house out? And in fact, not just income, but income after expenses, after you pay the taxes and pay for the repairs and pay the property manager and pay anything else that comes up. How much do you think you'd make per month? Now, let me give you an example. The house that I bought in Atlanta was $590,000. The value's gone up maybe about $100,000 since we bought it. We make $3,500 a month from that property, and that's before expenses. That's not after expenses. That's before expenses. Okay. So after expenses, maybe it drops to half of that. All right. Now I want you to keep that number in your head. Write that down or put it in the chat if you want to. Guess a number in the chat of what you think you'd make after expenses. And then I want us to have a point of comparison. Okay. So so that's option one, right? Buy the property, deal with the tenant and hope that they pay the rent and all this other stuff. All right. And we got our number over there. Now let's look at option B. Option B is I take that money instead of putting it in the property. I buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase. Robinhood loans me half the money, so I don't have to put up the whole 442. I put up half of that. Let's look at what your income might be on this other investment. Well, remember, each of these options sold for 1165 each. Now you could get more expensive options sold if you want to. You just have to move the strike price. But 1165 is a modest number that I picked. Now, instead of having 100 shares, you have 2,000 shares. Let's see how much money a person would make. And this is real life. This is something you could do on your phone right now. Let's see how much money that person would have by taking option B. $23,300. $23,300. Now, do you understand? Let me know. Give me a yes. Do you understand why I love options so much more than I love owning property? Like, do you understand why my wife and I are in the process of selling one of our properties right now? Because I showed it to my wife and she was like, "What are you doing? Like, get it done." Right? Okay. And maybe she's lucky. Like, she's a finance professor for a husband. I have no idea, but I know she gave me extra kisses and wanted to make me a steak that night when I showed her the results of putting our money to a more efficient use. So this is surprising for people. A lot of people are shocked by this. A lot of people think it almost sounds too good to be true. But one thing I can tell you is that I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. I'm not a person here to sell you anything that's like a get rich quick scheme or anything like that. I don't believe in getting rich quick. I believe in getting rich slowly. I can verify this. You can pull out your phone and do this right now. So the question for you is this, right? So imagine if you bought a rental property for 442, do you think you can earn $23,000 after you pay the expenses, the mortgage payment, the taxes, the maintenance fees, the property management fees, the utilities, the insurance, and everything else? Yes or no? No, you couldn't. There's no way. Like, there's no way. It would be almost impossible to do that. And now here's the other thing. Here are the other benefits to options income that I want you to kind of process. Okay. Not only is it a higher ROI, but it's got liquidity. One other thing about real estate or art or any other kind of investment is that people don't consider the challenge of having your money locked up. They don't think about the fact that you can't get your money out quickly if you need it. A lot of times it takes at least several days and sometimes weeks and months to get your money out. With this, you could sell that 2,000 shares of Coinbase in 30 seconds and get your money out. So liquidity is really important, especially when you need your money. Also, you can pass these assets to your children. How about that? How about this as a master plan? Everybody wants to, talk to me about who they're voting for and going to school for 12 years so they can, go become a surgeon or something. And I think all those things are great. I'm not against any of that. I did that. I went to school a long time to get a PhD. But what if instead you took that 2,000 shares of Coinbase that you've been using for years to generate, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in income? And what if you just gave that to your child? And then they had 2,000 shares of Coinbase and they could sell options for 10, 11, $12 a piece every month and bring in $20,000 a month, bring in almost $250,000 a year without a college degree, without going to work. See, the thing is, I'm not really interested in complaining about the problem for too long. After we finish complaining, we got to solve the damn thing. This is a solution. This is implementable. This strategy costs the same as the average home in America. So if you can afford a house, you can afford to do this. Now, maybe you don't feel like you can afford a house. We could talk about that, like what it means to raise the capital base. And some of us are not there yet. Some of us, maybe look at a number like that and it seems like a big number. And remember, that's why I did it with 100 shares in 2000. But what I want you to understand is that there are easier ways to skin the cat than what you're typically being exposed to. This is something that a young kid could have at the age of 20 and without going to 8 more years of school could be making as much money as a medical doctor and possibly as much money as a surgeon. I know I have friends that are surgeons and they had to go to school for about 14 years to become surgeons. And that's just to get to the point where they can start making money. And then they have to go start working 18-hour shifts at the hospital where they can't have a personal life. They can't spend time with the kids. They can't do things they want to do. They're overworked. They're tired. They're exhausted. And they're doing this all the way up into their 40s and 50s. You can have your kid there at this level in their early 20s. Tell me this is not like awe-inspiring. This blows my mind. Anyway, let me keep going. I'm not going to overtalk it, but this to me is, I think, as adequate of a solution as anything I've ever heard in a presidential debate or something. So let's keep going here. Also, the best part that I like is that no work is required. I don't have to go stress out. I don't have to get up and deal with a boss every day. None of that stuff. And there are lots of you that are listening right now who are already doing this. And if you're listening in the chat, I hope you'll share your honest experience, your honest testimony, so that when I do lay out the pricing offer, people will know that this is not something that's just some goofball, like hope it works out kind of thing. This is something that can be implemented. I'm into practical solutions. That's what I like the most. So let me describe what you get in the Prime program. I'll go through this quickly so you can make a decision, decide if you'd like to go. And if you already have made the decision, you can go to drboyceprime.com and just see what's on there on that page. Dr. Boyce Prime. That's the URL. Okay, so here's what you get in the Prime program. And those of you who are already in it, this is a reminder of what you have access to, and I hope that you'll use your membership to the fullest because I want you to really get max value. We have biweekly coaching calls. I get on a Zoom with students and I answer questions. I lay out frameworks. I tell them what I'm investing in. I tell them what I'm up to. I tell them what's going on in the markets, where the opportunities are, stuff like that. And we talk as much as possible. Also, we have something called a Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, where I spent 6 weeks explaining how to invest in the stock market. So if stocks are new to you and you want to understand them at a deeper level, this masterclass will get that done for you. You get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. That's every single week. I give a list of stocks that I like, and I do research, and I find assets that your family can own for the next 5 to 10 years that will give you long-term economic value. You get access also to the Black Financial Therapy Department. My wife does family investment support group consultations. She just did one not too long ago where she brings the students together and they talk about things like financial anxiety and generally dealing with the emotions that come with investing and how to make sure you understand your relationship with money well enough that you're able to make good long-term economic decisions. Also, things like being able to work together as a group. We have a lot of family investment clubs where families come together and they pool their money together and they're generating income together. And basically, when you're working as a group and you're making money, a therapist is beneficial because a therapist can help make sure you get along with each other and that you never mess up your money by having these conflicts that so many of our families have. You get access to investment club training. There's lots of training blueprints and materials. If you want to form a family investment club, if you want to get together with that cousin, that sibling, and friends, etc., you can show them this video if you want to. And if they're as persuaded as you are, then doing it as a team is really great. It's a great way to change each other's lives. You also get access to a list of what I call Dr. Boyce money makers. And those of you who are in the Prime program, I just released another list of the money makers. So log in at drboyceprime.com and you can find them. And basically, this is my personal stock option selections. These are stocks I picked and vetted specifically to determine how much income they can generate, what that looks like based on the margin that's available, things like that. So you don't have to do that. So if you're not sure what to do, if you wanted to, you can literally follow what I'm doing, what I do to make money for my own family. This is what I actually apply. I'm not offering the medicine to you. I'm literally taking it myself. Okay. So what else do you get? You get access to, if you're new to stock options and you want to understand options better, there's a whole training on how to invest in stock options. You get access to that program. Then you also get access to an expanded topics group in what I call Black Money 102. Black Money 102 is our stock market training program. It's very popular. It's been around about 7 or 8 years, and it just takes you through everything you need to know about the stock market. We also have excellent customer support. If you're looking for something new, you can just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can help you find whatever you're looking for. Okay, so if you add up the value of all the materials that I just listed to you, it would be about $8,692 per year. Okay, let's put that into context. When I taught at Syracuse University, I don't know what the tuition was exactly back then, but I know the last time I checked a couple of years ago, it was about $73,845. It's probably over $80,000 a year now. I wanted to leave that environment mainly because I felt like that's too much to pay. Most of the Black students I taught at Syracuse are still 20 years later trying to pay off their student loans. I don't want that happening to you. So to join this program, the fee is only $2,999 a year. $299 per year. If you want it now today, the offer I can make to you is $19.99 per year. So if you want to go sign up at drboyceprime.com now, you can actually get in for $19.99 per year. Now, I want to ask you a quick question and give me a yes or no if you agree or if you understand where I'm coming from on this. If this made you an extra $50,000 a year, would it be worth it? A lot of you already have, you're already saving, you're already buying stock, you're already trying to figure out ways to move forward. If it made an extra $50,000 a year, would you consider this to be a good investment? And if the answer is no, then it's no. But if it's yes, then I'd like for you to say yes. If you were able to make just an extra 20,000 a year, would it be worth it? Would 20,000 a year work for you? Would that make you say, yeah, I'm glad I did this? Uh, if you just made 10,000 a year, would it be worth it? What do you think? I don't know. Do you think that this is the goal? This should be the goal of really all educational programs, because I've seen people who know probably 1/50th of what I know about stock markets and stock options literally offer programs that are like $15,000-$20,000 a year, insane amounts of money. And they don't get the results. And so a lot of you came to me because you were so jaded by what you were seeing kind of out there from people that really didn't have the training in this area. Well, we have the training, and also we have money back guarantees, student testimonials, stuff like that. So you know that what you're getting is a real deal. So here's a student testimonial someone wrote, and we have hundreds of them actually. They wrote, "I love the information given, the openness and honesty, the ability to communicate with Dr. Boyce, to ask questions and to gain positive insight." So that's what Danny Dean said. And if you want to join monthly, the monthly option is $3.99 per month. So that would be the monthly fee if you wanted to do the monthly option. Now, today, if you want to sign up, you can actually sign up for $239 per month. That's the monthly fee that you can get today. Now, here's another testimonial from a student. "I love how you give everyday illustrations to explain what you're saying." Inez Boykin sent us that note. Jose Lopez says, "It has totally changed the way I look at the market. I would think there's no way I can learn this market stuff. Now I'm filled with hope that I can use this information to make positive changes in my family's life." So Jose Lopez Ramos said this. All right. So here's the thing. If you had an extra $3,000 per month, what would you do with that money? Well, here's some things you could do. The average used car note is $503, so you could easily cover that. The average mortgage payment on a $300,000 house is $2,071. You could cover that. So maybe some of you could use the money to pay your mortgage. What's left over, even with just $3,000 a month, is after you pay the car note and the mortgage, you still have $426 left over. That's money you can actually invest. So this allows you to have positive cash flow in your household that you can use for long-term wealth building and really have a long-term economic plan. So the cash flow really is a gateway to allow you access to wealth, but also allow you access to a more enjoyable life where your decisions are not being made by a lack of cash or financial security or financial insecurity. If you invest $426 per month, if you take the extra $426 and you invest it every month, how much would you have in 20 years? This shows you the power of compound interest. You would actually have $103,471. So literally, this isn't just a training program. This isn't just a way to make extra money. This isn't just a way to make money without working. This is a pathway to building the kinds of economic infrastructures that we'd like to be able to pass to our children. This is a generational wealth master plan that you can apply. A lot of you are already applying this. I know families that are doing this already. It's working. This is exactly how you build an economic empire. So very quickly, I'd like to sweeten the deal for you. So instead of the $19.99 price that I mentioned earlier, if you'd like, you can join right now for $869 per year. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, your annual fee would be $869 per year. This number will never change as long as you are a member. If you sign up today, that is your price. That is it forever. Okay. And I think $869 per year is maybe $80, $90 a month or something like that. If you want to do monthly, you don't have to pay $299. How about we make it $155 per month? That's the absolute best deal we can offer. Right now, we've got a lot of people in the program, so At some point we're just going to shut down enrollment because I don't want it to get too big. But that's literally the best offer we can make. That allows the Black Business School to continue to grow, and it also allows you to be able to test it and see if you like it, and get the benefit from it. And so that's the offer. There you go. That's the offer. So if you want to take advantage of the offer, just so you know, there's a lot of bonuses thrown in there as well. And just to recap what you get bi-weekly coaching calls with me, access to the Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. You get access to the Family Investment Support Group consultations with Dr. Alicia, access to Investment Club training programs and blueprints, access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers, the list that I put together for the students once every 2 to 3 weeks, access to how to invest in stock options training. Okay, so that if you're a beginner, you can figure it all out. And then once you get there, you'll be able to generate your income. And so Oh, and then also access to Black Money 102, our stock market training program. So you have these choices. Here are your choices. Your choices are very simple. You could take no action at all, right? If you take no action at all, then you're losing money. That means that if you could have made $1,000 a month, then over 12 months, you lose $12,000 per year. If you were going to make 2,500 per month, a lot of our students are making 2,500 per month or more. Over 12 months, that's $30,000 a year that you'd be giving up by not taking action. This is my encouragement to you to do something, whatever it is you want to do. I encourage you to do something. And so you could do it all by yourself. You could sit down and try to figure it all out on your own. There's nothing wrong with that. I encourage you. I support you, whatever pathway you take. But the problem is that you won't have the guidance to be able to avoid the risks. I have seen lots of money get lost by people trying to do it on their own. There's a student that I meet with twice a week in one-on-one consultations, and one thing that he was saying is that he says you talk in a way that makes everything look easy, and that's and I'm proud of that because I like to use simple analogies to help you understand the bigger picture. He says, but once you dig into the weeds, it's not as easy as you make it sound. And I'm glad I can talk to you because because you can clear that up. So ultimately, that guidance is something I'd like to offer you. That's where I want to add value to your life is by literally sharing with you in real time what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. Because I've personally had scenarios where I missed something and ended up making a mistake. Okay, so ultimately, that guidance is part of what you get by being part of the group. In addition to that, there are action alerts that I send out to the students via text. You won't get the action alerts on investing possibilities and opportunities as they come out. You won't be part of the collective. The students have become friends. They've formed a family. They're going to all get together and meet each other at the All Black National Convention. And so that collective is a great way to elevate your economic game. Instead of spending all your time around people that are struggling, you'll be around people that are thriving. Instead of being around people that are negative, you'll be around people that are positive. Instead of being around people that are afraid of being Black, you're around people that love being Black. Instead of being around people that are following the crowd, you'll be around people that are innovative thinkers. You'll be around people that are wealth builders. Some of them are flat out rich and doing really amazing things. That's an amazing collective. It's a beautiful group of really prosperous, successful people that will really help you to elevate your peer standing because a lot of you are struggling because you have so much consciousness and awareness. And James Baldwin actually said that when you become conscious, it's very lonely and it's very frustrating because other people aren't rising with you. Well, this is the consciousness cloud. I mean, this is literally the most extraordinary brain trust in the entire Black community because you have intelligent people that are on the cutting edge of finance and money. And they're implementing these ideas and they're getting it done and they're doing it as families. There's father-son duos, there's mother-daughter duos, there's entire families, grandma getting involved, grandma trading stock options with the grandbaby. I mean, this is all happening right now in real time. And I think you would enjoy the collective quite a lot. And also, direct coaching from me and my team. That's another area where we add value. That's always available. Sometimes there's a little bit of an add-on bonus cost or something if you want sort of one-on-ones or small group training, but it doesn't cost that much. And it's definitely designed where I tell you straight out from the very beginning, if you don't feel like you're benefiting financially by what you're investing, if you don't feel that what you're gaining exceeds what you invested, then we don't want your money. We don't want you to sign up. Your university didn't say that when they took $100,000 from you. So we're not going to say that if we get you to invest 1,000. Okay. Also, insider secrets on what options and strike prices, et cetera, to choose. I'm very specific with the students. They say, okay, I don't know what expiration date to pick or what strike price or what particular option. I tell them exactly step by step. Okay, this is what I'm picking right now. Feel free to follow. It's not investing advice. I don't give investing advice, but I do let people follow me if they want to. And I also talk about what I'm seeing in the pros and cons of each approach. All right. So if you try to figure it all by yourself, it might, like it does for a lot of people, it might take you 5 or 10 years to do it right, where you're spending time kind of losing money, paying tuition in the school of life to figure it out. Or you can take the shortcut. I have a PhD in finance. I've been doing this for 30 years. I started teaching finance in 1993. So I've already made the mistakes so that you don't have to. So I've also condensed the process to make it simple. So anyway, in fact, there are times where I can do it for you if you're interested. Now, if you want to know something about the Black Business School, I hope you'll allow me to kind of brag on how great our Black-owned institution is. There's something called a Net Promoter Score. A Net Promoter Score is a measure through surveys of how many raging fans you have of your school, like how much people, or of your product, period. It's a school product, brand, business, whatever, right? So to give you some ideas of net promoter scores as a benchmark of customer satisfaction, how happy the customers are, also how loyal the customers are. It also measures the willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. Let's look at some examples of some famous brands and what their net promoter scores are. So if you look at companies like Microsoft, they have a great net promoter score of 40. If you look at Amazon, you go up to 51. If you go to Apple, their net promoter score is 52. Harvard University, their net promoter score is also 52. The Black Business School, we measured our net promoter score. We sent out the survey and did the measurements. Our net promoter score was 94. 94. How about that for Black excellence? I'm very proud of that. Yeah, our net promoter score is 70, 80% higher than some of the strongest companies in America. I mean, and some of y'all are in here. Some of y'all already know. I mean, for some of y'all might be preaching. I told y'all that I'm. This is kind of my practice to get ready for the event that I'm going to do in a little bit. So I thought I'd kind of run this by you guys and see what you thought. But then I was like, well, if they want to join, you're still welcome to do so. But yeah, a lot of you are raging fans because we put a lot of damn effort into just making sure you're happy. We started from the very beginning, and I said I want us to be student obsessed, customer obsessed. I want us to make people happy. I want us to make people's lives better. And if we're not doing that, we want you to tell us how we can do that better. So we're good at what we do. There's no risk of you signing up for something and feeling like, oh, they screwed me over or they did me dirty. We don't do that. We don't do that. So students love our trainings. Here's another testimony from Letitia Parker. She says, Dr. Boyce is so thorough in his explanations. The examples he gives are very clear and easy to understand. I highly recommend the courses because you will most definitely get your money's worth. Actually, you get more than your money's worth because he goes above and beyond in making sure that the students learn what they need to be successful. He's simply the best. Well, thank you, Letitia, for saying that. And I did not tell her to say that. I've not met Letitia. I just saw her comment. All right. So one last thing I'll throw in there, just is just a formality for sure, but it's an important one, is we also have what I call the Dr. Boyce hassle-free refund guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason in the first 30 days, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will give you a full 100% refund with no questions asked. And in fact, if you're not satisfied and you sign up and you do the annual membership, then we will not just give you a free refund. We will give you a free $1,000 course. So all you got to do is say, hey, I'm not happy. I want my refund and my free course, and they will give you both. And so that's how determined we are to show you that we know what we're doing and that we're good at it, and how much comfort we have in letting you know that you're going to absolutely love being part of the Prime program. The Prime membership will be something that will change your life and elevate you in so many ways that you can imagine. So if you want to take advantage of the offers that I mentioned, $869 for the year or $155 per month, you can go to drboyceprime.com right now. Remember, the annual fee was $29.99. Your fee is going to be $879, and also the regular monthly fee is $399. Yours will be $155. That is not going to be the price in the future, but that's the price right now for you. And oh, and one more thing, I forgot to mention this. If you have someone in your family that you want to share this with, we are for you guys, there's buy one, get one free. So that means that if you sign up and you want to join right now, then you can bring someone in your household that can share your membership and share your login, and they can actually participate in the membership with you. Okay. Now we ask that's per household though, that not just anybody that you just find anywhere, but they have to be someone in your household that you are connected to or related to, because building wealth is not fun when you do it by yourself, because you don't want to be the rich person with a bunch of broke people around you, because that just puts you in danger. So instead, as you elevate, we want you to elevate with others around you so that it's a comfortable experience, and other people can benefit from your prosperity. So I'm going to ask you all now, are there any questions that you have? And you can feel free to also give me any feedback if there's something that you feel like I didn't touch on, or whatever the case may be. And let's see, Pamela says, I've joined and I will need to add a family member. Yeah, please do that. And email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you have any questions about how to do that. Let's see, Miles says, do you know any apps I can use to set up an account to buy stocks? There's a lot of apps. Robinhood is one, of course, and then they have E-Trade and stuff like that. You can do that. Patricia says, what's the link to join? The URL is drboyceprime.com. And so what I'm going to do is I will put the link to the page. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to just click on the link. But yeah, it's drboyceprime, PRIME.com. And also, and by the way, thank you guys for letting me share this. As you can see, it's a training and it's also a pitch. And I appreciate you all hearing this out for me. That really helps me a lot in terms of just sort of thinking things through. And by the way, if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. And I'll see it there. If you put it in the chat, I may or may not see it. You're a fast talker. Will we receive the replay slide deck to revisit the session? Asked Sandra. Yeah. The replay, I can text it out. I'll text it out to you. So if you're on the Money in the Morning text list, if you're not on the Money in the Morning text list, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send it to you via text today. You have a lot of international viewers as well. Yeah, I do. And we do have international students that are in the program. International students can invest in U.S. markets. You'd have to work with like a local bank or something like that. Let's see here. What do you mean by capital as opposed to money? That's a great question. Capital is basically something that you can use to get more resources or to get the things you need. In particular, let's say money. So when you talk about capital, if I'm a farmer and I have cows and pigs and chickens, let's say that I never have any money, I can still use the cow is still a source of capital, because I can get milk from the cow. I can make a steak from the cow. I can breed the cow. Maybe if I think there's a cow. There's like this cow in Mexico that's like the biggest cow ever. He's like the Shaquille O'Neal of cows. And this cow, literally, I think to buy the eggs from the cow is like $400,000 to get the eggs, because the cow breeds these big old gigantic cows, right? So anything that generates resources or money for you is capital, pretty much. When you sell an option, how do you select the stock to sell? There's a lot of criteria. There's different things like what they call implied volatility. There is also just the risk level of the asset. It depends on whether the company has an earnings announcement coming up, things like that. Let's see, Dr. B, the link you shared came up at $19.99 per year. Go to the bottom. If you go to the page, let me see if I can pull up the page for you, Zoe. Let's see here. Let me make sure everything's what it's supposed to say. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, you know what? Okay, here we go. Let me give you a code that you can use. Because I think Micah changed everything. So I've got a discount code you guys can use. Let's see here. All right, so if you go to the Prime page, if you go to the top, it says start making money now. And at that point, you can pick which offer you want, the monthly offer, the annual offer. So if you go with the monthly option, I want you to remove the discount code, and I'm going to show you exactly how to put in the new code. I didn't know this. I think Micah changed everything on the page. I don't know why. Maybe it was my fault for giving her the wrong information. Okay, here we go. All right, so here's the code if you want the monthly discount. The monthly discount, you can put in the code. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's offer 2023 monthly. Offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay. Now, if you go with the annual option at 869, the code is offer 2023, and there is no monthly at the end. Just offer 2023. Okay. So let me show you how to apply that. Gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. See, this is why you practice, because, sometimes you miss stuff, right? Because we had talked yesterday about it, and I think that she changed it and didn't know. All right, so here, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you're going to see this, right? And all the details and information on the program are listed on this page, right? In terms of all the bonuses and everything that you get when you sign up. And if you want to just scroll to get to the, cut to the chase and sign up, you hit start making money now. Now, here at the bottom, you got two plans you can pick from. You've got the monthly plan, and here she's got $349, and this discount gives you $50 off, but that's not the discount you guys can get. I'm going to give you a discount code to get the big discount. This one is $19.99 per year, which is $1,000 off per year. You're not going to have to pay that. So if you want to do monthly, here's what you could do. You could click on this, and you can put in the code. So here on this page, right? Here's the price, $399 per month. It says $50 off. I want to give you a bigger discount. So what you do is you hit remove for the code, apply the new coupon code, and put offer 2023 monthly. All one word, offer 2023 monthly. Now look at the prices, $399. If you hit apply, it'll drop by $243, and you go to $155 per month. Okay. Now, if you want to do annual, if you want to sign up annually, then what you have to do is this. Okay, so what you would do is you go back to that page, drboyceprime.com, and you would use the code 20, let's see, was it offer 2023, all one word. Okay, so let me share the screen again and show you guys. All right, so here on this page, so right here where it says annual, you could hit enroll now. And when you get on the second page, you would remove the discount code. So here it says $29.99. That's the regular price. You can get $1,000 off by default, which goes to $19.99. But what you want to do is remove that code and use the better code. So you hit apply coupon code after you hit remove, and you could type offer 2023. Okay. And then you hit apply. And once you hit apply, you should see your discount. This goes from $29.99 down to $869.71. Okay. And that is the price that you would pay. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry, guys, about the confusion on that. I thought that she, I didn't know she had changed it like that. We talked about it, but I didn't know she actually did it. All right, so let me answer some more questions here. All right, so the Antonio Fuller says BKTX is very volatile, but has a good premium. Yeah, that was on the moneymaker list. We took that one off. Yeah, that's not one that I'm invested in anymore. Let's see. AC Salam says, what is the minimum amount of stock to own to be able to sell options? To sell options on a stock, you have to own at least 100 shares of that stock. If you own less than 100 shares of the stock, then you can't trade options on it. So if the stock is $25 per share, then 100 shares would cost $2,500. So when you ask about things like the minimum amount of capital to get started, you'd have to have enough capital to be able to buy 100 shares of that stock. And then also there's some other things that you'd want to do to manage risk, like using put options in particular. So that might cost a little bit more. But then there's various ways to apply that strategy as well. Let's see here. Someone posted in the chat, what's the advantage of your school? The advantage of our school is that we're very good at what we do, particularly when it comes to identifying and resolving a lot of the economic problems, the Black wealth problems that exist within our families. We're able to dig into those areas that standard universities don't dig into. That's why the Black wealth problem has never been solved. It's because no one's really tried to actually solve it in a meaningful way. They try to solve it with maybe a rising tide lifts all boats sort of approach, and that just doesn't work. You have to be very specific. The Black community has been through a very unique experience, and we believe that that experience requires surgery, not just an aspirin. Okay, Al says, I tried offer 2023 monthly, invalid code. Actually, it's all one word. Did you try offer 2023 monthly altogether? It's just like that. I'm typing in the chat. It's all one word. So don't separate anything. So try it without, okay. And actually, I just heard from Micah, and I think Micah changed the code so that if you do go to drboyceprime.com right now, you will find that the code may already be in there. So if you hit start making money now and you go to the bottom, yeah, she's made it easy for you. So actually, so if you just go there now, you don't even have to put the code in. We just made that easy for you guys. At first, she had switched it, and now you have to put it in there. But now she's just switched it back because I asked her to. All right, so let's see. Another question says, could you share the capital base used to make these amounts? Yeah, well, in the example I gave with Coinbase, I showed you exactly what you could do. I mean, this is not, there's no mystery with that. I mean, if you have enough money to buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase, you can sell the options on the Coinbase, and that's it. And that's very, very straightforward. Let's see, Zoe. Oh, no, you're not being a pain at all. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So you went in at the higher price. Yeah. If you did that, if you went ahead and signed up at the higher price, then just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they'll refund the difference. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, tell them what happened, and they can fix that for you. So the customer service is very, very good. And I wish there was a person that was actually in the room right now to talk to you from customer service, but they couldn't make it. But they're available right now. You can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They will make sure you're happy. That's I know that. I mean, I've worked with the people that run customer service for about 6 years now. They're very good at what they do. Let's see here. Can you use this plan with an investment club? Yes, you absolutely can. It's in fact, it's more fun to do it as a group for sure. Do you have to? Let's see here. Juanita Nelson signed up for Black Money 102. Does that teach stock options? No, 102 is stock market investing. So we talk about stocks, but it doesn't go very deeply into options. Let's see. Rolo says, I believe selling call options per week is better than monthly. It can be. It depends on what asset you're talking about. It depends on how consistently you want your cash flow. Some people want their money monthly. Some people want it weekly. It really depends on what your preference is for sure. Let's see here. What was the initial investment for the example you were giving? I think for the Coinbase, it was 2,000 shares, which took you to a total valuation of about 442. And you'd have to put up about half of that in Robinhood. So you'd have to put up about half of 442, which is 222, something like that. And so remember though that you don't have to do the 2,000 share example. I just did that to compare it to real estate. You could do 1,000 shares if that's all you have. You could do 200 shares, right? The point was to say, what if you approached it with the same capital base that you might put into a real estate deal? Let's look at the reasons why this is a much better way to make money. Again, no work. It's highly liquid. ROI is better. That's why I've walked away from real estate a little bit. I don't hate it. I think real estate ownership can be very beneficial, but I own a lot of my real estate through real estate investment trusts now. I publicly traded real estate investment trust. I don't do a lot of the illiquid deals anymore because they just haven't really been that beneficial. I don't like locking my money up, and then the risk is way too high. So that's just my 2 cents. Can you do the 869 in 4 payments? We don't have that. We don't have a payment plan for the annual, but you can do monthly, right? Monthly just means, you pay the monthly fee. So right now, the two options we have are the annual and the monthly, and that's pretty much what they have. They can look at a payment plan, but right now, there's nothing in place for that. It's just those two ways to pay. Some say weekly options is dangerous. Why? I don't know, Ronald, what the context of that comment might have been, but I don't think they're dangerous. I think everything can be dangerous or not dangerous depending on the situation. So, yeah, options investing can be very dangerous if you do it in a way that builds a lot of risk. You can go and trade options in a way that will ruin and risk everything. Or you can go and trade options in a way where you're very, very safe and very, very conservative. Companies use the options market not to increase their risk, but to reduce their risk. So don't ever think options are just one thing. It's just like fire. Fire is not good or bad. Fire is just powerful. If you use fire in the right way, it can do amazing things for you. You can cook your food and keep you warm. But if you're irresponsible with it, then bad things can happen. So let's see here. Is $5,000 a good base to start with? Yeah, a lot of students start with about $5,000. You add some leverage, it can do some good things for your life. My husband enrolled in Prime about a year ago or so. I'm now coming on board. Now, I wish I'd done it sooner. Lessons from the stock options have paid off and created great passive income. Yeah, good, good. I'm glad, Miss Bird, that we were able to convince you to take a look. And it's okay. Like I've met people who were super skeptical for a long time. I counseled a couple directly, and they were very skeptical for good reason. The husband was I think he was a federal agent or something, and I can talk to people in that space because my father was a detective for a long time, so I know how cops kind of think. They're skeptical of everything, right? And I think that that's fine. I think that's good, right? And he was very skeptical of me for a very long time. He was skeptical of investing in stuff like this for a long time, and they had good reason to feel this way because they'd made some investments and stuff that really, really just took him for a ride and cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it took him maybe 5 years before he trusted me. And I was like, okay, have I earned your trust? Do you feel comfortable? He said, yeah, yeah. And he smiled. And I know that's a lie. Cops don't really smile, right? So, it's one of those things where if you're not comfortable, I understand. Then let's keep talking until you get comfortable. And you can dip your toe in the water. And that's why we have things like money back guarantees and stuff like that, because the internet is an interesting place where it's attracted a lot of people that are just getting you to do stuff with the promise of possibly turning it into money. And a lot of these people are not trained or qualified on any level. You look at their background, they don't have any credentials, but they sound good. And some of them are flat out criminals. And so, yeah, I get it. I totally respect whatever your process is. And for those of you where it took you a little while to gain the trust, that's okay. I hope that we can keep earning that. I want us to keep moving that direction for sure. Let's see here. Okay, the Q&A bot. Okay, wow, there's a lot of 34 questions. All right, I'm gonna answer as many as I can in rapid fire succession so we can bounce out. And by the way, the URL is drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com if you'd like to take advantage of the offer. I want to do one-on-one coaching. What's the extra cost? I don't have the cost in front of me right now. I know that it's not. I know that a lot of people do like 30-minute sessions, and it's a few $100, maybe like 5.99 or something like that. And it's because we don't have a lot of them. We just don't, and they fill up really fast. But if you want to do something like that, then email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. The one-on-ones are not something that I think everybody has to do. It's really for those that are making weighty decisions that really need me to specifically look specifically at what you're doing. I wish I could do that for everybody, but I can't. And so that's where the investment makes sense, right? You pay a consultant when if you're making a $20,000 decision. Well, yeah, it makes sense to pay a few $100 to get good information so you don't lose the $20,000, right? So yeah, feel free to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and Chanel can set that up. I won't be able to do a lot of one-on-ones in the next 3 or 4 weeks, though. I got to go to, we're doing our group trip to Egypt and some other stuff that's happening. But I'll be able to do them maybe, I think, toward the end of August. Is the $900 per year forever? Yeah, that fee, whatever price you sign up for today is yours for life. That's your fee forever. Let's see. I want to join, but the only option is yeah. Okay, so the 1999 option. I hope you're able to. Or sorry, I said 879. Actually, it's 897. I got the numbers reversed in my head. I gotta check. Maybe that's a dyslexia or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. To be precise, it's 897.71. That's what Micah sent me. Sorry, wait. I said 87. No, 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 it's not 879. Sorry, it's 869.71. Jeez, the numbers are spinning around in my brain. So it's actually lower, it looks like. So yeah, so just go to the page and thank you, Miss Dixon. I appreciate that. Yeah, 869.71. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and those are your prices. Thank you very much, Terrence. I appreciate that. Sorry for being scramble brain. This is why I'm practicing with you guys, and I appreciate you guys letting me go through this with you and talk to you about this. Okay, so let's see. D Hines says, "What if I want a friend to join? How long is the option available?" The first 30 days. If you just reach out to the team and talk to them about it, then the only thing that we can't allow is like people just blanketly sharing with like too many people, just because that kind of undermines the ability of the school to operate. We are a Black-owned business, and we do hire lots of people that help us to implement this. I can't do this by myself. We need a team, and we don't take money from corporations or the government because I don't want to be a government-funded institution. I think that that's what's actually hurt our HBCUs, is that they are dependent on the government, so they can't actually solve problems in an adequate way. Like, for example, it doesn't make any sense that most HBCUs won't even invite Dr. Claude Anderson to speak. Why wouldn't you want the premier Black economic thinker on earth to come into your campus? Well, it's because they're afraid of what the man is going to, what other, what I mean, other people are going to think, that have a stake in sort of keeping us right where we are. And so we present solutions, and our solutions actually work. Let's see, the original prime student from day one. Okay, Justin, if you want to get the adjustment on the price you signed up for, this is a special offer for new members, but talk to the team. Maybe they can work with you, offer you a bonus or something like that. We're not opposed to talking about that for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, reach out to the support team and talk to them about your situation, and we can definitely figure that out. Let's see, Michael Ruff, is there a promo code for the deal? Yeah, there's actually not a promo code anymore. You can just go to drboyceprime.com, and it's right there on the page. How do I set up multiple children in your Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you with that. If you have multiple kids and you want to get them set up, we have our Black Business School for Children. I think our children, if you have ambitious, intelligent children or grandchildren that are willing to learn things that are going to help them make money later on in life, I think teaching them stock options is absolutely appropriate. I think they can understand it. Our kids get it. They're going to have to learn something to make money. They're going to have to go to dental school or something, or they're going to have to learn how to be a nail tech or whatever it is that they choose to do. And those things are hard to learn. So if they can learn those hard things, if you can learn the hard stuff required to become an employee, then you should be able and willing to learn the hard stuff required to become an investor. I think it's very strange that we are, okay with going to school and learning all kinds of special skills that let us serve other people. I have, one of our kids works at a restaurant. Like Applebee's style restaurant. And I'm gonna say Applebee's style because I don't want to be giving away too much personal information. But I went through her training, and she had this massive pile of stuff to learn. You had to learn all the different menu configurations and how to serve the customers and the procedures to make the food and everything else. And it was like a college class. So if you can learn all that, if you can learn all the stuff required to learn how to serve food at Applebee's, why can't why can't you learn stock options? Like I just explained stock options to you in an hour or so. So I just don't get it. And I know people that make thousands doing, with stock options. I don't know a lot of people who get rich working at Applebee's. I just don't. So anyway, let me get off that soapbox. Travis, would it be wise to start with 5K? 5K, I say start where you are. Some of you have 0K. Even if you have no money, that doesn't mean you have no wealth. You just might have to figure out a way to get some money to go with your wealth. But when you're learning this stuff, that's a form of wealth in itself. You just may need to find somebody that has a little bit more money than you, and talk to them about what you know and see if there's a way you can partner together. Let's see, how many shares of individual stock do you have to own to do options? You have to own 100 shares of a stock in order to sell options on that stock. Between joining Prime or attending your conference in October, which would be more impactful as a first step? I would say joining Prime, because with Prime, it's a year-round thing. The conference, you can work up to that. The All Black National Convention, October 25th through the 27th. We are going to have a special gathering of Prime students where you get a chance to meet others that are in the group as well. Let's see here. That's okay. That's not an embarrassing question, Kenya. The price, if you go to drboyceprime.com, Kenya, there is the pricing is at the bottom. The annual fee is $869.71. That's the special price for today. The monthly fee is $155. Okay, so those are the options. Those are the prices that you have available, and all the information is at drboyceprime.com. So let me answer a few more questions, and then we're going to bounce on out, and then I will see you all tomorrow morning for class. Thank you for hearing me out on this discussion. I hope you gained something from this. Let's see. L. Davis, the additional discount for the $897 annually is not showing. It should show, Mr. Davis. Okay, it looks like the comment came in 20 minutes ago after Micah made the change. So it should be on the page for sure. If you don't see it or you have any challenges and you don't see the prices that I mentioned, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will take care of you. They will make sure that you're in good shape. Once we join Prime, don't we have to buy 100 shares of more than one stock in order to earn money? No, I mean, I know people that sell options with just one stock. You don't necessarily have to have a bunch of them. You can just have one that makes money for you. So, for example, if I had, let's say I had something like, let's look at another stock that I like marathon platforms or marathon digital. So let's say that I had, let's say I went out and bought 200 shares of marathon digital for $3,834. Robinhood requires me to put up 60% of that money, and I could sell an option on that that expires a month from now, and I could make roughly, depending on which one I pick, I could make roughly $1.63 per option. So if I had 200 shares, I can make about $350 a month from selling those options. Then now that's not a ton of money. It's not life changing, but the amount of the investment is pretty small. It's only $3,800 that you're using to buy the stock, and you don't even have to put up the whole 3,800. You put up about 2,000 of that, and then you're able to generate consistent income every month from that. Now, if you had did something bigger like 38,000, then you can add a zero. So instead of me making 350 or whatever per month, I can make 3,500 a month. For a lot of you, 3,500 would pay your mortgage or pay your rent plus your car note. For a lot of you, 3,500 is almost escape velocity money. Like that's freedom money, right? Or if it's not 3,500, maybe it's 7,000. Whatever your number is, I can tell you when my favorite individuals and couples to work with are people that have been savers their whole life or have money put to the side or have access to some type of capital. It might be through a HELOC or whatever. And literally, when they tell me how much they want to use towards stock options, I literally will say, okay, how much money do you need to make each month? And they give me the number, and I say, okay, let's take that capital base. Let's see if we can get to that number. And we shape a portfolio, and it's not investing advice. I just tell them this is what I would do. And I lay it out and I say, well, you could buy some of this and then buy some of that and then buy some of that and then do this and then this and do this. And then when we get done, I say, okay, here's your number, $7,245 or whatever. This is bigger than your number. How do you feel? I literally I think investing's connected to feelings. So my wife got me into feelings and stuff. And because she's a therapist. And every single time, every single time they smile. Like every single time, it's like, yeah, and that's because money creates that natural dopamine rush. It's so much fun to make more money. And it's and you think about this, right? Think about how excited we are if our boss gives us like a tiny raise, like he gives us like a 5%, 10% raise, and you make an extra $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year and you feel good that day. Imagine if you're making, an extra $3,000 a month. Like that's a pretty good feeling. So this is real stuff. This is not hocus pocus. We got probably a couple thousand students or something in Prime now. I don't know how many in there exactly, but I want them to give you authentic reactions so that you will just kind of know what's going on. And if you are a student and the reaction isn't what we want it to be, then reach out to our team and they can talk to you about ways we can figure things out so that you can get the reaction that you want. Okay. Elhai says greatest feeling ever. Yeah, it's really good. And I think that what also happens is that you're also feeling my natural reaction to this because this affects my life. This is how I make money for my wife and my kids and my family. So this is not just me teaching, this is me doing as I'm teaching. So I'm definitely a player coach. I invest right along with the students. That one stock I showed you that went up by $200 in a day or something, and everybody made a bunch of money. That was literally an asset. My student asked me about it. I looked at it and I said, "Oh yeah, this is great. I love this." And I had some extra money sitting to the side, so I invested in it too. We all made money together, right? So this is a great feeling. Investing, now, mind you, I want to be really clear though. Investing always has risk. There are some times where you have to learn how to manage and deal with the fact that portfolios don't always go up in value. And that's why we have the Black Financial Therapy Department, because my wife, a therapist, is there to help us figure out how to process feelings in a way that's not going to destroy the long-term value of what we're trying to do. Right. So the risk part is really important. I'm not here to ever make you think that there's not risk, but I am here to tell you that there are ways to manage risk effectively, and the good does outweigh the bad. All right. So let's see a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. I hope everyone's Please help. Can someone please help me sign up? Okay, so Stan, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you should be able to hit the button at the top that says start making money now. It'll take you to the bottom. You got the monthly option or the annual option with the discounts already embedded. If you are stuck, if you have any more trouble signing up, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will work with you until it's fixed and or until you feel better. They will call you on the phone if they have to, and they will make sure that you get signed up. Okay, so Stan, so let me know if you're still stuck on that. All right, a couple more questions, then I'm going to get on out of here. Let's see here. I just enrolled in Miami. That's Money in a Minute. Okay. Is this an overlap or complement to the Prime course? That is a complement to actually Money in the Morning. So Money in a Minute is basically, which if you're interested and you want to take a look at that, you text the word Miami to 87948. That's Money in a Minute. Get it? That's the acronym. So Money in a Minute is where basically, when we were doing Money in the Morning, I said, how do we form habits where we can increase our financial literacy by having a lesson delivered every morning to us on our cell phone? So Money in a Minute is where every single morning you get like a basic lesson on stock options delivered to you right to your cell phone. And so you can watch the lecture. It takes 90 seconds, 2 minutes, very short. So almost really mini lectures. And then you've learned something that day. And by the end of 30 days, you have a basic fundamental understanding of the market and kind of how it works. So feel free to text the word Miami to 87948 if you'd like to take a look at Money in a Minute. Okay, let's see here. Also, can you have an investment club to do this program? Yes, absolutely, Eunice. The investment clubs are the best way. It's a lot of fun because you can build wealth, learn, and also connect with people you love at the same time. It's the best Black experience ever. What's the URL again? It's drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Let's see. What trading platform is best for getting started? I like Robinhood for the simplicity. There are other apps out there, but Robinhood's one of my favorites. Let's see. Will this be Zoom? Will these be Zoom meetings? Yes, we're gonna have one soon. And so once you sign up, you will be on the text list and I will text you guys. In fact, if you wanted to get on the text list now, you'd have to log in to come in. But if you want to even get on the text list for Prime now, text the word options to 87948. If you text options to 87948, I will send you links when we have our meetings coming up and also when we do Q&A. So text options to 87948. You have to log in though, so make sure you're signed up so you can get in. Let's see, what app do you use for stock options? Oh, I use a lot of them. Let's see. I mentioned Robinhood earlier. That's my favorite. In Prime, do you show how to analyze stocks? If so, where do I find that in Prime? You know what? With stock analysis, I take a little bit of an unconventional approach in the sense that analyzing stock is not what a lot of people make you think it is. A lot of people make you think that it's a matter of looking at all these ratios and trying to figure out the direction of a stock or a company by looking at their financials. I just don't know if that is the best approach, to be honest with you, not based on the research, because I don't even think it's like it would give you a bunch of information that would only confuse you and you wouldn't even know exactly how to apply it. So really paying attention to what the analysts say is more important than you trying to be the analyst. It's like if I want to get my car fixed, I could take the hood off and I could pull the engine out and I could try to take it apart and put it back together again, but I'd have to have a lot of training to do that properly. So the best thing for me to do is not for me to try to fix my car myself. It's the best thing for me to do is to take it to the shop and give a guy $1,000 or whatever and have him use his expertise to go inside the car. Do you understand? So to some extent, the inner workings of a corporation are like that car. And I think that a lot of people teach stock analysis in the wrong way. That's my 2 cents. But if you want to understand stocks, believe me, we got 7 years of material, lectures, curriculum, probably 2,000 lectures on it right now that I've done since 2015, and it's all available to you. And you can just go through them. And I guarantee when you're done, you'll know more about stocks than 99% of the population. Okay. So I'm going to go. Sandra's asking, what are the days and times and durations of the biweekly coaching calls? They tend to be Thursday nights at 8 p.m., but it's not every single Thursday and it's not always at 8. Sometimes my schedule kind of, I reach out and I'll let you guys know what the time is. There is a schedule inside. If you log in at Dr. Boyce Prime, you will find a schedule for the next Prime meetings, and we do Prime Q&As. Every 6 weeks, we do something called Prime 101, which is Prime for beginners, where we'll just do a beginner session and where you can hit the reset button, or if you can get up to speed. So we do a lot of these things to make sure that you're able to understand everything that's going on. So let me give the information one more time before we go. How long will I be in Charlotte for the Power Networking Conference? I'll be here for till tomorrow, basically, and then I got to go on another trip. But I'll be here every morning with you guys, and the days I can't make it, you'll get a text message. So really quickly, if you'd like to get that special offer that I mentioned, just go to drboyceprime.com. There is a monthly option and there is also an annual option. The discount's quite substantial. I think you're going to like it, and I know you're going to love the program. You can instantly get started, start coming to the Prime meetings, and really start applying some of these strategies right away and generating income today if you wanted to. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you guys for allowing me to share this with you. Now I get to go and talk to the people at the Power Networking Conference in confidence, knowing the areas that I have to tighten up and the areas where everything's smooth. And we're going to meet tomorrow morning again for financial consciousness training. So have a good day, everybody. I'm Gen X, and then there's millennials, then there's Gen Z. So you got millennials and Gen Z. And there were studies that basically sorted out investors. That was done by Bank of America, and they sorted investors based on whether you were over or under 44 years old. And on these criteria, they were able to identify some differences in terms of how younger folks invest versus, say, people above the age of 45. And I thought that it would be an interesting analysis to kind of think about this in terms of psychology, because all this is psychological. It all comes down to mindset. And as you guys know, in Money in the Morning, we basically are digging into financial psychology and the mindset of investors and what that means. Now, first thing I'm going to say before I reveal this is that it's not as if young people are investing badly, right? They just invest a little bit differently, and I also believe that the cross transfer of information across generations can be beneficial for everybody. Like I think that younger people can teach older people a few things, and I'll mention that. And then also older people can teach young people some things. And so if you're smart, you'll listen because your grandma knows a couple things. She's seen things that you haven't seen. Your grandfather knows things that you have not experienced yet. And so I know that listening to my grandma, who is the panther that's behind me, I keep my grandma with me everywhere I go. She's right here. Her name is Felicia, and she's also behind my head. My grandmother, protected me from myself on more than one occasion, because when I was young, I was smart, but sometimes we think we're smarter than we actually are. So I had a little bit of knucklehead in me. I still remember my grandmother when she had bought me some savings bonds, and that was how she knew to invest. She didn't really know anything about the stuff that we talk about. Like, we're far more advanced than previous generations in terms of our economic knowledge, all of us, everyone in here. And she had bought me these savings bonds when I was little, and they all matured, and I got this lump sum of money when I went off to college. And I had this girlfriend at the time, and her car broke down. And I remember I used some of that money to fix my girlfriend's car. And I never forget, my grandmother was so furious, and she wrote a long letter to me. This is back when people used to write letters. She didn't send an email or a text message. She wrote me a letter. That's how you know grandma was pissed. And she wrote me a long letter, and I don't know if she thought that I was out smoking crack or what, but she talked, she really was concerned about what I was doing with my money. And it was that experience that reminds me of why I think personally that as you're building this wealth, as you're making these smart decisions to prepare your family for their strong economic future, getting your kids ready, you're doing the $5 a day plan or even beyond that, and really, really preparing a wealth egg or a nest egg for your kids so they can be financially safe. I don't believe in giving all that money over to them when they turn 18. I cannot reemphasize that enough. This is not their wealth. This becomes their wealth when you decide it's their wealth. And this is family wealth. You understand? We are a team. We are a collective. Just like we're going to we have cars right now. We have a couple cars in our garage. And it's a little bit tough because now we got four people in the house that are of driving age, and everybody's got an agenda. Both of the kids have to get to work, and me and my wife have stuff to do. So we're having a car issue, right? So we're trying to decide how to navigate that. Do we buy them a car? And I said, hell no, I don't want to just buy them a car and give them a car. I don't do that. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you've done that. I'm just saying that that's not where I come from. You earn what you get. That's it. I don't know if anybody else feels this way. But I just believe that you're better off if you earn what you get. That way you can get the pride of knowing that you did this. And also, I think that spoiling kids it just never seemed to work out right. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never it never seemed to really work out when the kid was spoiled, that they would be better off than they would have been if they hadn't been spoiled. I've just not seen that. So my position on it was no, 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 no. We're not buying anybody a car, but we are going to buy a car. So this is, don't tell the kids. If you meet my kids at the convention or something, don't tell them that this was the master plan. Okay, we got to, like, you know how the man be making plans for black people and they don't tell you what the plans are. Well, in this house, I'm the man and she's the woman, and so we make these little secret plans. This is the conspiracy theory that we always know there's a conspiracy. Well, in our house, there are lots of conspiracy theories. This is one of them. So if you meet the kids, don't tell them this was the plan. So anyway, here's the plan. The plan was, I told my wife, I said, go out and go to the dealership, find a car that you want to get, whatever, just whatever you want to do. I support it. Um, and so we're gonna have three cars, and then we'll be able to allow the kids to share the third car, the 10-year-old car that we don't want to use as much anymore, but we're not giving that car to anybody. That's still our car. So this, again, this is a mindset. I'm not telling you what to do, but the thinking was, look, this is not your car. This is the family car. But because we bought it, then we have a little more say in what happens with this car. So you're going to get everything that you need, but you're not going to be able to say, get out of my car, or I'm taking my car. Because for you to say, to have a car that you say is your car, you're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in this process in order for you to say that is my car. Because but again, that's a personal bias, right? Everybody has a bias. But I would say whatever your bias is, however you were raised, or whatever you think is best as the leader of the household, and a lot of you are either parents, or you're going to be parents, or maybe you're grandparents or something. I encourage you to think about the accumulation of any asset, whether it's a vehicle that's declining in financial value, right? Cars are depreciating assets, but they're important assets because you need them to get around. Or you're talking about the stock portfolio. That's family wealth. When you're building this wealth for your kids, that money belongs to primarily you. If you did it, if you're the one who built all this, then that should be yours. That's your empire that you're building. And then also, when you're talking about the transfer of that wealth onto the kids, you have to have discernment in terms of how you do that. Because if you do it wrong, let me just tell you, if you do it wrong, you're gonna lose it all. If you do it wrong, if you're sloppy, if you just say, oh, well, because you're a certain age and because you're my child, I'm gonna give you everything. That don't work out too well. And people react differently when you give them stuff. Again, that goes back to what I was telling you guys in finance. There's all these research papers written on what they call the moral hazard problem. The moral hazard problem basically says that when you get one of the dimensions of the moral hazard, it's a very complex idea, but one of the dimensions of it is that when you give people stuff, they start acting stupid. When you give people stuff, their behavior changes. I remember when, that football player Antonio Brown, that played for the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders, and I think the poor guy has CTE. That's what I think is really going on, because he's the Negro. The Negro is crazy. But anyway, Antonio Brown, he was a great wide receiver. He was very disciplined. He worked really hard. He showed up to practice on time, and so because he was so good, they were going to sign him to this massive contract. And there was somebody who said something that was true, but there's not much you could do about it. But he basically said, when you give him all this money, he's going to act a fool. You're not going to be able to control him anymore. And he was actually right. When Antonio Brown got his money, his behavior no longer made any sense. Now, I personally think that brain damage thing is really big with the football players. So when I see them commit a crazy crime, like there was one guy, Kellen Winslow Jr., I think, who went to prison because he was literally sexually assaulting like old ladies, like 75, 80 years old. That just seems kind of weird. I'm not saying that any type of assault is okay. It's never okay, but it was just weird. It made me think something's got to be going on with his brain. And Aaron Hernandez, who played the same position as Kellen Winslow Jr., who definitely was confirmed to have tremendous amounts of brain damage, was just going to the club and killing people. Like, and it didn't make, and it was weird. They didn't even consider him a suspect because they were like, why would a guy who just won a Super Bowl murder somebody? That didn't make, but it turned out that he had significant mental illness that came from all those hits to the head. So anyway, with that being said, though, just circling back to moral hazard, people act differently when you give them resources and you give them money. Especially true. That's especially true when you talk about your kids. So when you're talking about how to kind of deal with your children and just sort of what way to sort of distribute the assets, I think it's important to really think it through carefully because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. There's a show I've been watching. Anybody watch the show on Netflix called The Gentleman? Anybody watch it? It's got one of my favorite actors, Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors out here. He played Big Brother Almighty back in School Days. I don't know if y'all remember him. Everybody, if you haven't seen School Days, like remember when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." If you ain't watched School Days, I'm gonna have to check your black card because that movie's a classic. We know it is. But anyway, if you're young, then that's your excuse. So go watch School Days. You'll love it. So anyway, Giancarlo Esposito is in this show called The Gentleman, and it's about this it starts with this guy who inherits this massive estate and all this wealth from his father who was the duke of something or whatever, and they called him my your grace or my lord and all this other British crap. And anyway, one of the things that happened was the way the story starts is that you had the older brother. The oldest was supposed to inherit the estate, and this had been the tradition in the family for 600 years. And so all this wealth that had been accumulated over half a millennia, 5 to 600 years, was all going to go to the oldest son. And the problem was that the oldest son is an idiot and a drug addict who makes terrible decisions. So the father skipped the oldest son and passed all the wealth down to his second son, who was the one that was the most responsible because he knew his second son wasn't going to mess up the family estate. And so this is what this whole show's about. It's all about money and choices and everything else. And all those things are deeply connected. And so as you're building your empire and preparing what to do with it, and managing risk. We've talked about risk management. I did that whole training with you guys called Stormproof Investing, and we talked about diversification and the use of stock options to protect your portfolio. But the biggest protector in terms of risk is just making good decisions and then making the good decision to put your wealth in the hands of people who are going to make good decisions, who are going to who are skilled at three major things. There are three major skills that make you into a wealthy person. One is the ability to acquire wealth. Two is the ability to preserve wealth. Three is the ability to grow the wealth. So really, it's simple. I would almost call it the football player analogy. And let me explain. I like analogies because it helps us understand that I'm telling you nothing new. Everything that we talk about, you already know these things. Well, if you think about it, what makes a great football team? Well, if you have the ability to get the ball, to acquire the ball, which means you got a good defense. Your defense can get fumbles and sacks and interceptions. Two, you can protect the ball. The quarterback does not fumble. They don't make mistakes. And then you can grow your score. You can get the ball down the field because you have a great offense. If you have those three things, do you understand? Tell me if you get this analogy. If you can acquire the ball, protect the ball, and get the ball down the field, then you will win Super Bowls. So to win Super Bowls in your life, in the game of economics, the very competitive game of powernomics that exists all throughout this world, the game of capitalism, then pick up those three skills and you're going to win. And then you only give the ball to people who also have those skills, right? So if I've got a child who does not preserve wealth, then why would I give all my assets to that person who's just going to be a leaky bucket, who's going to lose everything? And this is what that whole show's about. The Gentleman. There's so many shows. If you watch, there's so many shows you watch that are really straight economic lessons. There's so many shows you watch. Every time you watch a show where money is discussed and there's a money problem, or people are doing crazy stuff because they need to get money, that's a financial lesson. There's so many different shows I could point out on Netflix right now where money pops up everywhere in these conversations. And this is where you learn it. This is your training ground. All right. So let me dig into some of this study. This is what I kind of wanted to hit on today. And by the way, if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for kids, we're halfway through the summer. It's not too late for you to give them something that's going to last for the rest of their life. You can go to drboycebooks.com, and there's a discount code, book club, the word book club. If you use the code book club, you can get 30% off anything in the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you get on the text list for Money in the Morning. If you want to join the private Zoom for free, or get a notification. A lot of you just got a notification from me. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here are a few things that are going on. Basically, a Bank of America study found that young people under the age of 44 are more likely to choose investments that differ from those that are over the age of 44. People over the age of 44 are more likely to lean on the traditional investments, top three being stocks, real estate, and then emerging markets, right? So stocks, the stock market's number one, then real estate, and then if you want to go further, maybe emerging markets, meaning like third world countries. There are funds you can invest in that will let you, benefit from other countries. I made a list for you guys of funds you can invest in to make money in India, Africa. I made a list for Africa. I'll text that out to you guys again if you'd like to see it, or you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you access to that. I don't have it in front of me now. Either way, if that were the case, I'd give it to you now. That's kind of what people do over the age of 44, right? So, and it makes sense. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Those who don't participate in the stock market don't tend to build very much wealth. Also, real estate is very, very powerful. Real estate is a great way to have literally a real asset, something you can actually touch, something that's very tangible. So shout out to everybody who owns real estate. I think real estate's fine. I don't personally enjoy being a landlord. I think I've talked to you guys about that. So I choose to make my money by selling stock options and all that to get my income. But still, real estate is fine. And then also emerging markets are nice because emerging markets can give you that excess return because you're investing in these small countries that may grow very, very quickly. Now, um, here's the thing. The truth though is that younger people, typically every generation, they do something different from what their parents did. And a lot of the decision in terms of what they choose to do is informed by their experience, right? So, a person that's under the age of 45, they've grown up with a lot of technology, so they're very comfortable with technology. Younger people tend to be more comfortable with risk because they have a longer time horizon for investment, but then also they are comfortable with risk because sometimes it's because they haven't gone through certain experiences. My grandmother went through the Great Depression, so she was very, very risk averse, very risk conscious. People like Warren Buffett, they saw the effects of the Great Depression, so they're always thinking about the downside. They're thinking about what could go wrong. Whereas if you're a young person and you've only seen the market boom, you've only seen low interest rate regimes, which is what we had going all the way back to 2010, where you could just go borrow money and amazing things will happen after that, then a person like that is more likely to take on leverage and debt and kind of just gunsling a little bit, right? Because they haven't really gone through. In fact, the last 20 years, 25 years or so, you really haven't seen too many major economic calamities. You did have the decline in 07, 08, which was pretty bad for the real estate market. But for the most part, young people haven't really gone through like some sort of like significant economic hell in terms of the stock market, in terms of watching your portfolio go, just drop 60% right before your eyes. They haven't really experienced a lot of that. So a lot of times that can lead to um, different investment behavior of young people, right? And so here's what they found in the study that young people do when it comes to investing. They said that young people, they tend to allocate toward real estate at the top of the list, crypto and private equity. That was what Bank of America mentioned in particular. Real estate, crypto, and private equity, as opposed to stocks being at the top of the list. Private equity might be, in some cases, just, your own business or investing in other people's businesses, or some of these websites where you can put money in and they can, like I think Fundrise does that, where you're raising money for startups and stuff like that. And what's actually driving a lot of this is that also younger people tend to have a little less patience when it comes to wealth building. They sort of, especially on social media, where there's a lot of incentive or a lot of what's the word? A lot of flashiness in terms of people showing you how much money they made and how they made it quickly. It can make someone feel stupid for doing things like getting up and going to work every day, or waiting 5 or 10 or 15 years for something great to happen. Why would you wait 15 years when you can make it happen in 15 days? And so the lure of the fast money a lot of times can drive certain investments that are extremely risky. And then also they mentioned that younger people have an interest in various kinds of collectibles like watches and classic cars and stuff like that, or even sneakers. And all that's fine, right? Again, I'm not here to tell you that those things are bad. I think that what is interesting though to me is that you should know that there's something that everybody can learn from each generation, and generally speaking, things like crypto are incredibly risky, probably riskier than people can recognize. And they said that some of the reasons that younger people are more likely to deviate toward things like crypto is a lack of trust, a lack of trust in the government. You hear a lot of people talk online about how the dollar is gonna collapse and the whole economy is gonna go to shit and everybody's gonna lose everything, or the government is manipulating you in this way or that way. And I'm not saying those things aren't true. I'm not gonna say that America, I do, I really completely agree with you that America is a country where there are conspiracy theories. There are people in the elite class that make certain decisions that affect the working class that are unfair. I've mentioned to you a few factors. For example, I think they've completely screwed a lot of people when it comes to student loans. So you have a lot of disillusioned people who say, "Wait a minute, I went into debt to go to college so I can do everything right, and here I got all this debt, and I'm stuck, and I'm not making the money I expected to make." Like all that's real and all that's by design. We've talked about that. But at the same time, though, I think that if this lack of trust causes you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then that's not good for you, right? If you are just sort of like for example, if you believe that the stock market is a complete Ponzi scheme and you don't participate, well, then guess what? You're missing out on the chance to make money alongside Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and the greatest companies on earth. And so really, I think that a balanced approach is more appropriate, where you say, yeah, they're probably doing what's best for themselves. Yeah, the elites are going to be elites. Yeah, they're probably making plans and conspiracies for them to benefit themselves. But that does not mean that I still can't participate in this economy and do well. Also, younger people tend to be more tech savvy. They're more comfortable with technology, which is why things like crypto can be appealing, as opposed to older people who don't trust crypto. I've heard older people talk about crypto like it's just fake money and it's complete garbage. And I think that that's an inappropriate approach, because typically a lot of times the people that will say things like that are people that they know a lot about investing, but they don't know a lot about crypto. You understand? Like, so they'll know a lot about stocks and real estate and business. So that gives them their credibility. But then they won't take the time to really try to understand what's really happening with crypto. Like, what is it? Like, what's really going on here? And I think that that's a little bit problematic and disingenuous. It's almost like somebody who won a Super Bowl who then tells you that tennis is crap, or a pickleball is garbage, right? So if I am a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know who's a guy. I'm trying to think. I can't name any Super Bowl winners right now. I don't know. Shannon Sharp. I'm Shannon Sharp, and I won a Super Bowl in football. Um, but and then pickleball comes along, and I say, well, pickleball's a stupid sport, but I know nothing about the sport. If I say pickleball will never take off, nobody likes pickleball, it's dumb. What credibility do I have to really say that? Right? If my credibility is that I won a Super Bowl, well, that's not appropriate credibility. That's not accurate in terms of that's not my area of expertise. Do you understand? So a lot of times people that criticize crypto the most, I've noticed, are people who haven't taken the time to really understand it, participate in it, invest in it. Why would you if you think it's stupid, if you think it's garbage, if you made that assessment from the very beginning? So one of the things I can say that was with crypto, in order for me to critique it, I felt like I needed to understand it. So to understand it, I read a couple books about it and did a lot of research, talked to a lot of people, looked into a lot of stuff. I'm still not an expert on it, but I know a lot more than I did. And if you were to ask me, do I think crypto is garbage? I'd say yes. And if you ask me, do I think crypto is a great investment? I would say yes. And the reason I say that is because not all crypto is created equally. And the future of crypto is very, very vague. Nobody knows what the future of crypto is going to be because it's heavily dependent on things like regulation. It's dependent on what the economy does. If the economy were to go south, like for example, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know that name? Give me a yes if you remember the name Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. Anybody? Did anybody else follow the FTX debacle? Let me know if you followed this. This is really important. Okay, so Sam Bankman-Fried became kind of the king of crypto. He was a guy that was really making what I thought were some strong, solid decisions for a while. I don't think he was just a complete loose cannon wrecking ball or a bad person the whole time. I think he did make a mistake though, and he did break the law. But what Sam Bankman-Fried did was he came along and he kind of positioned himself in the crypto world similar to where JP Morgan was in banking years ago, where he was literally the single guy who was bailing out the entire industry. He was making these big acquisitions of these companies and doing all these things that were really garnering a lot of respect around the world and everything. And it turned out though that he was doing it inappropriately and illegally. He was using money that he wasn't supposed to use. He had money that he was supposed to hold, and he used that money to make investments. He put his hand in the cookie jar. He borrowed money that he shouldn't have been borrowing, and that was clearly illegal and clearly wrong. Um, but let me also give you the other side of that. That's interesting. So if Bankman Fried had done the exact same thing, and it wasn't a crypto winter, he not only would he have gotten away with it, but he would still be hailed as a hero. He would be looked at as this guy who was this financial genius. Um, what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of times timing is huge in terms of when people get caught with, various Ponzi schemes. Bernie Madoff got caught because there was a recession. And when there's a recession and an economic downturn and there's fear throughout the economy, that's when the rubber meets the road. That's when people start reaching out and saying, okay, all that money you've been holding for me? I need that money by tomorrow. And if you don't have the money, like if the money is out there somewhere, if you've got it planted somewhere in an investment where the paper loss is extreme, then you're gonna pretty much get caught with your pants down. But maybe if they had called you a month later, you would have had the money. Do you understand? Right? So what happens with a Bankman Fried or a Bernie Madoff, and this is again not to excuse their behavior. I think that it was not just criminality, but it was also criminality that was driven by excessive risk taking. It's almost like someone who says, I'm going to take a risk by breaking the law. I'm going to take a risk by using money that I shouldn't be using or making a promise that I may not be able to keep. And I'm hoping that you don't ask me the wrong question at the wrong time. Do you understand? Or maybe somebody who I don't know if your wife has a boyfriend and she brings him by the house and she's hoping that you're not home, that you don't come home at the time her boyfriend's at the house, right? So basically, because if you come home, then you're going to break down the illusion. You're going to say, wait a minute, you were cheating on me, right? Whereas if you come home an hour later, you would say, my wife is wonderful and she's perfect and she's an amazing person, right? So the thing that's really that I see with that is that crypto's future, similar to the future of a Sam Bankman-Fried, is highly dependent upon what happens with other factors that are unrelated to the quality of their ability as an investor. I don't believe at all that Sam Bankman-Fried is the only person in high finance who has done something that could be defined as illegal. One thing that does happen is that whenever there's a crash, what happens is people start going back and they start doing very detailed forensics and really looking at every little detail to see exactly what you did right. And I guarantee you that 90% of you, if somebody really put a microscope on your life and said, we're going to go through every tax return you've ever filed and verify every single thing you ever wrote off and every little thing you've ever done, they will probably find something. They will probably, there's a chance that they would find something and say, oh wait, look at this, wait, you filed a bank loan in you got a bank loan in 2017 and you said your income was 98,200 and we found out your income was only 91,400, so that that's illegal because you lied on your form, and so now we're going to prosecute and all these other things, right? So effectively, when I think about the future of crypto, I think about the Sam Bankman-Frieds in the sense that a lot of people don't even know, for example, that the investments that Bankman-Fried made with the money that he was not supposed to use. So again, I want to be 100% clear. He did break the law. He deserved, what he got, and I'm not here to defend any of that. But a lot of the investments he made with that fake money or the money he wasn't supposed to have, those investments did extremely well. They once the sky cleared and once the crypto winter ended, they had a dilemma. They said, okay, so we're claiming this guy stole people's money, but what do you do if the money is there? Like, what do you do if like, what do you do if you say, hey, you took $1 billion? That was the biggest critique, right? You stole billions of dollars from people, right? Which again he did. But what do you do if the thief puts the money back and puts an extra $100,000 in the bank account just for good measure, right? Again, I'm not saying that he didn't break the law. Again, I keep going back to that so we don't misinterpret the discussion here. But but that's what he did, right? So it's crazy. So I don't know what Bankman did or how much he took exactly. So let's say he took 1 billion, right? And then the market crashes because what he did with the money is he took the money, he invested it in stuff. And those investments all plummeted at the same time. Right? So that crypto that he bought for $1 went down to 10 cents. So then the crypto winter ends. So then they say, oh, so you took $1 billion from people because you took the billion, you made these crappy investments, the investments sank down to zero. You're a loser. You stole this money. You're a crook. So then while he's on trial, the crypto winter ends. That 10 cent, asset that he bought is now $1.20, and so all the money's back and then some. And they literally got to the point where they said, to our surprise, not only are we able to give every investor all their money back, we're going to give them an 18% premium on that investment. And what I want you to kind of see with this is not just timing in finance and how important that is, but also just the value of time. If in fact, for Bankman Fried, what he probably really wanted, if he could make 3 wishes and wish for anything on earth, one of the things he would probably wish for is just more time. Like, give me another 2 years. I promise you, it's going to work out. And time is important because Jeff Bezos, if Jeff Bezos had not been given more time, if he'd run out of time, Amazon wouldn't exist because there were times where Amazon was deep in the red. There was times where Amazon looked like a terrible investment. Bezos tells a story about how he almost had to shut the doors on the company because he needed $1 million. He said, I had to take 60 meetings to raise the $1 million. I got $50,000 per person, and I had to give away 20% of Amazon to raise that $1 million. And now Amazon's worth a couple $1 trillion. So all those people made an amazing ROI on their investment. But if they said, you know what, we don't believe in you, this is where financial psychology comes into play. This is where emotion and belief and perception matters. Perception becomes reality in the world of finance because if they just said, Jeff, we were going through your history and we found that you have a marijuana conviction from 10 years ago. So you're a felon, basically, and we don't trust you. We don't believe you. So we're not going to give you any money. Then Amazon wouldn't exist because they wouldn't have enough faith in him to give him more time. And this is one of the things that makes it hard for Black people, especially Black men, to build businesses, is because your margin of error is very thin. I wrote a whole book about this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? And in this book I wrote in about 2004 was basically to kind of say that we underestimate from an economic standpoint how much your prior belief or your confidence in a person or an entity affects the ability of that entity to survive and to thrive. Do you understand how much perception makes a big difference in terms of the realities, in terms of outcomes? There's a whole statistical theory on this, a whole statistical area called Bayesian analytics, Bayesian statistics, which basically says that if I already have a preconceived belief about you, if I've already got a head full of stereotypes, this is why stereotypes are so dangerous. This is why whenever you hear me yelling and screaming about the way some of these poor female rappers are just dismantling the image of the Black woman around the world in a horrible way, or why it's not cool that Black men are typecast as athletes, comedians, and rappers. Well, the reason that these stereotypes are important is because if people come up to you and they already see you in a certain way, that's going to impact their belief in whether or not they should invest in you. I'm not going to invest in you if I think that you're an idiot, a thug, a criminal, or a loser. I'm not. And it's my decision to invest in you, society's decision to invest in you, that directly impacts your probability of success. So when I tell you all that 80% of Black owned businesses fail, the reason 80% of Black owned businesses fail is partly driven by the fact that nobody has faith in Black people. Nobody believes that that Black man's going to be smart enough to do what Jeff Bezos did. If he ain't got the million, ain't nobody going to give him the million. They're going to say, oh, well, yeah, he's a Black guy. And those Black guys, all they do is make babies and rap and play basketball and whatever, right? They go to the strip club. They don't sit in the office and grind 14 hours a day to do what's necessary to make a company successful. They're loud and flashy. And if we were investing in him to go and become the next P. Diddy, we'd invest in that. But we're not going to invest in him trying to become the next Jeff Bezos, because Black guys just don't do that. So these perceptions and these stereotypes are incredibly important. And so to circle back, when we were talking about crypto a little while ago, you'll know me, I always circle back. I know I might take you around the world, but I promise I'll bring you back. Um, the perception of crypto is incredibly important in terms of the probability of success in crypto. A lot of times when media creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, they call that FUD. What that does is that directly reduces the value of the asset, because things exist when you want them to exist. It reminds me of how they had that Cinco de Mayo holiday and they said that your ancestors are only alive for as long as you remember them. Or when Peter Pan was talking to Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell, they asked Tinkerbell, "Do fairies exist?" And she said, "They exist if you believe in them." So the question is crypto going to be successful, or is crypto going to fail? Well, crypto will be successful if we believe in crypto. If we all collectively believe in it, then we'll all collectively invest in it. If we all collectively invest in it, then it's going to be successful. But the question then becomes, what's going to happen? How's the public going to feel? And how are the regulators going to react to that? If the regulators come in and create laws that undermine the growth of crypto, and then create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that people don't want to invest in crypto, then crypto will ultimately fail. That will be a bad investment. And so one of the beliefs that I have, if you're talking about safe investing, is I don't think you should have more than 7% of your portfolio in crypto. This is not investing advice. This is just my opinion. This is my belief. But I think that if you have more than 7%, definitely more than 10% of your portfolio in crypto, you're taking an unnecessary amount of risk. And I encourage anybody, do all the alternative stuff. I mean, all these other things are a lot of fun. The private, I think investing should be fun. I think investing in things that you love, it adds an extra layer of joy that comes with investing. It does not have to be boring like watching grass grow. It's not just about the money, it's about quality of life. But at the same time, don't walk past the stock market. Don't walk past the wisdom that your grandfather has just because you want to be new and cool. Just because something's new does not mean it's better. People talk about progressive and futuristic and moving forward as if it's always good. No, sometimes you move forward into a place that is worse than where you were before. Just look at integration. That was so advanced and so forward thinking and so futuristic for Black people, and it only made our situation worse. It made us worse in terms of education. It made us worse in terms of economics. It made us worse in terms of family structure. So stop thinking that everything that's new is better. Sometimes new ain't better. And stop disrespecting the wisdom of your elders. Your elders know, they know some shit, and you need to listen. You need to listen. And then at least you can move forward without making the same mistake that somebody else made 60 years earlier, because you don't even know your history. You have to know the history. You have to know. You got to hear the stories from your grandmother and grandfather so you can make informed choices. And so to me, because I go through this sometimes where I'll have people say, Dr. Boyce, we want you to connect more with the youth, and we want you to, and I'm like, yeah, well, I do connect with the youth. I mentor a lot of people. I have young guys I meet with every single day of the week, and I work with them, and I learn from them a lot. But damn it, you're gonna learn from me too. Like I'm not going to just, like, again, it's an interesting, it's got to be an ecosystem in terms of the relationship that older people have with the youth. It has to be an ecosystem. You learn from me and I learn from you. It cannot be just you following me, because then you're not able to express your creativity and your originality. I get that. But then it can't just be me following you, where I am 53 years old doing TikTok dances because the shit's popular. I'm not doing things because they're popular. I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be a 53-year-old who's acting like a 25-year-old, because that's not going to work. That's me literally discounting 30 extra years of wisdom that I've accumulated and putting that all to the side because it ain't hip and it ain't cool, and the rappers don't like it. I don't give a damn about that. We got to make each other better. We have to make each other better. So I would say, for sure, based on, if you want a conclusion from today's conversation, every young person needs to be invested. Every single young person who wants to have money, you better invest. Stop thinking that job ain't going to do it for you. That is not going to give you financial security. That's not going to put you where you want to be. You have to invest in something. You have to sacrifice for the future if you want to have a future. Secondly, when you talk about investing, there are basic rules you can follow. Diversification is really important. Never get so enamored with one investment or one stock or one thing that you end up putting everything you have into one space. You have these stories where I saw an NFL player who said he wanted to get his whole paycheck in Bitcoin, and I said, why would you do that? That's the craziest thing in the world. I'm sure it might work out for you, but even if it works out, it's still a stupid decision, because it might have not worked out, and Bitcoin could collapse, and the next thing you know, you've got this worthless amount of money that's coming into your paycheck. That's not very wise. So what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to participate, but I'm not going to dump my whole economic body into that, and what gives you the wisdom to know that that's not the right move is you want to hear those stories about people who did exactly what you're doing, who lost everything. When you're investing, you really don't want to be in a position where you're going to lose everything if something goes wrong. You want to be diversified. That's really important. And then also just being consistent and making investing part of your culture. That's how people win. That's how people succeed. So anyway, these are some thoughts that I had on this topic. I think also from an economic consciousness standpoint, another important thing that I know I did not understand when I was young, but I understand it better as I get older, is that this too shall pass. Sometimes we can get so caught up in a moment, where, like, you ever see pictures of somebody like from the 70s, where literally the dude in the picture was like the coolest, hippest guy in 1974. Like, he literally, maybe he looked like Bootsy Collins or something from I don't know, it wasn't Earth, Wind and Fire. It was the P-Funk. Like, you ever see those P-Funk dudes and how they dressed? Like, let me find a pic. I gotta find a picture. It was the craziest thing. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Um, Let me see if I can find one. And just so you know, I love P Funk, and I also love, the greatest group of all time was Earth, Wind and Fire. Like, Earth, Wind and Fire is the greatest. I met the guy who was one of the guys from Earth, Wind and Fire, the one that played the guitar, that had the big hair. I met him in Los Angeles, and I was going up to get his autograph, and it was kind of cool. Like, he was signing all these autographs with all these people, and he saw me in the crowd, and he just stopped, and he said, brother, he said, I watch you every day. And that was kind of cool. That was like my clout moment, because all the Hollywood people were like, who is this guy? Why is he paying attention to him? But so I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Some people love what I do. Some people don't know who the hell I am and don't care, and I don't blame them. All right, so here's so if you look at like a picture like this, right? To me, when I see like a P-Funkish kind of picture, or I see, like the Funkadelic or whatever, or I see my dad's old pictures where he's got the big hat and the fur coat like stuff that looked really cool in the 70s. I wonder if they would, how they felt taking that picture, right? Like, in the moment, everything that you're doing is completely lit. Everything you're doing in the moment is hip and cool, and you're the coolest guy on the block. But you look at that same picture 20 years later, it looks crazy. You look ridiculous, right? And at that point, you can only laugh at yourself. You don't take yourself nearly as seriously as you did when you took that picture. And I kind of think about that when it comes to what's trendy with investing. A lot of times, I think when we're young, we get caught in a trend, and you think that that trend is going to last forever. Like, you really think that what you're doing right now is going to be the best move for you forever. Like literally, I'm overcommitting to the moment. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to kind of, and I think that overcommitment to the moment is a type of immaturity that we grow out of. And that's, it's important to do that, because sometimes overcommitting to the moment, for example, can cause somebody to, when someone takes their life, like a 17-year-old takes his life because his girlfriend broke up with him. That's overcommitting to the moment because he doesn't realize that he's got the rest of his life to live. And 5 years from now, he won't even care about this girl anymore. But in that moment, it seems like that moment is forever. That moment's going to last a lifetime. I feel the same way about when my mother was pregnant with me when she was 17. They told her, "Well, it'll be easy for you if you just terminate the pregnancy." And my mother was like, "No, this baby's going to grow up. He's got a whole life ahead of him. It's going to get better." And I'm glad she had that perspective because it did. It got better. The financial challenges she had lasted about 2 more years. She married my father when I was 3. Things got better. And now my mother and I have had 50 something years of a wonderful life. I paid her house off. I'm here for her. She benefits in a million ways because I'm here. But if she had only been trapped in the moment, she would have never had any of that. The whole 50 something years of our existence together would disappear. Do you understand? So a lot of times I think that with financial consciousness, one aspect of consciousness is knowing that there's more to your life than what's in front of you. That's my point, right? There's more to life than what you're seeing right now in this particular place. There's a big gigantic world and there's a long time series such that everything that's happening, most things that are happening are eventually going to pass and it's going to become the past. So in fact, maybe a good consciousness exercise as an investor is to try to imagine the year 2030. Like try to meditate and imagine it right now. And then think about how you kind of look at the year 2030, right? It seems like it's futuristic, it's way off out there. Nobody's really talking about 2030 in the year 2024. Nobody's talking about 2035, right? But if you go out to 2030, what's interesting to me is that 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. Do you see? And 2018 was just yesterday. Most of you probably remember 2018 like it just happened. And so imagine if, think about this. Imagine if in 2018 you'd invested to prepare for 2024. Like imagine in 2018 if you just made a series of investments in Bitcoin and different stocks, Apple, Nvidia, whatever, and you just consistently invested that money and you said I'm preparing for the year 2024. I'm going to be in really I'm struggling now, but I'm going to be in good shape by the year 2024. And let's say you committed to that and you were consistent and you did what you were supposed to do. Think about where you would be. You'd be in an amazing place. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the trick. This is the mind trick. It's crazy how this happens to all of us. In 2018, we weren't thinking about 2024 like that. 2024 was the future, right? And the future is always like this ambiguous place that we're never going to arrive to, but we always get there every time. Every time. I assume a lot of you are old enough to remember. Do y'all, any of y'all remember when even the year 2000 seemed like it was way off in the future? Like it was never going to arrive. Like Prince was singing about how he's partying like it's 1999. And and it's crazy to me. It's like, holy shit, like 2000 is a long time ago now. Like that's ancient history. Some of you in here were born maybe after the year 2000. And so time is a sneaky little bastard. It's so sneaky. And but the thing is if you can really gain a connection to it and become very conscious of it and really feel it and flow with it and really respect it and accept it and don't waste it, that's one of your keys to wealth. I've told you all again, as a finance professor, we got to do equations and math. Everything we do is mathematical. The whole language is mathematics. When we've put together these equations that help us figure out wealth and how wealth grows, time is the number one variable in those equations. If you pour enough time into damn near anything that you're doing, you can get to whatever destination you want to get to. If I want to walk from New York to LA and I'm walking 1 inch per hour, walking incredibly slow, but I'm consistently walking from New York toward LA. If I give myself enough time, I can go from New York to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA. Do you understand? Time is the key. Time is the key. And where people lose wealth, in my opinion, is they waste time. You waste time. You give up on yourself. You say, "Oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna be broke forever." So then you start wasting time. And then next thing you know, you broke in 2015, you broke in 2016, you broke in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Instead of realizing that if I harness the power of time and then just pivot a little bit and do something a little bit different, and I do that little pivot, I commit to that new set of actions and I do it across enough time, then eventually I'm going to be at whatever destination I'm trying to get to. Do you understand? So don't waste time. Like time is wealth, time is power. Time gives you the keys to the universe, in my opinion. So sit back one day and just meditate and imagine the year 2030 and just say, what am I going to do with this time? And then also time is a blessing and a gift. We're going to run out of time. We're running out of time right now. We have less time now than we had at the beginning of this conversation. What are you going to do with the rest of the time that you have? And when I say this, I really mean this. I'm serious about this to the point that it's almost like religious for me. Every year on New Year's, when I get a little bit sad about the fact that another year has gone by, it's a sadness sometimes, but a happiness too, an opportunity, but a sadness, right? You know what I do? I sit down and I budget my time for the year. I have there's 8,760 hours in a year. We're awake for about maybe 5,000 of those hours, and I will budget that time the same way you budget money. I budget time more than I budget money. My time is more valuable than my money. It's easy. And in fact, even when you get more money, it becomes more deliberate, more intentional. It becomes more apparent because there are people that I can give money to because I've got a little bit of money. But when I give you my time, oh, that means that whatever we're doing better be damn important. Do you understand? So process your time. Your time is that is your gift. That is your wealth. Use it appropriately and invest it properly, and that is what you will get you where you want to be. All right. So anyway, that's it. I hope it wasn't too preachy. I hope that you gained something from this conversation, and also I hope that your investing journey is going well. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single morning. We do this Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you want to get notified when we meet, get on the text list. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you live out of the country, I know some of you are out of the country, you can't get on the text list if you're out of the country. So just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's not waste and stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down and I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough? Has it, has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 to me, very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people. They were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, oh, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And and I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics, and really, I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and masses plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You got Master's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go. Here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they called the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, "You need to have fewer kids." There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So don't I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that that pandemic is over, you're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism, you become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But but what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. Um, and in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes, was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations they didn't care about women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then really my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life, and I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. They when before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan, was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now, as I've manifested, or I've, and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves, like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get old, too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people, again, that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart. I don't know why. I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset, and that it's okay for me to want to have kids. That family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important, much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, again, this is part of Massa's plan, because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now, what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective, and the collective was chopped into pieces, because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group, and negotiating as a group, and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group, or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that, because we human beings are pretty adaptive. Assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something, that's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is, I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer, and so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, They said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people, right? So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say. They'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house and the heat is on the east side of the house and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain their the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then, so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt's at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation, so people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where, from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population. Is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere, and that's the wave of the future. So, just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at at Copper CopX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also, you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as a, as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my Uncle Charles and my Uncle Donald and my Aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it was a poor, it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that, but really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, so my uncle went to prison. So he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said, yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody, I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration, because I remember how hurt I was, you know, because this person, like I loved him, you know, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I feel like nobody cared, you know, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school. In like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, you know, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. Uh I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, you know, so you know, my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who like because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't, you know, you can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own, like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like like, man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero and you weren't. You couldn't be, you know? So anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He called me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. You know, my father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. You know, he's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You know, you take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, you know, when their father's being taken away. You know, we have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So, as he got older, you know, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he would go to my grandmother, you know, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, you know, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you know, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. You know, that's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. That are going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. You know, they don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and so he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he ended up he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him. And it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens or what if that happens? Or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this, it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally um, deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so, what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. I'm talking about baby daddy, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not gonna say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that MASA's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But MASA's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what MASA's plan is. MASA's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a igga and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was MASA's plan. And the reason MASA's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that MASA's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because MASA's plan is intentional. MASA's plan is deliberate. MASA's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He planned, he thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know MASA got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does? And I said, okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody. She said, do you know that that he told me every single thing that I had been teaching. He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted. So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, this again, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it. And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me. If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally. So you just hand them over to these other people and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interest at heart. They don't have your best interest at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. Oh, well, I don't know what I want to do financially. So I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills. And okay, you go ahead and do that. But just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Massa's plan. Because Massa ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. Your black grandbabies. Massa ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? And don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to I'll answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to working out. You just don't feel right when you don't do what you're supposed to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like, and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School. So you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list, though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get a special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant, it tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up, thinking that it's hard to get money. And it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that. Because unfortunately, trading is a type of. It can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading, and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited. And I know I get excited because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland. Good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see. Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smooth. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks. TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, a very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, Black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of Black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men. If we have Black men on TV, then these Black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to Black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like because I'm part of. I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. And so one thing that's interesting though is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves. I'll never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me because I was their Black speaker, they had me speak to their Black students. Most of their Black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited Black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young Black woman who was my tour guide, who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too. And I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, oh, maybe one, one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one would hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. They were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts and what different teams need and who they're going to draft next year and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like I was really, like they sounded like scientists and they were with this analysis, and so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman and like and Noah Lyles is if he's gonna get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also um kind of try to make sure I remember like this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking like you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And what I did was I said, okay, well, I said, well, you guys know, I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to like start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it. And I like there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no, how do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like, so let's say that you have 10,000 viewers and you're gonna make $5 per for every 1,000 viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times five. Now, so how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. Like no one said a word. And I said, oh, well, maybe I said it wrong. Like I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think these football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show and in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's 5 times 100, right? You get $5 per thousand. You have it 100,000. So 5 times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, "This is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right?" And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, "Wait a minute!" But they were just breaking down in scientific fashion like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what 5 times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting my butt, shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, did you hear that conversation? And she goes, yeah, I heard it. And I said, was my question not clear? She said, no, it was clear. She said, I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation. Because she comes from that tradition, like where when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out, and maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always need. So she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And but she said, I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is I pray for like us, and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, you know, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like just something that doesn't even show like the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care, because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not going to play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are going to have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt, you don't know how to fish, you don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. Well, maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills, who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think, I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one got taken down because I say things about white people, and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people, and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to the I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jaylen's very busy, so obviously because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is the most brilliant one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. What's interesting is in the case of Dr. Roll, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. That if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Roll went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me one, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Roll has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Roll. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball, but if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent. They have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits. And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test. Like these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage and or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is the reason I was so I put this video of Jalen Brown up. And I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone because it's very weird that we have like just one or two that it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people and their own community and build their own families. That do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jalen Brown, I was very proud of him, and it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video, and in my dream I was talking to him and some other people on the Boston Celtics like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much I dream about it, and we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally, we're going where we need to go, and because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the Black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need Black people school. We need Black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. Um, but this is something that is easy to do. It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self accountability, and it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, you know, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire Black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck. Except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so, because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so, as because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So, if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I can give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say Black love is $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with black men and black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic, like my daddy was. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love, instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited, and I said, "Man, this would be so great." Imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas? I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, "I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me." That are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and the hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had, 100 or several 100,000 black men who think just like Jalen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf, because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. If they want to make a bullet, they're not going to just make one or two bullets. They're going to make like a billion bullets. They're not just going to make two or three really nice ships. They're going to make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. They are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jalen. Jalen's in his 20s, I think, so that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagued you. It's not this specific one, it's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that. That's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system, system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me, but oh, it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed, and Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else, and Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York, and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this, so anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just let's not. I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York, and they asked him on the radio. They said, "How do you feel about Puffy and everybody else?" Because he was Puffy back then. He changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, "Man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them dudes, man. They all right." So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, "Look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand." Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, "Hit 'Em Up," one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something like something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah blah blah, as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you that there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture, and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so So he says, yeah, yeah, me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it, so cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us, can't nobody mess, right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. Cuz, he said they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and my maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country so that I could go to I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh, yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. Right? It's just like, oh yeah, yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, and but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness is just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy, if I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination, that's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now, so I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in 1,000 directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. Because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though, when you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people you know who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about stuff that you don't even know happened. You're not even thinking about it. Wow, because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. Because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realize that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, do you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about like Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying, this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jalen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program. But those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our ninth one, and so we're really excited about this. It was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the Black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I never really enjoyed going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. The first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe, or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out and they take a nap, or they meditate, or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs, or even being addicted to work, even though, being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive, as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. This is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about, because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of, there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so and so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you. They don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right, we are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang, and so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in. Like you're not really Black, you're not gonna get invited to the barbecue, you're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly, because unfortunately that can cause you, let's talk, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being Black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and the white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply Black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the Black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But if you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the Black community and develop systems around managing the Black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a sexy red or something, boost her up make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take it's Sexy Red as this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought, I don't know, the greatest black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson who happens to be a Republican, like, oh, boo, you're bad, yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done. Right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. Once you know this, because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home, and then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness, and this person's going to be the new it guy for the black community, and that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. And in fact, studies show that black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to black people, they said it's easy. Just put a celebrity in the ad, and black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, "Well, what do you do?" And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones." And I said, "Wow." I said, "You guys did a really great job with the marketing on that." And he said, "Thank you." And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating black people's addiction to celebrities, and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones, and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly black people, to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that, if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like, being that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like, literally, the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. I feel like the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff, and I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people, and they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really going to want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number three is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting in Economic Decision Making, a meta-analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like, it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big, big problem. And unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. Everywhere, all people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country's going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country's going to be a mess. Number four, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it said it's called The Effectiveness of Marketing Strategies in Influencing Consumer Behavior. And then so marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much, right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, you're not, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we said, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. And if she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got. I said, my wife had played hard to get. I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna. Why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago. I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something. But I kid you not, and she was. I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome. And men, don't be intimidated by smart women. If she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. Like don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told this story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to like. I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So one my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I gotta think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good, you know? And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, "Well, why?" And I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing: when you a young black man with money, you 30 years old and you making six figures, there's all there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, "Yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da," right? And she goes, "Well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me?" And I was like, "But I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date?" And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I was I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song? It's cold outside. I really gotta be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta right. That do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement, where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment, or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other. But the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, you take people for their word. So when you say no, that means okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. I don't. And also, here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, why would I want to be? Why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation. You will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, "Go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you. He gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by." We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, "I'm interested in you too," that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man, for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life or to beg my way into your life or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a yes if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, 70 billion dollars. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people will say, "Oh, well, I really want him to take my money." So I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared. That's what he did. He played hard to get because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have, and by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are you get the FOMO. Thank you, that's a great term, where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something when you tell people they can't have something they really really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have, and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great mind trick, that because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself. Is a mind trick that I did on Boyce was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. This Stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles nobody was reading, and I didn't. I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, "I'm going to work so hard, and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do that people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, 'Damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him?'" And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, "Tyler Perry wants to talk to you." And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornell West wants to speak to you. Like, so all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I didn't want. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. Um, they saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter, begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. The things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we've got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything else, just your children are a multi-trillion-dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page, because ultimately I would be building an empire. That, to me, that investment will be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It will be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. Invest in you. Invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset, I think, that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight, at 8 p.m. I'm meeting the prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff. Also, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye. So far, and I hope you're doing well. What's my largest holding? Great question, Errol. Errol's so smart. I love talking to Errol. Errol, you're one of my favorite people, period. I just want you to know that. That, you know what? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's Amazon. I got to double check, but I think Amazon is where I have my biggest holding. I gotta look. I can't remember. I buy so much stuff. I don't always remember everything that represents my biggest holdings. But then again, it's a style, it's a preference, right? Some people invest in a way where they know exactly what they hold in every area all the time. What I do is I look for evidence that tells me that there's a possible catalyst that could push a stock price up, and I add good stocks to my portfolio. And in fact, in a little bit, I'll give you guys a couple of stocks that I identified that I like, that I just bought shares of these companies, and that can kind of help you guys. Also, if you are interested in weed, in what's going on with the weed industry, not smoking weed, I'm not going to smoke with you, but I will invest with you. I want you smoking. I want you to be smoking the kind of weed where you make your weed out of the dollar bills. You crush your dollar bills up and you smoke them. I'm joking. I'm being stupid. But anyway, that's what I'll smoke with you. And so I have a list of cannabis stocks that I pulled together. That if you did not get that list yet, let me know if you all got the list. I sent it out via text. And what I'll do is I'm going to grab the link again today and put that back in the chat so you guys can have that list of cannabis stocks. And y'all got to forgive me. I'm looking all over my computer screen. I got stuff everywhere. But yeah, I call them canna stocks. That's because I just make names up and stuff. But yeah, so the list of canna stocks, it's in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm going to share it. Don't let me forget to share it, because in the mornings when I have all my stuff out everywhere, sometimes I get a little bit lost with stuff. All right, so with that being said, and the reason that I'm really, really interested in cannabis is because I just really believe it's going to be legalized. I don't think that the world we live in now can persist. I think that when you talk about cannabis and crypto, those are just two areas where there's too much legal ambiguity. And so I think that there will be more clarity, regulatory clarity when it comes to crypto, which will benefit a lot of cryptos. In fact, right now, there's an Ethereum ETF that is pretty much approved or close to it. And I think that that's a good reason to be invested with Ethereum. Also with Bitcoin, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while, and I mentioned to you all that I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of opportunities out here. And so let me share this list of the cannabis stocks. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you guys can grab that if that's of interest to you. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Sheesh, I tell you, it's like there's so much information to keep up with. It's kind of hard to. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia already shared it, so looks like Sonia's on her game. What would I do without Sonia? All right. So anyway, so there's the list right there inside the chat as well. So Sonia also provides her link as well. So let's see here. What else am I noticing? All right. So in terms of opportunities, I do believe that, and I heard an analysis by Kathy Wood, who is interesting. She's super smart, but sometimes she's just wrong. And I don't know if she's wrong about this or not, but I know that it did make sense. She was saying that based on certain historical data, that there's evidence to say that companies that small cap stocks tend to do well in this kind of environment. They don't do well right now, like they're undervalued. And that what's happening right now in the market is that everybody's flocking toward these, everybody's flocking toward these big companies, these big tech companies. And what tends to happen is that whatever everybody else is flocking toward, that's not really the place you want to be long term. Like everything that's overperforming right now is going to underperform at some point in the near future, and everything that's underperforming now is going to do well later on. So there are some small cap companies that I took a look at that I actually invested in. And again, this is not investing advice, but I'll mention them to you. One is a company called Magnite, Magnite, and the ticker symbol is MGNI. And I invested in this company solely for the reason for the fact that when I did my research on it, the analysts like it, and also it's a small cap company that should have some possibilities later on down the line as the market evolves. So again, if you want to go take a look at that company, it's MGMI, and the name of the company is Magnite. And so feel free to take a look at that. Again, this is not investing advice, though. Now, what else is happening in the market? So I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. A couple of things going on right now. Basically, the economy is holding pretty steady. There are some risks and catalysts in the economy, particularly the areas like commercial real estate. A lot of people are concerned about commercial real estate. In addition to that, if you want to look at sectors that seem to be a little bit overvalued, tech is a little overvalued. So all the big tech stocks that everybody loves, a lot of people believe that they're priced so high that even though these are great companies, they may not be great investments. Because remember, a great company does not make for a great investment, and a bad company does not mean it's a bad investment. Also, the Federal Reserve is expected to maintain interest rates higher for longer, which means that these rate cuts that they've been talking about that would have been positive catalysts for your stocks, they're probably not coming for a while. They may do a rate cut in the summer, but for the most part, they're not going to likely do the rate cuts that everyone expected to see, right? And also, some people believe that GDP is going to slow down a little bit in the third quarter of 2024. They're not predicting a recession, but there could be. I mean, they're supposed to be. The economy's done so well that at some point you've got to slow down. You've got, that which goes up has to eventually come down. And so you can expect some sort of economic downturn to occur in the near future. All right. So what I want to do is look at some of your questions here. And let's see. The first question I see comes from Genia Ardrey. She says, I have P&G stock with a holding company. Should I leave it there or move it to another platform to build in order to buy, sell options? Well, if you're talking about buying and selling options, Procter & Gamble is not a stock that we talk about much in the Prime program. Right? So, in terms of options, you'd have to have a lot of shares of Procter & Gamble stock, I expect, to be able to generate a decent income from options. However, if you wanted to move assets over to pursue a particular strategy, you can. But what I do is I sell my options and stuff like that, and that's how I generate my income. But I don't put more than, say, 20%, 15, 20% of my portfolio in that direction. Because you got to remember that every type of investment involves risk. The stocks that give you the most income tend to also have the most volatility. That's why the options market is so active. So in my view, I wouldn't sort of get overly enthusiastic when you see the money come out. I mean, it can, but it can be nice though if you're able to kind of stomach it and just kind of ignore the things that should be ignored. Then it does work. You know, I sat with a student this morning who every week he generates about $3,000 a week on his options, and but he was a saver. He saved up over $100,000, and so he's able to put that money in that portfolio and just use that as his income driver, so he doesn't have to work if he doesn't want to. So this is an easy out. And those that are interested, if you don't know about the Prime program, a lot of people like it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look at that. It's a really great way to make money. Let's see. Jennifer says, did Dr. Boyce host a private Q&A for Prime members this morning at 10 a.m. Central? No, I did not. Was that did that pop up on the schedule or something? Did you get a notification or something? Because sometimes Zoom does weird stuff like that. It'll send out stuff announcing that I'm going to do something and I know nothing about it. So if that happens, we've got a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will take care of you. They'll make sure that, you know, that everything that should be a certain way is done a certain way. So yeah, so email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you see anything like that, because sometimes I don't catch everything, and so I would love your help in terms of figuring out how we can do things better in the Black Business School. I keep trying to help everybody understand that we are a university, right? A lot of people don't believe a Black man can actually run a university, but my PhD is just as real as the white guys. So we are getting it done, and we educate people on Black wealth better than any institution in the country. There's no HBCU, there's no white university, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. None of these schools do what we do the way we do it because we are kind of the Black wealth surgeon. So that's our specialty. That's what we selected, and that's where we're going to stay, right? So if basically if you want to see how we can help you, just email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Thank you, Rianne, by the way. I see you in the chat. Rianne is on our team. She's in the chat right now. She can answer questions and help you out. Yeah, and the ticker symbol for the stock I mentioned earlier is MGNI. MGMI, I just bought shares of that stock this morning, and this is how I want you to get into the habit of buying stock. I want you to not make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and buy consistently. And when you see stocks that appear to be good opportunities, just buy it. Just do it. You know, just like you go to the store and you buy bread, or you go and you buy a pair of socks. When you buy a pair of socks, you don't sit and spend 6 weeks wondering if you should own socks or not. You just do it. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. Man, look at me. I got bars today. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. And that is literally my best advice for you and I don't give it investing advice. So let me just take that word back, but you get what I'm saying, that this is how I do it. Just you find stuff that you think is a good buy and you invest it. Because here's the deal. Look, Magnite, the company I mentioned earlier, they provide technology solutions to automate the purchase and sale of digital advertising inventory for buyers and sellers. It features applications and services for digital advertising sellers, including websites, mobile applications, and other digital media properties. Okay, so Magnite, the ticker symbol is MGNI, Mary, Gary, Nancy, Ignition. Basically, think about this. So this stock is $12.60. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now that I bought this stock this morning. I bought a couple $1,000s worth of this stock. If you ask me 2 months from now, hey, Boyce, do you own Magnite? Did you buy any shares of Magnite? I won't remember. I'm going to literally be like, I don't know. Let me check. Because I buy anything that looks good. And here's why I don't overthink it, why I don't let it stress me out. So let's say that you buy a few shares of the stock, and let's say that it doesn't go up at all. Let's say that it drops by 40%. Well, what else were you going to do with that money anyway? I mean, maybe you could have bought a different stock, but you don't know. You can't predict stock prices. There's a whole theory called the random walk hypothesis, and I've told you all about this, that says you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. You can make a guess. You can kind of look at sectors and kind of figure some things out, figure out what the risk profile is, but you really don't know. You don't know. So stop trying to know things that you can't know. And stop listening to people who tell you they know things that are really unknowable. This again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. So I can tell you that the financial science, the research says you can't predict. So stop stressing yourself over things that you can't control and things you can't possibly know. Just
But here's what you do know, though. You lean on what you do know. Here's what you do know is that people who consistently buy stock have more money than people who don't buy stock. Do we agree on that? Give me a yes if I've convinced you of that, if you understand this, if you believe me. This is what the research says. Again, I'm not a financial influencer, I'm a financial scientist. This is what the science says. That's what you do know. So, and what else do you know? Well, you do know that if you save all your money or put it into some sort of asset, you're going to have more to show for it than if you take it to the mall and buy a bunch of clothes. Do we agree on that? That if I buy this stock at $12.60 per share and I put my money in this stock, even if the stock goes south 5 years from now, and let's say it drops from $12.60 to $9 a share, at least I'll still have some money left over. What happens if I go to the mall with that money? And this is the thing. People will avoid investing because they're scared of losing a little bit of money, but will go take that same money and go shopping, which means you're going to lose all your damn money. There ain't hardly nothing you bought in 2017 that you're still using right now. Probably not even your car. So why not try? And here's the third thing. Here's another thing you do know. I can name 20 things that you do know, and then I can name a bunch of stuff you don't know. But here's another thing that you do know. You do know that keeping your money is better than giving it away, right? We do know these things, right? We do know that if I keep my money, I'm going to have more money than if I give my money away. So when you buy stock, what you're really doing is you're putting your money into what they call a store of value. A store of value is like putting my money in a bucket. And if I put my money in a bucket, another thing I know, this is another thing you add to the list, is I know that if I buy this stock, sure, it might go down. But also, if I buy this stock, it might go up. And I know that I don't know if it's going to go up, but at least I know that if I'm in the game, I have a chance to win. If I'm not in the game at all, I have no chance at all. So I buy this stock not because I know it's going to go up, but because I have a reason to believe that there's a good chance it could go up. I also know that if I save my money, I'm going to have more than if I give my money away. And then also I know that this stock might double or triple or something. And then because I'm in the game, that's how you win the game. Do you understand? Like when I show you all this stuff, let me show you. This is exciting. I saw INSM, and it's fun. Investing, the fun side of investing, it's okay to have fun, is when you get these like Christmases in July kind of thing, or these like really exciting surprises. So let me show you the big surprise for today that really just is going to make my wife want to give me extra kisses today on her birthday. Today's her birthday. And I love my wife a lot, and she's just sexy as hell. She's 50 years old. She wears the same size she wore in college. How about that for a miracle? And she ain't on Ozempic, and she don't smoke crack or nothing. So she actually did it the right way. She actually went to the gym and busted her butt. So shout out to all the hardworking Black women in the world. You deserve the best of us. So here's what happened today that is going to make my wife give me extra kisses when she wakes up. Look at this stock. This is INSMED. The ticker symbol is INSM. It's a pharmaceutical company. I bought these shares because I felt that there was some possibility this stock would go up. It was what I call a pregnant stock. And by pregnant, I mean that the number one driver of stock prices is information. Information is everything. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she traded on inside information. And y'all remember what happened to Martha Stewart? Does everybody know that? Let me know if you remember what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to prison because she traded on inside information. And basically the idea is that to maintain fair and orderly markets, you have to make sure everybody has the same information, so that when that information gets released, it moves prices. And it's not fair if somebody knows what's going to happen before it actually happens. So here, with this stock, based on the volatility characteristics of this stock, I said, okay, I don't know if this stock is going to give birth to a boy or a girl. I don't know if it's going to give birth to a pretty baby or an ugly baby, but you can look at the options activity of a stock and figure out if that stock is pregnant. So INSMED was a stock I pointed out because it looked pregnant. I sold some call options on the stock, made a few $1,000s on that, but I gave up a lot of my upside. And the stock just did a kapoof, right? It went from $22 or something to $46.82, and it doubled in price overnight, pretty much. And this happened. Now, did I know this was going to occur? No, I did not. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be some sort of financial magician that can predict these things. You can't predict these things. But because if it was predictable, the stock wouldn't have been trading at 22, it would have been trading at 46 all along. But I knew there was a chance, and I knew that in order to get a chance to win, you have to be in the game. So I quietly, sort of slowly, consistently bought shares of the stock. And I did mention it to you guys. I mentioned the stock to you. And actually, I think in the moneymakers list, or actually, I sent something out to you guys on Prime about this. So here with this stock, it's up here. Now, here's what I did at this point. What I did now was because of my particular style of investing, my goal is to not be greedy. I don't need to make every single nickel. I'd rather protect a dollar than risk a dollar to go try to make a dollar, especially when I'm already way ahead. So just like a basketball game, if you notice, a basketball coach plays a different strategy when he's winning than he does when he's losing. So because I'm the coach that's 30 points ahead in the game, I'm not trying to shoot a lot of three-pointers. I'm not trying to get 60 points ahead. I want to protect the lead. So, but at the same time, I want that upside. I want it just in case the stock keeps on running. I want to be a part of that. I want to still be in the game so I can have a chance to win. So what I did was I was going to sell some call options on the stock at this price, but the stock moved so much that when I looked for the price of the calls, there was no market for the calls on the stock. Now that might have changed, but when I looked this morning, I literally looked. The current price is 46.74. From what I understand, yeah, you can't, at least not on Robinhood anyway. Maybe on the other apps it's different, but you can't sell a call option on this stock with a strike price above 40, which is just interesting to me because I'm curious to see when that's going to change. The other thing that I did was I didn't buy puts, but what I did, I did a trailing stop loss order. I sold a little bit of my position just to get out, and then I did a trailing stop loss, and that basically means that I gave instructions that say that if this stock keeps going up, then keep holding it. But if it drops 10% above its previous high, get me out. I'm out. I don't want to keep losing money because there's nothing that's really connecting me to this company. There's no reason that I see to want to be a long-term investor. I've done well. I'm happy. I want to put my money into other stable securities. Also, with the market being so strong, I'm stockpiling cash because I told you guys, as I always tell you, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Sunny days don't last forever. Winter is coming. There's going to come a day where you're going to start seeing a change in the headlines. You're going to start seeing all these announcements that the market is going south and it drops again. The Dow has the biggest drop, 2-day drop in history, whatever. You're going to see that bad news. But the good news about bad news is that bad news really ain't bad news unless you want it to be bad. The good news about the bad news is that bad news can actually be good. So it can be bad, not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Shout out to Run DMC. So basically, when you start seeing those negative headlines, if you are prepared and you have the cash available, then you can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities because there are people like the Warren Buffetts of the world who just sit back and they stockpile cash. They're just loading up the gun. They're just loading up the gunpowder, putting the bullets in the holster. Or, well, you know what I mean. Don't put bullets in a holster, but you get the point. And they're just kind of getting ready. They're ready to cock and squeeze whenever the market dips. Warren Buffett's sitting on $170 billion in cash, and he's not using it because he doesn't see anything worth buying. But I guarantee you that if the market starts to dip, you're going to see Warren Buffett make some major acquisitions. Now, here's one thing I wanted to mention. I see your question, Anthony, on doing a class on how to do trailing stops. There is one training I did. I did that class. I did a special training on that, and I called it Stormproof Investing. And so if you go to stormproofinvesting.com, stormproofinvesting.com is a training. It doesn't cost that much, and it's yours for life. And I literally went through 6 or 7 different strategies that you can follow to prepare yourself for an economic storm. And so the trailing stop was part of it, but then there's other strategies that we lay out. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. And not only do we allow you to share anything that you do in the Black Business School with your family, you can share your membership with other people in your family. Just try to be respectful if you can of what we're doing. And not only do we allow you, but we encourage you to do that. So each one teach one. So feel free to do that. Do you do contract trading? You mean for stock options? If that's the case, then yeah, that's drboyceprime.com. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Or if you want an introduction, you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It really does work. It's very effective. And so if you want to take a look at that, you can just text the word money to the number 87948. Now, one of the company I want to show you that was really interesting too. Just this one gives me, this is like Sometimes you think about an old girlfriend and you kind of smile to yourself. But I don't do that too often because I'm married now, so I'm a good boy. But still, this stock is like a beautiful old girlfriend or something from 20 years ago, and it's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And let me show you this. This happened in class. This is pretty cool. This stock was trading about 60 something, and one of the students in the prime class came to me. James Wilson was actually teaching his whole entire church how to trade stock options, which I not trade stock options, but generate income from stock options. It's very different from trading. There will be three categories of investing, in my opinion. There are long-term investors. There are traders, which it's very stressful, very tough to make consistent income. And then there are income generators. Income generators are more on the conservative side. You're not buying risk, you're selling risk. So he's teaching his whole church how to increase their income with stock options, because you have all these people in the church that have, that 40, 50, $80,000 or whatever in home equity or in their 401k, and they want to activate some of that money and generate income from it. Maybe they want to quit their job. And so he's showing the whole church how to do it. And I just love that. So anyway, James came to me with this company, and he saw that the options premiums were really high. And I said, okay, so you got a pregnant stock on your hands. Something big is about to happen. So what I did with this stock was I bought a bunch of shares. I not only told him that I like it, but if I like something, I'll invest right along with you, right? I'm right. I'm in the same game you are. So I bought a bunch of the shares. I sold options on some of the shares, but I didn't sell the options on all the shares, because I said, if this stock does take off, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the party. So this stock literally went from $67 per share up to 290, and it did that like overnight, just like that. And so it was like Christmas in July. I don't know how much money James and his wife made, but I'm willing to bet you it was quite a bit, because it was how they were positioned. But I don't mean to talk about anybody's personal business. And I made some money too. And so sometimes these things happen. But the thing about it, though, in my opinion, is that in terms of investing strategy, you don't want to think of the market as a casino. Some people, sorry, the company's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. Good question, Stephanie. You don't want to think of the market as a casino. A lot of people sort of invest where they're hoping to hit it big, almost with a lottery kind of mindset. And I don't think that that's a healthy way to invest, because you usually don't hit it big like that. And then sometimes you can hit it bad. And really, the reason we created a whole department called Black Financial Therapy is because sometimes when we hit it bad, we don't know how to handle that. And so really, I want to encourage you all to make sure that you understand that emotions are a big part of investing. You can feel the euphoria when you make money, but euphoria is very dangerous. Euphoria can get you in trouble. So even when I made this money today, my first thought was, wow, all right, this is awesome. Then my next thought was, okay, calm down, Boyce. Let's protect what we have. Because once you get wealth, remember, I've mentioned to you all the 4 steps of wealth, right? Let's go through that really quickly. Number one is you have to know where the wealth is located. That's financial consciousness. We do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, because a lot of people, they'll never be the money because they can't see the money. They don't know where the money is. Money can literally walk right past them, and they will literally wave at it and go in the other direction. So how are you ever going to have the money if you don't understand the money, if you don't know where the money is, you don't know why some people get wealthy and some people don't? That is an awareness that you have to have. And if you ever want to be wealthy, and you'd be amazed how many people talk about, I want to make money, get money, ride or die for money, money over bros and hoes, and like I die for money, I love money. Well, if you love money so much, then why don't you understand it? Why aren't you studying money? You should be studying the thing that you love. I love my wife. I study my wife. I watch her. I pay attention to what she likes, what she doesn't like. I understand who she is as a person. So the things you love are the things you're going to study. So if you ain't studying money, then you really don't like money the way you say you do. You don't really want financial security. You just want to talk about it. It just sounds good, right? Just like I would talk about wanting to lose weight, but I didn't really want to lose weight because I didn't go to the gym. So that's the first thing is consciousness, awareness, knowing where the money's at. Then once you know where the money is, then you have to have a plan. You got to make a little strategy, lay out the plan. What's the plan to go get the money? How are we going to connect ourselves to the money? The third thing you got to do is you got to execute. You have to follow through on the plan. So you know where the money's at. You made a plan to get the money. Now you got to get up and do the work. So again, we talked this morning in financial consciousness about level 1 versus level 2. A lot of people, most people are at level one. Level one means everything is one day. One day I'm going to do this. One day I'm going to do that. One day I'm going to have money. One day I'm going to be successful. One day I'm going to work hard. One day I'm going to lose weight. But to me, my question is not what are you going to do one day? My question is what are you going to do today? Level two. So today I'm going to invest. Today I'm going to learn. Today I'm going to go to the gym. Today I'm going to execute my plan. Right. So that execution is really, really important. Critical. Put that on your list. Number fourth step in wealth building is once you have done those first three steps, you will probably be wealthy. Once you have economic awareness, you've made a plan, and you've executed the plan, and you've allowed time to grow your wealth, because when you are executing the plan, you're planting little seeds, and when you plant seeds and you let them grow, they grow into big sycamore trees. So now you're sitting on money, you're sitting on success, you're sitting on all these things. Well, the fourth thing you have to do is you must protect that. You must protect that, because remember, especially when you're Black, this is really true when you're Black. I hate to say it, but it's true. When you get money, you're sitting in the middle of a space sometimes where nobody has money except for you, where most people don't have the success you have. They don't have the prosperity you have. They're not doing as well as you, right? You know what I mean? And so what happens is you kind of end up becoming vulnerable to those who want what you got. When I started making money, and I was a single man, I suddenly became very handsome. I didn't know how handsome I was until I had money. My jokes were funnier. I was the most interesting man in the world. I got attention from women that didn't pay me any attention when I was a broke student in grad school, and that was new. I didn't know. I was like, I'm the same guy. Why am I being treated so different? This is weird. But now as I read books about it, it's natural. It happens, right? So same thing happens with when you have money, you get more friends. Everybody wants to be friends with the rich guy, right? And so what I would say to you is that protection of the wealth, it really sticks out in a lot of different ways. And I'm not going to go through all the different ways because it would take all day. Because remember, I spent a lot of time studying risk management, which is basically an awareness of all the vulnerabilities and threats that exist around you. That's what that is. And I studied risk management under a guy named Renee Stoltz, who is probably one of the top three leading experts on the planet in risk management. He would travel all around the world and teach banks how to manage their risk, right? So I edited a textbook for him when I was in graduate school. So I spent a lot of time thinking about risk and vulnerability and how to protect yourself. And that there's a long list of ways you have to sort of know how to protect what you have, because if you don't protect your wealth, you're going to lose it. 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in two generations. So why in the hell would you work your ass off for 20, 30 years, bust your butt, grind into the ground to build all this wealth, and then you hand it to your kids and they just literally take the ball and throw it out of bounds, like a basketball game. You work really hard to get the ball down the court and you pass it to your teammate and they throw the ball out of bounds. Or you are a football team and you work really hard and you grind it to run the offense and get all the way down to the 18-yard line, and you set the kicker up for a great field goal and he just kicks it he goes wide right. Like, that's got to just make these guys so mad because they work so hard to get to that point. And that's what I see when I see families that work hard and grind and push and do everything you got to do. You make a plan, you execute the plan, and then you pass the ball to your kids, and your kids are not trained to protect the ball, so you lose everything. So in this case, that doesn't just exist on a macro level, it exists on a micro level. So on a micro level, when I had this win, when the stock doubled overnight, I'm like, woohoo, this is great. My next thought was, how do I protect this? How do I protect this? And that's when you go into defense mode. Now I went from playing offense. We got down the field. Now we're going to play some defense. So you got to defend your positions. And so what I would encourage you to do is this. Right now, the market's doing really well. Right now, it's raining money in the stock market. And if you've missed this, I feel bad. I hate that. I hope I can convince you to go take a look, because the money is everywhere. But it ain't going to always be everywhere. Winter is coming. Bad things are going to happen. So what you do is you buy your umbrellas when the sun is out. You never buy umbrellas in the rain, because when the rain comes down, everybody's buying umbrellas. So the price of umbrellas goes way up. So you buy your umbrellas in the sun. So when I'm in the middle of the sun and I'm feeling good about this win, First thing I do is try to protect that win by shaving some shares off the top, maybe looking at some put options, maybe some stop loss orders, all that other stuff. Okay. So again, if you want to take a look at that training where we spent the whole day going through that, it's free. Well, it's not free. I'm sorry. It's very low cost and it's yours for life though. Just go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com and share it with your whole family. You don't have to just, it's not just yours. It's anybody in your family you want to share it with. Also, someone was asking about the options training. Yeah, if you go to drboyceprime.com, that'll get you there. So, Rianne, I see someone mentioned that the links aren't working. Can you talk to that student for me, Rianne? So I see Rianne also put text the word money to 87948 for the training. So it's about an hour-long presentation I did on how to make money without working. I know you're gonna like it. So feel free to text the word money to 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com. Okay, I think you're in there. Is Rianne? Rianne, are you still in there? I assume Rianne is in there. So let's see here. Okay, thank you, Rianne. Yeah, it looks like Kevin has a question too. So maybe y'all can even talk offline or get an email address and share information that way too. So help each other out. All right, so let's answer some more questions here. Kevin says, is the method that Boyce uses to pick his stocks, which he presents in Stock Market Tuesdays, more oriented toward fundamental analysis or technical analysis? You know what, Kevin? I use fundamental analysis. Technical analysis is not really so encouraged amongst financial scientists. If you go to academic finance, when I was working on my doctorate, if I'd said that I believe in technical analysis, there's a good chance I might have got kicked out of my program. But there are some caveats to that. There are some exceptions for sure. There are some areas of technical analysis that actually do hold true. Which technical analysis, in case you all don't know, it's kind of like when you're looking at charts and you're looking at these bands of trading and and resistance levels and stuff like that. And I'm just going to tell you, if you went to MIT, with some of the best financial scientists on the planet, and you said that's how I trade stocks, there's a good chance that a lot of them would not take that seriously. But I don't think that that's completely accurate. Just because that's what they believe doesn't mean that's 100% true. Part of my dissertation was actually on a type of technical analysis that focused on reversals and momentum. So sometimes it makes sense if you think about how human beings operate. It kind of means when the prices go up, there's a good chance they're going to kind of get pulled down because people take their wins and they make adjustments, they sell their shares and stuff like that. And so, yeah. But I'm more of a fundamental analysis person. And really, fundamental analysis long term, in my opinion, is more effective as an investing strategy for one basic reason. It's very rare that you're going to find a good company with good fundamentals that knows how to make money, where that investment in that company isn't going to lead you to make more money over the long term. If you look at almost any company that has growing revenues, growing net income, growing market share, just a good, solid, quality business, quality management, all that, and you invest in that company over, say, a 5 or 10 year period, you're usually not going to lose, right? And definitely not if you do it in a portfolio, right? Most investing really should be done in a portfolio. You should not be, according to financial science, you should not be focused on any individual stock. Okay, so I don't really get caught up in individual stocks. I look at them as collectives, as groups. So that style of looking at stocks, that fundamental analysis, is consistent with how Warren Buffett invests. If you listen to Warren Buffett talk, which I think everybody should, I like that guy a lot. He's accumulated his $200 billion in cash pretty much by investing in quality businesses. He's not into the technical analysis, none of that. He just tries to figure out, do you have good management? Do you have good product? Do your customers like you? Is your revenue growing? Your income growing? That kind of thing. That's what Buffett does, and it works. And why? Well, because Buffett is a buy and hold investor. He's not a trader, right? But that doesn't mean he knows everything, though. There's been many occasions where he's missed out on lots of money because he didn't try to time the market or he didn't participate in a market frenzy or whatever. So Buffett ain't perfect, but I like Buffett's style because it's solid. It's conservative. He learned how to invest from a book by two people named Graham and Dodd called Value Investing that was written like literally in 1932 or 33. But him and Charlie Munger are pretty old. So this, they're probably teenagers or something. I guess for them, that was the hot, hip, cool new book that was out there. Okay, so has Boyce bought anything so far? Yeah, MGMNI. There we go. Thank you, Joni and Margaret. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's MGNI. That was the stock I mentioned earlier. There's another stock that I actually bought today. Let me see here. What was the ticker symbol was RCKT, and it was a pharmaceuticals company. Let me see. I'm going to read about the company and tell you guys more about it. Okay. And these are more long-term investments. So just so you know, these are investments that I believe will do well in the next, 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking about stuff that's going to do well tomorrow. Okay. So let's not get caught up in that casino mindset. So yeah, Rocket Pharmaceuticals, it's a clinical stage biotech company which engages in the development of gene therapy treatment options for rare and devastating pediatric diseases. So just based on my research, that's a company I decided I want to take some ownership in. So there we go. All right. So let me answer more questions. And by the way, that list of cannabis stocks that I mentioned, or I call them canna stocks because you say that other word too much. I don't know if I put it in an email or something, they'll think I'm selling drugs. Yeah, I like those canna stocks. I'll share that link again for those of you that didn't get it. I can't even find the freaking link. So yeah, just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you the list because I can't. I got too many screens open and I'm confusing myself. So, all right. So yeah, and I know y'all didn't come here to listen to me be confused. Okay. So Jennifer says, what are the pros and cons of using margin to buy stocks? The pros of margin, Jennifer, is that margin is debt. Debt is an economic accelerator. Debt is something that will push you faster in whichever direction you're going. So if you're going in a good direction, debt will make more good things happen for you. If you're going in a bad direction, debt will accelerate the pain and the badness of your situation. So debt is like driving a super fast car and it's going to get you to your destination faster. But if you drive it sloppily, it can crash and get you killed. So I'm a fan of debt, especially if it's used responsibly. Most millionaires and billionaires have used debt to get to where they are. If Elon Musk did not have access to debt, then he would not be the guy that he is right now. He would not be the billionaire that he is today. So debt can be a good thing. Don't let anybody tell you that debt is always bad. But at the same time, people that tell you that you're a sucker if you don't use debt or you're stupid if you don't leverage to the hilt, those are people that have a gambling mindset who've never experienced the kind of devastating losses that can occur if you go too deep in debt. So debt is something that has to be used very carefully. But I do trade on margin because I like margin because margin is basically access to capital. Access to capital is sometimes more important than actually having capital. If you gave me a choice and you said, Boyce, which would you rather have? $10 million right now or the ability to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours? I would rather be able to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours because I could make far more than $10 million in 6 hours with Warren Buffett's money. Or maybe it might take a day or something, but still, it would be far more than $10 million. The ability. So this is why I mentioned to you all, say it in the chat for me, please, because I have to keep repeating this to make sure we know this. What's the most important thing that a young person can have that's more important than a college degree? Somebody answer in the chat. I know some of y'all know. I know Errol knows the answer. What's the most important thing that you can give your children that will set them up for life? More important than a college degree, more important than a good job, more important than a nice car or a $20,000 prom. Right? It's a capital base. It's a capital base. And I need everybody to understand what a capital base is. A capital base is a collection of assets that you have that are available to you that allow you to generate the income you need to live your life. And because if everybody had a capital base, you wouldn't have to go to work every day. You wouldn't have to go get a job. The reason you have to get a job is because you don't have a capital base. Which means that you have to depend on someone who does have a capital base for you to get the income you need. So you have to ask them to help you because no one made a plan for you. And so what the Black Wealth Master Plan does is it positions everyone who cares enough about their future, their family, and their children to just exactly a direct path to building a capital base. So that when you drop that 22-year-old off in the game of life and they're out here in this economic struggle, they're not going out here butt naked. You know, if they go out here butt naked with no, financially speaking, of course, if they go out here butt naked with no support and no capital base, they're going to have to beg a capitalist to pay their bills. They're going to have to sell themselves into slavery. And this is the biggest problem people have. The biggest stressor that Black people have is who they work for every day and having to get up and do something they don't want to do. That's not connected to your passion. That's eating up all your time, taking you away from your kids, make you do things you don't want to do. Even medical doctors are in a trap too. We think that, oh, if I go and become a doctor or a lawyer, then that's going to liberate me in a certain way. Well, no. I mean, if you go to school for 12 or 13 years so you can make the income of a surgeon, which let's say that's $500,000 a year, a capital base will be better than that. If your parents saved up for you and got you 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, you could sell options on Coinbase stock at the age of 21 and make more money than a surgeon. So what would that take to build the capital base? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock only costs about $240,000, and Robinhood will loan you half of that money. So you come up with 120 grand, which is far less than what a house would cost. You can make almost as much money as a surgeon without a college degree. So I'm telling you all, I don't think that I have not seen a single person anywhere say this. Like, when I started doing this stuff back in 2006, 2007, there are things I started saying back then that no one was saying then, and everyone's saying them now, talking about generational wealth and all that. Well, this is the thing I'm saying in 2024 that no one else is saying now, but everyone's going to be saying this by the year 2030 because I'm going to repeat it until I'm dead. The most important thing you can give your kids is a capital base, not a degree, not a good job. None of those things are as good as having a capital base, because when you have your own capital, you have your own life. You have literally bought yourself out of slavery, and you can really get to the business of living. Donald Trump was 28 years old, not chasing corporate jobs. He was not paying off student loans. He was not struggling to pay for an apartment. He was 28 years old, purchasing a $400 million building. I don't like this man at all. I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I don't care what your politics are. But shit, when rich people are doing stuff on that level, when they're playing above the rim, I would encourage you to pay very close attention to how they got to that level. So get past your emotions. Get past this Democrat Republican nonsense. Figure out how they did it. Reverse engineer that. So capital base, capital base, capital base. There you go. I hope that sunk in. All right. And if you want to get started on that, I should give you, just to give you the resource, go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. It's the $5 a day plan. That'll help you build that capital base for your child. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. What are your thoughts on APLS? I got it when you mentioned it. Okay. APLS. Let's look at that stock. I think I still own it somewhere. APLS is Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay. It's had a rough month, 16% decline. I think it's a great company for long-term ownership. If you're trying to do an option strategy with it, it doesn't work so well for options, but I do like it as a long-term investment. And remember, when I pick the stocks on what Dr. Boyce is buying, these are stocks that are expected to do well. Like, you got to hold them for a while. They're not, it's not like instant microwave food. It's the kind of stuff you got to leave in the crock pot for a while to really make it work. So some of these stocks may not show their strength for a year or two or three. So don't buy a stock now and then try to see how it's doing 2 weeks later. That's not really how investing ends up working out. You make these investments long term. And by the way, if you want to take a look at I do the stock picks for what Dr. Boyce is buying. If you want to go take a look at some of that, I think you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. So every week I research and curate a list of about 5 stocks that I like as long-term investments. So go to drboycestocks.com if you want to take a look at that. All right, so let's see. ASGG says, what do you recommend for beginners like me, single mother with 2 kids under 7? Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's a great place to start. So there you go. That's the $5 a day plan. And anybody can do it, even if you don't have a high income. $5 can't even buy you a value meal at McDonald's, but they are coming out with the $5 value meal again, though. And the franchisees are complaining because they said we can't possibly sell our product for $5 because that's not enough profit margin. And so literally I set the $5 a day plan because I had a lot of people that I got tired of hearing their criticism. I call them the Negro naysayers. These are the people that create a problem for every solution. They don't know what they're talking about, and they'll sit down and argue with a PhD all day instead of hearing what I have to say. And a lot of these people have never taken a class in finance. They don't know. They're living in their mama's basement, and they'll say things like Black people can't afford to invest, and investing is only for rich people and white people, and all this other stuff. And so to break that myth, I created the $5 a day plan. And I said, so if you think Black people can't afford to invest, I just asked, can Black people afford to buy chicken? And of course, the answer is yes, because we buy all the chicken. And so I said, okay. So because I said, look, if I take a Popeyes chicken restaurant and put it in the poorest, most depleted neighborhood in America, there would be a line out the door, around the corner, and down the block by that afternoon, full of people that shouldn't even be eating fried chicken, but they're going to go get it. So if we can afford chicken, then we can afford to invest. So I did $5 a day. And if you don't know, some of y'all know this, but repetition is important because I want this to become part of the culture. So basically, after 10 years of taking $5 a day or $35 a week, or you could do $150 a month, whatever pace you are comfortable with, you do that in the S&P 500 based on historical averages, you have roughly $29,000 liquid. That means you're not poor anymore. So after 1 decade, you're not poor. You're out of poverty in a decade. A decade is not very long. A lot of y'all been in bad relationships for a decade. You know, there's a lot of things. I know people that have been thugging in the streets for a decade. I know people that did a decade in prison. People that have had horrible jobs for a decade. So a decade is not a long time to sacrifice. So you're out of poverty in a decade. After 20 years, you have $100,000 liquid, roughly, give or take a few thousand. After 30 years, you have close to a quarter million. After 40 years, you have close to $750,000. So you do this for your child on the day that they're born. By the time they are 40 years old, you've broken every generational curse. You officially have a wealthy family because most families don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars liquid, right? So so once I created the $5 a day plan, I didn't. Those criticisms pretty much went away. There was nobody who would ever come into my face and tell me that Black people can't afford to invest because they know that I could easily shoot it down with that simple argument. And so what I've also done though is I challenge those of you that can do more than $5 a day or more than $150 a month to really push yourself. Like it doesn't make any sense to me if you're only investing $100 a month, but you're spending $500 a month on a car note. I'm not judging you for that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I think you should judge yourself. I think you should say, dang, why would I give more money to the car dealer than I give to the future of my own family, and still feel good about that. The reason that you do that is because you were trained to do that. That's what you were taught that Black people do. We're supposed to give more to other people than we give to ourselves. And I'm not telling you not to get the car. I want you to if you want to get the Mercedes, get you a Benz. I want you looking nice when you're driving around the city, but I want you to handle your business first. So in my view, one perspective is if I'm a good parent, I'm not going to spend more money on the car dealer's kids than I invest in my own. So if I'm spending $600 a month on my Benz every month, I'm gonna put $600 a month in my stock portfolio every month. And that is not just my children's wealth, that's our family wealth. We are connected. We are connected. If I do for you, I'm doing for myself. That's an ecosystem. Stop thinking that it's either me or them. That's nonsense. That's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community to say, well, if I take care of you, I'm not taking care of me. And that feeds into the crabs in the barrel competition that we see that ends up destroying us so much. If we are an ecosystem, then when I pass you the ball, I'm passing the ball back to myself. When I take care of you, I'm taking care of me. So when I'm putting this money in this account, it's not like I'm only doing this so that my children can do well 30 years from now and I'm going to be depleted and live a horrible life. No, that's your money. You're investing your money and your money becomes their money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I need y'all to really meditate on this point. That wealth is a team sport. So when I'm helping the team, I'm helping myself. Stop thinking that if I help the team, I'm putting myself last and all that. You got all these people doing these stupid internet conversations. Well, I got to put me first, and I had to value me and know my worth because me. If there's a we, and I'm taking care of we, and I'm taking care of us, then I'm also taking care of me. You understand? Like it doesn't have to be one or the other. Stop thinking that way. If I take care of my wife and my kids, I'm taking care of Boyce too. Boyce ain't gonna be depleted. Boyce is gonna live good. So when you're building that wealth in the $5 a day plan, that is your money. I don't even think you should put it in the name of your kids until they are ready. That is your money. That is the family's money. And your job as the steward of the family's money and the family's wealth and the family's protection and the family's freedom, your job as the steward is you must protect the family legacy. That's your job. Like, okay, I have responsibility. It's like if we have a big corporation, and let's say I'm the fifth Disney to be able to run the Disney Corporation, my job is to take this thing that's kind of mine, but really it's not totally mine. It's really ours. So while I'm in charge, it's like we're all in the same damn car, and I'm the one who's driving. In a little while, my brother's going to drive. After a while, my kids are going to drive. But right now, when I'm driving the car, I got to make sure I don't crash the car. That's it. So it is your car, but it's not your car. But it's not your car, but it is. Do you understand? So you get to enjoy the car, even though it's not your car. Do you follow? Does that make sense? And I think that if we think about it that way as a group, then we get around all this selfish bullshit that you see all over the internet. Like if I get married, it's like, well, I can't do this, and I'm not gonna sacrifice that and all that. Everybody has to sacrifice, but everybody wins from everyone's sacrifices. We all sacrifice for each other. That's how you succeed as a team. The Chinese get that, by the way. The Chinese get that. I showed you all that video the other day of the little Chinese kids dribbling basketballs together where they had like 50 of them sharing the ball, and then they would dribble for a second, then they would move, and they would go to the next ball and the next one, and literally if one kid messes up, the whole thing falls apart. And what they're doing is they're training them to understand that we are a collective, we are one. Everybody has a job, everybody does their job, and then the whole team wins. China wins, not just you, but China. But then you win because China's winning, because you are one of us. Let me stop. I hope that helped. I didn't mean to go off on the tangent, but it's very important to understand these things. So invest for yourself, but just know that if you invest for yourself, you're taking care of your kids. When you take care of you, you're taking care of them because they are you. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Margaret says a link is not working. So I don't know what link Martha is referring to, or Margaret is. I said Martha. I'm sorry, Margaret. Can you talk to Margaret, Rianne? Because I'm not sure what link Margaret is referencing. So if there's a link that's not working, let me know. Or if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you with that because I'm not sure which link you're referencing. My apologies. Okay, so let's see. Eugene says, do you have Ethereum? Yes, I do. By small cap, do you mean small capital? These are smaller companies in the S&P 500 or even in the NASDAQ. These are just companies that have smaller valuations. And because there are so many big companies in America, it's crazy. Like small cap is like $1 billion in market value. You'll have like a $2 or $3 billion company, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a little small, tiny business. So this really reflects the racial disparity in access to capital. So when we have a company that grows to say 20 million or 50 million, it's a very big deal for us. But in the whole scope of things, in the white community, if a company is $100 million company, nobody cares, nobody pays attention. They look at that almost like a small business. So this is why conversations about things like reparations are so important, in my opinion. Can you repeat the stocks? I lost connection for a few minutes. Sure, Lawanda. The stocks that I mentioned earlier are MGNI. I can give you the tickers. MGNI. If somebody could type these into the chat, I'd appreciate it. MGNI. That's Mary, Garrett, Nancy, India. And then the second is RCKT, and that's Robert, Cat, Kitten, and Tiger. In case you're wondering why I don't remember the phonetic alphabet as much as I took a break from flying. I was doing my flying lessons up until about October and November last year, and then the convention kind of got me caught up, and I haven't flown since then. I feel kind of bad about it, but at some point I want to go back out there. All right, so let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, when selling options, if the option isn't used, the seller of the options makes money on the premium purchase from the option. Yeah. So Ricky, that question is more so for options class. So today I want to focus more so on stocks. If you want to see examples on kind of how to handle different situations, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, you'll see that I've done a ton of trainings on it, and you can take a look at some of those. And then also you can leave questions for me. And I'd rather kind of separate the two because I don't want to talk over anybody's head for those that don't understand how options work. So that's a little bit of a detailed sort of question, but I'd be more than happy to answer it during Prime class. Okay, so Jania says, to make sure I understand, P&G isn't good for options, so it's not necessary to move from a holding company to accumulate 100 shares of trade options. Yeah, I don't think P&G is great for options. It's a great long-term investment, but not so great for options, in my opinion. Donna Stroud, what is the recommended trading platform to use for someone new to options. We use Robinhood in class, but there's others out there. There's Tasty Trade. You can do stuff on Schwab and E-Trade, stuff like that too. Let's see. Is buying stocks and holding a good plan? Yes, it is a great plan. In fact, that is a plan everybody should follow 100%. Let's see. Are you still in development on the investment course for baby boomers? Gerald says, yes, we're actually almost done with an estate planning, legacy building training. And I mentioned to you all we do money in the morning. And because some of you had specific questions about specific areas, I said, okay, well, let's create something. We created something called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute basically solves one problem that I was thinking about is that sometimes when we want to go study something, it requires a lot of time and a lot of work. You got to sit down for 30 minutes or an hour. And sometimes that causes us to delay or even procrastinate on these things. So I said, okay, so in Money in a Minute, maybe what we can do is have something that you can sign up for at a reasonable cost that we'll text you the lesson out every day. So we'll give you like a 90-second bite-sized lesson on some concept related to that topic that will allow you to learn within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute is what we're creating. And it happens that Money in a Minute, the acronym is Miami. So I think the URL is going to be something like drboycemiami.com, which is kind of cool, right? So yeah, so Money in a Minute, one of the first programs we're going to do options. And we're also going to do legacy building, estate planning. So this is more so for boomers because boomers actually are part of the greatest wealth transfer in American history. They're passing trillions of dollars mostly to their wives. The men are giving it to their wives because women live longer than men. So this is going to be very empowering for women in that space because women are going to just have a ton of money. So we got to be nice to the ladies. And then in a few years, the women will pass on and pass the wealth to their children. So the Gen Xers are going to be the richest in America in about probably a decade or so. But yeah, we'll be Gen Xers because a lot of the boomers, I hate to say it, but time passes and you know what happens when time passes. But we love y'all. We want you here forever. All right. So Kuana says, if you had 5K to invest today, which stocks do you like best for trading options? Yeah, I like those stocks, Riot, Marathon. Yeah, those are good ones. Those are ones that I actually trade on myself. Chet, give us that name again, the risk management guy. His name is Renee Stultz, Renestultz, Renee Stultz, Stulz. Feel free to look him up. Smart guy. Let's see. I sold call options on INSM. Now this jump, do I have to wait until it expires? No, you don't have to. Well, you don't really have to do anything. You could wait till it expires, or you could buy the option back, but they're going to be very expensive to buy back. But that's only if you are under the assumption that the price is going to keep on going up. So, it's up to you to decide how to respond to that. Let's see, Michael, if you sell 10,000 in stock options or 1,000 contracts with $10 stock, how do you buy puts to protect it? Is it put option contracts or put contracts? How many would you buy? If I have 1,000 contract or 1,000 shares, I would buy 1,000 puts. 1,000 contracts is actually 100,000 shares. So I think you mean 1,000 shares, which is 100 contracts. Or sorry, 10 contracts. Sorry about that. So 10 contracts is 100 shares because every contract is 100 shares. Sorry, let me say that again because I think I said it wrong. 10 contracts is 1,000 shares because each contract is 100 shares. So you have 10 of those. And that's what you would do with that. Kevin, is it a good or bad idea to buy a bond fund on a day when the stock market is going up? Can you explain why or why not? I think bond funds, stock, or really any kind of fund like that, I would think of it more longer term. I don't really, sure, if the prices drop that day, that it could be a buying opportunity. But if you're a long-term investor, 5 years from now, you won't remember what happened on May 28th, 2024. You won't care. You won't, because there's hundreds of other days, thousands of other days that will occur between now and then. So rather than reacting to what happened that day, I would just look at the fundamentals of whether or not you feel long-term that this is a good investment for you. That should be, in my view, the driving method behind how you choose your stocks. If you want to take a look at something that may help you with this, we did a Black Stock Market weekend where we spent the whole weekend going through 11 steps to deciding if a stock should be in your portfolio. We actually branded it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Method. So if you go to the drboycemethod.com, you can get access to that training. It's yours for life. I think it's like $60 or $70 or something like that, but it's really, really good. So you can go to thedrboycemethod.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Are there any REITs you would recommend? I think REITs from companies like Vanguard and BlackRock are pretty good. They tend to know what to do with money. So you can just search for REITs, and there's plenty in there that are really good. What do you think about SDGR? Okay, SDGR. Let me see here. SDGR. Schrodinger. Okay, I never heard of this company. They engage in the provision of chemical simulation software solutions. Okay, for pharmaceutical companies. Um, Let me see. I don't like it. It doesn't. It looks like the company's having some problems. And if you were a holder in this stock the last 5 years, you would have lost 15% of your money. There's nothing about it that really jumps out at me. So that's my opinion. But it's not a fact. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. Kevin, a couple of weeks ago, you shared a list of energy stocks. Is that info still available? It should be. If you go and to what Dr. Boyce is buying, or if you go to drboycestocks.com, you can get access to any list that I've ever released. If I sent it out as a special release for that week or something, that's hard to go get. But if you're on the text list, you'll get stuff from me. So make sure you're on the text list. You can text the word. Another word you can text is the word stock to 87948, and I'll send you a bunch of stuff that way. So feel free to text stock to 87948. The thing I would warn you about, though, is if you get on multiple lists, you'll get a lot of messages from me because we send out a lot of information from the Black Business School. So if you don't mind me being in your inbox every day, then feel free to do that. But if you don't like it, then if you just stop responding or stop clicking the links, it'll take you off the list, okay, eventually. So I don't want to bother anybody, but I have a lot of stuff that is happening and a lot of things that we'd like to do to help you. So in in case you want to know how we run the Black Business School, is we believe everything is an ecosystem. So within this ecosystem, our belief is that if we show you value and we give you lots of support, lots of free stuff, that when we come along and we have something that does have a fee attached, you'll consider supporting us the way we support other businesses, the way we support white-owned companies and we buy things from them. We have to make money. We have a team. We have to pay. We are an independent entity. We're not like an HBCU that gets money from the government because we don't want money from the government. We don't get a bunch of corporate sponsors. We're not looking for that. We don't want that. We have to maintain our independence, and freedom is not free. So I hope that you'll understand that when we mention something that we're doing in the school and we say that there is a fee attached. And I hope you'll compare it to what you would have to pay if you were at a university and signing up for a class, or the amount of money that we spent going to college and getting absolutely nothing of any value. Everything that we offer you gives you value. And if you don't feel like it gives you value, then we don't want your money. And in fact, we'll give you your money back. If you do something and you're like, gosh, this isn't helping me, then no, that's not the deal. But if we're giving you value and you feel that participating in what we're doing is making your life better, then we hope that you'll also, say, okay, they supported me, they helped me level up. We're going to help them level up. And this is how you build strong institutions. If you look at, say, the Anti-Defamation League in the Jewish community, they go to the community. They say, give us money because we need money in order to build this institution that's here for everybody, right? So that's why we have to ask for money. And it's a little weird, it's awkward because there's one guy on Twitter who said, why are you always trying to sell something? And I was like, I'm not trying to sell stuff. I'm offering things. And some things I offer are free. Some things I offer have a fee. You don't have to pick any of that. But if you see the value, then why not invest in things that are actually going to help you? And also, one thing that we do really well is we're really good at educating your children. And in our Black Business School for Children, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. Our kids, when they go through our program, they have a financial literacy level that is higher than the average college educated adult. This is how good we are at what we do. And so if you want to take a look at that for your kids, you can get started at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So what we just ask people is we say, look, we don't need you. We don't want anything that we don't earn and we don't deserve. Or we're willing to prove our worth before we ask for anything. But at the same time, we just want you to support us as much as you supported that big white university that took $100,000 out of your family's pocket. Support us 1/10 as much as you support them. Because I know that those people at the University of Iowa didn't care anything about your family. They don't care anything about your community. A lot of them didn't even want you on the campus, but yet you gave them $100,000. Well, why not support a Black-owned institution that really does care about what happens in this community? And we have the track record to prove it. So there we go. There's my little spin on what the Black Business School believes and why we exist. So I hope that helps and it makes sense for you. All right, so let's see here. Next question is, how do you determine the percentage on the trailing stop order? There's no rule with that. It's just a matter of feel. So I picked 10% just because it felt right. But if it hadn't felt right, I would have picked 5% or 15%. So I would say, feelings are a big part of investing. We talk a lot about investing with emotions and stuff like that, and it's okay to have your emotions work in your favor. As long as your emotions help you, then it's okay, right? So, when we talk about risk management, I always tell the students in the Prime program, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid that the stock is going to take off on me? Then you can hedge against that. Am I afraid the stock is going to collapse on me? Well, you can hedge against that too. So the question is, ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And that's how you can figure out what the right move is. Jennifer, do you think it would be wise for a beginner to buy stocks and write options using margin? It could be wise to learn, but I would be really careful. I'd be extremely conservative about the approach. And I do a few one-on-ones if you ever wanted to schedule something like that. If you email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, we could do that. Or also we have small group sessions. And in addition to that, I did create my first mastermind. I think we're almost filled up though, but it's more so for those that are more advanced. They have a little more of a capital base. And so if you want to take a look at any of those things, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, a couple more questions, and then we're going to bounce out for today. When selling options, is it better your shares are called or the contract expires without execution? You know what, Lawanda, it's not so much about one thing being better than the other. Typically, if you're selling out of the money call options, if the price goes up, that's better for you. That's better for everybody. You just may not get all the money, but it's better than if the stock collapses on you. But the benefit obviously is that if the stock doesn't hit the strike price, then you can sell that same contract and keep generating that income every week without making any adjustments. So there's a win no matter what. And the thing about investing, in my opinion, is the goal in becoming a good investor is not so much just sort of knowing how to win all the time. It's sort of knowing how to find the bright side of any situation. If the market goes up, that's a bright side. The stuff you own is doing really well. The market goes down, that's a bright side. You can buy stuff really, really cheap. So, and then also sort of knowing how to manage your risk so that when things happen, you're not going to get surprised or broadsided. It's so knowing investing is about knowing what you're getting into, not being able to predict everything, because that's pretty much impossible. It's just sort of knowing what you're getting into and knowing how you want to be positioned based on what you think personally is going to happen. Let's see. How do I feel about LVMH, Moet Hennessy? That company is owned by Bernard Arnault, who I believe is the richest man on earth. And Bernard Arnault, he does exactly what we talk about in the Black Business School. He has all of his kids that they're all going to run his company. Like, it's funny, you got LVMH, the Moet Hennessy company, where all these Black people love it. Rappers rap about it. And what they're doing is they're sitting around constantly plotting and planning for the next generation. And why can't I find it? Why doesn't it pop up in Robinhood? Let me see here. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of strange. Let me see. It's on the NASDAQ. Okay. So let me see here. I like the company as a good long-term investment. And if you had it over the last 5 years, you would have made a return of 114%. So your money basically would have doubled. So in that regard, I like the company as a long-term investment. Now, if you talk about, let's talk about LVMH and Bernard Arnault. And let me do some quick research on this, because I think it's really interesting how he runs his family. And I really encourage those of you that are generational wealth builders to really kind of understand this. Hold on. Because he has his kids running parts of his business. And he meets his kids. He has a monthly meeting with them, and they all sit around and he talks about different parts of the business. So he understands his role as a wealth builder and a generational wealth builder to be the teacher of his own children. He teaches them, how to run the company and how to do things. So let me tell you about some of his kids. So he has a kid named Delphine, or daughter. She runs Christian Dior. And so she has a lot of experience. He meets with all these kids every single month to make sure that they're ready. His other son, Antoine, runs communication and environmental issues for LVMH. Like he's also the CEO of Berluti, one of his brands. Alexandra she now has a big role at Tiffany. Frederic is the CEO of Tag Heuer, Tagheuer, which is their watch division. And then there's Jean Arnault, who oversees marketing and product development for Louis Vuitton's watch division. So what he did was he sent his kids to business school and all that, I believe. But once they came home, he said, I don't need you out here serving other people. I need you serving the family business. And he did what the Rothschilds did. I talked to you all about the Rothschild family. And the biggest thing the Rothschild family did was they taught their children how to operate on a code of conduct. He taught them what was important. He said, this family is what matters. This name is what matters. This is what you protect. This is what you defend. This is where you bring your best energy and your best resources. Now, I want you to compare that to the Black community. Most of us, unfortunately, are trained to say, go to school and then you can get a good job and then you can go represent a white guy. That's it. That's what we do. We all go find separate white people to go work for. And it sounds, I don't know if it sounds racist to people when I say it or radical, but that's what happens. There's not even a conversation about like, okay, well, how can we pour into this family as much as we're pouring into everybody else? So when you're pouring into everybody else and you're not pouring into yourself, why would you be surprised when your wealth is depleted? Your best and brightest, your best resources, your best everything go somewhere else. The minute you get a Jackie Robinson, you sell him to the major leagues. But the right mindset is that when you get a Jackie Robinson, you hold on to him for dear life. You fight for control of that asset. You don't give it away. You don't sell it as soon as it has a certain value. You maintain ownership. That's what you do. That's what the Negro League should have done. They should have said, no, we won't sell this guy for $1 billion. This is the tentpole for this league and future growth of this league. If you want to do business with us or with Jackie, you're going to have to deal with us as an independent entity. Maybe we arrange games. We'll go play the Dodgers and the Dodgers can come play us. You share your audience with us. We share our audience with you. We do a partnership. We're not going to do an acquisition because when you do an acquisition over a partnership, what you're doing, if you're the Negro Leagues, is you're selling not just the assets in your possession, you're selling the rights to those assets. You're selling all your options too. Just like if I have if I see, and it's about vision. This is why we do economic consciousness training. I have to keep reminding this so you'll understand why the class has such a weird name. There's no other economic or financial consciousness class I've ever seen anywhere, but it's important because your consciousness, your vision determines how you make economic decisions. So if I look at a 7-year-old girl and all I see is a 7-year-old girl, then I don't have any vision. If I have vision, then I see what that 7-year-old girl is going to be when she's 17, 27, 37 to 40. I see this child and what they're going to be when they become a parent, when they become a grandparent, and they have, 70 great grandkids or something, or 30 or whatever, right? That's what you should be able to see. You should see everything that something's going to become, not just what it is. Because if people saw the Negro Leagues and could see in a crystal ball of what the Negro Leagues would be in the year 2024, if they continue to maintain ownership and invest in it, there's no way they would have sold their Jackie Robinson. There's no way they would have let that go. There's no way. I think we let go of things when we cannot see the value. And that's where consciousness comes into play, because consciousness requires you to really be able to use your imagination and see things that don't exist yet, see potential. Do you follow me? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So I like the story. I like Bernard Arnault. I like the way he runs his family. I like the way he understands the importance of investing in the future of the family name. I like the fact that even though he's worth over $200 billion, it seems to me like he can see what his company is going to look like 100 years from today. He sees what his grandkids and great grandkids are going to be able to contribute. And that company is going to be $1 trillion company in about probably a couple decades, maybe less. No, not $1 trillion company. I'm sorry. His family wealth will be over $1 trillion. I bet his company is probably close to $1 trillion already. So just have some vision, man. If you have no vision, then all you see is what's in front of you. And if I look at the Black community, And if all I can see in the Black community is what I see right now, just all the chaos and brokenness and everything else, then I'm going to get depressed and I'm going to give up. The thing that gets me up every morning is because I'm not seeing what everybody else sees. I am a legit crazy person because I see things that are not there. The reason I get up every morning is because I see what B1 people are going to be when our grandkids are running things and they're living off of and they're building off the foundation that we're setting for them today. That's what I see. I don't see this shit. I don't even look at it. It's an abomination sometimes. It's an embarrassment. It's not worthy of who we are meant to be, in my opinion. So let me keep going. Let me keep going. All right, Sybil. Dr. B, is it okay to just buy stocks and hold them instead of selling options? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. 100%. Yes, yes. So don't feel like options are a requirement. Options are just an extra. It's like adding spice to your food. Like, just because you get chicken or whatever, you don't have to put seasoning on it. You could just eat the food without the salt or without the pepper or whatever, right? So options are a type of seasoning that just adds a little spice, but it's perfectly okay to eat the hot dog without the ketchup or whatever analogy you want to use. Should we hold or sell Uber amidst the lawsuits? Asked Stephanie. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I think Uber is just such a fascinating company because they've been able to lose money at an insane rate for a very long time and stay in business. This is again another type of white privilege people don't talk about, and it comes down to access to capital. Because if it wasn't for the bank, Uber would be dead. Uber would not even be a thing if they didn't have the ability to access money like they can. Let's see, a couple more questions. Then I just got a note from one of my team members that I do have a meeting in 3 minutes. What should a 15 and 16-year-old do with their $1,000 check? Mutual funds, I think, will be fun, or maybe buy shares of some great American companies. Maybe make it fun, make it educational. So ask them to pick some of their favorite brands and own shares of those brands and explain what that means. I taught my 16-year-old daughter's best friend how to invest in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, let me show you on my phone. And I said, what's a company that you like? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, well, let me show you this. Here's the share price. Here's how you buy. I punch buy. And I said, let's buy shares of Chipotle. And I bought it. And I said, okay, the order just went through. So now our family owns a percentage of Chipotle. And I got the best reaction. She said, whoa, that was so cool. And I loved hearing that. That made me feel good because, when you get old, you be trying to be cool. And it never works. We always look old. And so to be cool, like to be the cool dad was kind of fun for me. So the point is to say that when you teach these things to your kids, make it part of the flow of just your regular life. So you're in line at the drive-thru at Starbucks, impress your kids and show them how you can buy ownership in Starbucks while you're in the drive-thru line. They're never going to forget that. I didn't see this type of stuff when I was 16, and when you show them that and then tell them a few of the things that I've shared with you, this is not light stuff. Like the stuff I'm breaking down for you and we're talking about every day. This is really cutting edge stuff. You're not going to learn this in college. So give it to your kids and they won't forget it. Everybody wants money. Everybody needs money. And if they don't need it now, they're going to need it at some point. And so they're going to remember the things that you tell them. So remember, I don't teach any students. I refuse to teach any students. I will only teach you if you agree to be a teacher. I will teach teachers. That's it. Because we have to multiply the knowledge base because we got so much working against us, so many people that want to keep us in the dark. We got to give everything we've got to fight against that. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Renee says, thank you for all that you do. When's the next prime class? We did a prime class on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Or I think it was Sunday. Yeah. Sunday, we just did one. I don't know the dates. If you go to drboyceprime.com and log in, the dates are in there. I don't have the dates in front of me. My apologies for that. I want to say maybe around the 6th or something like that. And we're also going to do another Prime 101. We do a Prime 101 about once every 6 weeks for those that are beginners, or maybe you're trying to figure out how to make that first move. And so if you're a Prime member, Prime 101 is free. If you're not a Prime member, there is a small fee, but it's worth it. You'll 10x the amount that you invested to learn the process. So if you want to get an introduction to what we do in Prime, pull out your phone, text the word money to the number 87948. And I guarantee you that presentation will blow your mind. You're going to love it. And it's going to rock your whole world. And you're going to, it's just, I just know these things, some things I do know. I don't know everything, but some things I know. All right. So let's see. Jania, or is that Jinja? I think it's Jania. Okay. What Dr. Boyce is buying shares stocks to hold for long term, not buy sell options. Yeah, what Dr. Boyce is buying, those are long term investments, at least 3 years or more. The Dr. Boyce money makers, that's in the Prime program, that's specifically for options. So if you think about it, it's almost like how, remember when you would date when you were younger and you had the times where you would date somebody that you thought might be your husband or your wife, or maybe you had somebody else that wasn't going to be your husband or your wife. I'm not here to judge, but maybe you saw somebody you're like, you will be a great one night stand, or you will be a great person for me to date until I meet my spouse, right? I'm not saying you should do that. It's bad, right? Kind of bad, right? But as long as you kind of communicate that, right? Don't make any promises you don't want to keep, but you'll know what it is, right? There's some people that you know you're going to be attracted to for a while, but you're still like, no, he's not daddy husband material, but he looks good or she's pretty or whatever, right? So same thing is true with stocks. My option stocks, those are my exciting money makers. Those are the ones where I can sell the options and get that cash flow and use the cash to do all kinds of stuff. It's very cool, but those are not always my long-term investments. My long-term stocks are a little more boring, but they have sustainability. They're not going to give me the same volatility. And so really, when I form a relationship with a stock, that's what I do. I categorize it. I put it in different categories based on what that stock can do, because every investment can be valuable for somebody based on what they're seeking to accomplish. You see what I mean? So this is where your preferences come into play, your risk tolerance, things like that. All right, so I'm gonna have to go. I know there's a couple more questions. I'm sorry I can't answer them all, but I promised someone that I do something at this time, so I'm gonna have to get on out of here. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll get an invitation for financial consciousness training tomorrow. So the number is 87948. You can text the word morning. Also, if you want to take a look at what Dr. Boyce is buying, you can go to drboycestocks.com and you can take a look at that and see if that's something that works for you. Last but not least, if the options thing is of interest to you, you can go to drboyceprime.com and see what we do in the Prime program. I think you're going to like it a lot. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning.